Okay, so first, let's try to add the tooltip component to show the correction suggestion for each property that we have in our JSON object. Okay, so for that, I'm just going to create in here this new component here. Let's name this to be correction tooltip. Okay, so this is the correction tooltip component. So let's quickly use the tooltip component that we have. It's kind of wrapper on this tooltip exclusively for our correction suggestion. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as correction tooltip. So here the props for this, I'm just going to give here the class name, which is going to trigger. So I mean triggering this, basically this is a styling for our tooltip trigger, you can say. Okay, and same thing, the class name for the content that if we wanted to pass, again I'm just going to make this also optional. And then the correction object. So here the correction will have this field which is going, I think if you had seen that backend video, you will see all these are the fields which we added there. Okay, so here the issue, and then the description. Okay, so which is the string, and finally the suggestion that we wanted to correct. Okay, so now let's just try to get those values here. So here the class name trigger, then class content, class name content, and then the correction. Okay, so now here let's everything I'm just going to wrap inside this tooltip provider. So let's just import this. Okay, and here inside this let's just have this tooltip component. Okay, and here this tooltip trigger. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here this tooltip trigger, and we'll have this here the button. Okay, so here this variant, it's going to be of ghost, and the styling, so I'm just going to pass in the class name trigger. Along with that, I'm just going to have this as rounded full, so that it will be circle. Okay, fine. And here this the icons that I'll be using is the help one. So here, and after this let's just add the span for SR only. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here the text as help. So this is the triggering button. Okay, so after this the content. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this content inside this, and styling will just apply this whatever we receive as the prop for this component. Okay, so inside this let's have this div. Okay, so here I'm just going to have here the just the headers. Okay, so first for the issue. Okay, and then the correction dot issue. So basically for each the property we'll have it in this way. So let me just copy this. Okay, and we'll try to have it same for the description and then the suggestion. Okay, so let's just change this to description. Okay, and this one I'll be changing this to suggestion. Okay, so here in place of issue I'm just going to use this description, and here the suggestion, so we just have to use this suggestion. Okay, so this is the simple correction tooltip component. Okay, so now we can try to use this. So now let's go to the object viewer component. So assuming that we'll be receiving in here the corrections map, you can say. Okay, so here let me just add the definition so we will understand this. So here this corrections map. Okay, so here I'm just going to, for now let's have the key and value as any, so no issues with the typing we'll be facing. while we try to use this inside this component. Okay, and also now so we'll try to use that, and is check if we have this particular property. We'll try to have just next to the label. Okay, so here in this div I'll just have the div. Okay, so basically this is going to help us wrap the label along with the correction tooltip for each label. Okay, so this, it will be better if I wrap this inside this div. Okay, and here the styling for this, I'm just going to first check that if this this map has this property, which is the from. Okay, then I'm just going to make the color of this to be a red color. Okay, else okay, we will leave the as it is the slate color. Okay, so which is the slate 800. Okay, and then the display, let's make this to be flex. Okay, and I'm just going to center the items, and let's have the gap of 1 for the elements present in this div. Okay, so inside this div, okay, so let me take the label. So I'm just going to have this label here. So it's going to be same, except that now we will try to check for the corrections dot as the from. Okay, so if this is having a from, then we will render the component which we have just created, which is the correction tooltip. Okay, all we have to do is pass in the styling if you want for particular thing. So here I'm just going to set this width and height to be 6, and the padding let's say 1 in all direction, and on hovering I just wanted to have this background color change to 100. Okay, and also the text color, let's just change it to the red color. Okay, and now here for the class name, so let's just have this width of the content set to 80, and here the correction, so here assuming we will be having this value in the corrections map. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in here the message here. Okay, and now let's just close. So this is the the div where we are trying to wrap in the label along with the tooltip for that particular label. If there is something suggestion from the API call that will be making, which you will eventually know. Okay, so same thing has to be done for all of the things. So maybe I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and do the same for the other sections. So let's do the thing for category. So if you if we just keep on scrolling, so I just wanted so if you, we'll have to do it this. Okay, yeah, so here I'm just going to do the same here, except that I'll have to change this HTML4. Okay, and this one would be this category label. Okay, and also here I this HTML4 it's going to be the category. Okay, so now this the check is going to be for category property, and the same thing. So wherever we have this from, we will just try to replace this with the category. Okay, so this is the thing. So all we have to do the same thing for the number and other things as well. So let's do it quickly. For here I'm just going to use the same. So here now instead of the from, it's going to be the number. Okay, and this one to label, it's going to be number, and here this label is number. Okay, and the checks as well, number. Okay, number. Okay, fine. Yeah, so fine. So we did it for the number, category, and then the from thing. Okay, so now whatever for the date thing and everything has to be done this one. So and here I'm just going to let's do one thing. Okay, so here instead of here we had if you just see this was for the label for time and the date. Okay, so let's try to replace this. Okay, so here this now the label, it's going to be the date. Okay, and sorry, let's keep this all in the small thing. Okay, and here this date. Okay, same thing here, this date. Okay, and I'm just going to change here as well to date. Okay, and same way for the time as well. So I'm just going to so let's just undo, I'm just going to copy all of this. Okay, let's just undo this. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy in here whatever we have. Okay, so and let's just have this span back. Okay, so after this I'm just going to have this span, and then I'm just going to copy this for the time section. Okay, so here I can just remove this thing now, and now in place of this from, I'm just going to replace this with the time. Same thing for the label title, so let's replace with the time. Okay, and this one also I'm just going to change this to time, and here as well. So now we will be having the label and the tooltip for each of the thing inside this. Okay, yeah, so same thing has to be done for our items thing as well. So here for the items we need to have this. Okay, so for that, okay, let's try to change the styling for this header. So here I just wanted to make this to be a dynamic like we did for the above things. Okay, so here, so for that I'm just going to use this if this corrections dot has, okay, same thing, so obviously I can just copy that. Okay, except that we'll just change this one. So let me just take this. Okay, so I'm just going to okay, what is it, okay, this CN. Okay, okay, so basically here now it has to be the items. Okay, so if it has items, okay, this is what will be applying here, then the items. Okay, and then after this the icon, I'm just going to have this the tooltip component. So let me just take this. Okay, so here after this I'm just going to have with this tooltip. So here it depends upon these items, so let's just change this items. Okay, yeah, and yeah, fine. And also now this let's just make this text color of this button to be a slate. Okay, so I'm just going to make this, and we'll have to do the same for the subtotal and other things. Okay, so if we let's go down here for subtotal. Okay, so now I just have to replace the same with the div which we have. So I can just take that. Okay, I'll just copy the div. So this one I can just copy this and go to the subtotal part here, and let's try to have this here first. Okay, and then I'm just going to change this. So now in place of this number, it's going to be the subtotal. And also, did we change the properties? Okay, I think I just copied, but I did not change the properties, I guess. Did I? Okay, it's not the input that we were copying. Okay, fine. So there is no change. Fine. So now here this is going to be subtotal, and now the label, it's we just have to this HTML for it's going to be the subtotal. Okay, and now in place of this number I just have to replace with the subtotal, and this as well, it's going to be a subtotal. Okay, and this is going to be a subtotal. Fine, yeah. And now okay, we have this tooltip. Okay, so and I can just remove this label. Okay, so let's just remove this. Okay, and let's just do the same for other things as well. So all we have to do is replace this with the div. Okay, and now here wherever we have this number, I'm just going to replace this with tags. Okay, so here let's just have this replaced. Okay, this is going to be tags. Okay, and this also it's going to be tags. Okay, fine. And this is for the tip. Okay, so here let's change this to tip. Okay, and now let me just add here capital letter. Okay, and for the total as well, let's just total. Okay, and here I'm just going to change this. Okay, so this is the I think we added almost all the tooltip for all the labels. Okay, so yeah, and also now here we'll have to add in the for the object viewer the corrections. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here the correction. So let's make this to be any for array. Okay, for now, and here I'm just going to get that, and let's just pass this to our receipts viewer. Okay, so here I'm just going to let's do one thing. So since it is a map, okay, I'll just create here map here and then pass that. So here let's just have this as a correction map. So here I'm just going to create a new object out of that, and let's iterate through this corrections list. Okay, so let's I'm just going to use the for each here and get the correction object. Okay, so now here I'm just going to use this correction map dot get this correction dot field. Okay, so the field I'm just going to set in this correction thing. Okay, so what is the issue here? Okay, sorry, it is set. Okay, that is the thing. Okay, and now it is we'll be passing this corrections map. Okay, so fine. So this is how we'll be trying to pass in the corrections map to our the prospective viewer. In our case it is the receipts viewer. Okay, so now okay, we'll have to make changes in our the verification pipeline. You can see here we're already seeing the issue here. Okay, so here the state variables which we had. Okay, so I'm just going to for the analysis results, so instead of this null, okay, so I'm just going to set this to be let's just Okay, so let's make this to be null, but we'll specify the type of it. It's going to be, so here it's going to be object with the corrections list. Okay, so here this is going to be, for now let's keep it as any, and then the text analysis. Okay, so here this is going to be the string, so this is going to be the type of it. Okay, or I'm just going to specify here null so that we don't see this issue. Okay, and also now here wherever we were referring to the analysis result. Okay, so let's just be specific here. If this is not equals to null, then we'll have this. Okay, and also now, okay, instead of having this button showcased this, we will have the popover where it will we will try to showcase the content in this popover content. Okay, so for that I'm just going to add in the popover component. Okay, so and then we will try to use this here in place of this button which we were trying to just showcase that. Okay, so let's wait for it to install and then we will use that in place of this button. Okay, so we have this. Okay, so here inside this div, let's import this popover component which we just added from ShadCN, and inside this, here this trigger point. Okay, so here I'm just going to have in here this trigger as this child. Okay, and inside this let's have this button. Okay, so I'm just going to have this the button as the triggering point. Okay, and yeah, and this inside this, after we trigger using this button, the content will be showcased in this popover content. Okay, so here this popover content. Okay, and let's just add in some styling for this. I mean, just restricting the width to be let's say 550 pixel in our case. We can change this accordingly, whichever looks better for us. And let's add some padding in the x direction and also in the y direction. I'm just going to say here 4, and also let's add some margin at the right. Okay, so let's have this analysis result dot text analysis showcased in the div inside this. Okay, so I'm just going to have this div. Okay, let's just set this width to be full. Okay, and the text to be small, and I'm just going to apply this white space to pre-wrap. Okay, and the text, let's justify this text. Okay, and also the color, I just wanted it to be a slate color, so I'm just going to assign here 700, and then let's have some margin bottom. Okay, and now inside this I'll just be using this analysis result dot text analysis to be showcased in this popover content. Okay, so that is the thing, that is how we'll be using this popover to display if there is a analysis result after we talk to our analysis endpoint, which we are not yet calling it, which we will eventually call. Then you will see that result there. Okay, and here we see error because we'll have to pass in this corrections list. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in here this corrections if this exists, else we'll just pass in this empty list to it so that we don't face any typing issues. Okay, and yeah, and also now we have this confirm button here. Okay, so what I mean to say here is, after analyze thing, I'm just going to add in here one more button. So here just to confirm. Okay, so here this will be disabled. Okay, if it is analyzing. Okay, and let's just add the width to be 40 so that you don't occupy the whole screen. So sorry, it's going to be width, and on click for now let's not do anything. So I'm just going to call here empty function, and the text of this, it's going to be confirm, which you will know what is the purpose of this eventually. Okay, so that is the change. Okay, and if you wanted to test, okay, so since we are not since we are not making a call to this API, but you just wanted to test, what you can do is here you can, instead of this passing the corrections as empty list, you can have the sample examples for each field here. Like let's say you have here, I'll just showcase you one so that you can just go ahead and add it. I'm not going to add, so this field is for from, okay, and then the issue, so just describe what is the issue, and then the description about it, okay, so here, and then the finally the suggestion. So here, okay, like this you can just add in some examples for all of that, and take this and check it out, okay, but I'm not going to showcase this, okay, we'll directly see from the API call. Okay, so that is the thing. So if you just see also, I mean, let me just try to refresh this. You will not see any difference because we are not passing in any corrections thing. So once we pass in with that particular property name and all, you will see the just next to this label the tooltip icon, so where you can see the information from that. Okay, so that is what I just wanted to have, okay, showcased. Okay, so let's do one thing. Okay, I'm just going to we just added the dummy headers for the tooltip part and all. So instead that I just wanted to make a little styling for that. Okay, so because if you see here and I know you haven't seen that, okay, which I will showcase eventually. Okay, so if you just go to this the correction tooltip, okay, we are just wrapping inside this h3 and all. Okay, so instead that, okay, let's have some styling for each div. Okay, so that is, I'm just going to add some margins in either directions and all. Okay, so at the top as well and also in the bottom, let's add so that there'll be some space. And for the headers, okay, so let's make this to be a semi bold so that more emphasis will be laid on this. Okay, and let's add some margin left. Okay, and bottom. Okay, so this is all with a play and trial and play. These values you can just set these things. Okay, so and the color for this, I'm just going to have in here the slate color. Okay, so that is the thing for the header. So it's going to be, I mean, will be used for all the headers here. And for the content, okay, so let's give here the slate color, okay, which is 600. Okay, and let's have some padding in the x direction, and in y direction as well. I'm just going to have some padding, and the text size, let's make it to be smaller. And also let's have this background slate color, so lighter slate color, and let's make this to be rounded, and I'm just going to apply this leading snug. Okay, so just the line height for this. Okay, and the text, I'm just going to justify this. So this is the styling for p tag. Okay, so this is the thing. So maybe we can just apply the same thing. Okay, let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy this and just change those values. Okay, so here as well. Okay, so now here in place of this is going to be the description. Okay, here description, and also this is going to be the suggestion. You might be thinking I should have showcased it. We will okay, very quickly I'm just going to have it showcased. Okay, so here, okay, and also, I mean, for this main div maybe we can add some margins like we did for the above. Okay, so here let me just add in the x direction as well as in y direction. Okay, so here the same thing for this as well. For the suggestion, okay, I'm just going to add in here this margin top and bottom also, so you can just add y2 as well, so that doesn't make any big difference. Okay, and also in the scroll area object viewer. Okay, so if I just go to this here, I'm just going to add in here this this rounded, let's make large. Okay, and the padding in the all direction. Okay, fine, and So here in the verification pipeline, after this extracted data title, maybe we can add just one icon here. So here I'm just going to add in here the sparkles icon, okay, and let's just apply this styling for this. So if it's analyzing, okay, I'm just going to apply this opacity. So let's just set 100, okay, else let's have this opacity to 0, okay, and then let's add some width and height. I'm just going to apply auto, okay, and margin at the bottom, let's say 4, and transition, let's apply this transition opacity, okay, and duration let's for 500, and position let's just make this absolute, and right I'm just going to apply this 14, and in the top let's just apply this negative thing, okay, and I'm just going to close this icon, okay, fine. And also for this thing you can just add in the transition for this, okay. So here I'm just going to add in here this delay of 0.5 milliseconds, okay. And for pop over content also I'm just going to set the height as well, the same thing, okay. So here let's just set this height thing. So if this height is this much, and width also if you want, maybe it doesn't look good, so you can just change here, and I mean play with this numbers and add in here, okay. And also I am just going to add in here this overflow scrolling effect, so that if there is a more content we should provide an option to scroll and see the things, okay. Yeah, okay, so that is pretty much. And also yeah, so fine. So just we added some tooltip styling and for the analysis, okay. So okay, so now I wanted to, okay, let's do one thing. Let's just remove this return thing here, okay, and I'm just going to make a call and have a check how it's going to look. And also maybe if you want we can just add in here okay, fine. So let's just see now. I just wanted to see if it's working or if there is any issue, okay. So here is the thing, okay, and I'm just going to click on this, and we are trying to analyze, and this is a sparkles icon, okay. And yeah, okay, so here we have in here this pop content, and you can see here this is the thing that we did receive from the analysis endpoint that we have, okay. You can see here this is the textual analysis that we got from the analysis endpoint, and you see whichever was having an issue we added see if you remember, so if I just go here to this corrections thing, okay, we had it for the objects viewer. If these corrections that we are sending as any of this property, then we are displaying this correction tooltip component which we have created. So these are the issues that we did receive. So if you just hover here, you can see what is the incorrect category value, and also here the suggestion that we got from here, and all accordingly we can just make it changes here. So on just here, if you can see here the same thing, okay, here as well you will see the same issue description and suggestion, which is really pretty good, okay. This is how we'll be analyzing, and once it is done we'll showcase this textual analysis to be showcased. I mean clicking on this, it's just going to show overall the textual analysis that we got and what is it's missing and all, okay. So okay, fine. So at least you saw that now the issues for the total and all, okay, fine. So now like this we'll have to do it for the others thing as well, like invoices viewer, okay, and card statements viewer. Like this we will try to add, and we'll get the better analysis, and then we can correct this accordingly. Okay, so going back, okay, so what I wanted to do is, like we did create the object viewer, I just wanted to create the same for the invoices as well as the card statement. So first let's just try to create in here the component for invoices. So let's create the invoices viewer inside this components itself. So, okay, I'm just going to create in here this new file, invoices viewer.rtsx. Okay, and let me just copy all the things that we have written for the receipts viewer. Okay, and that we will tweak accordingly. So I can just copy this all things. Okay, and let's go to this invoices viewer. Okay, and here I just wanted to change this. So now in place of this receipts, it's going to be the invoices. So I'm just going to change this. Okay, invoices viewer, and here this verified receipt will become the verified invoice. Okay, maybe I can just select this receipt and change this to invoice. Okay, yeah, fine. Now the things that we'll have to make changes is the properties. Okay, so now here instead of this from it will be the invoice the number. So I will just change this to invoice number. Okay, and same this one, if this has the invoice number, I'm just going to have this in a showcase this tooltip. So same thing, wherever we have this from referred, I'll just change this. Okay, and also here this also I'm just going to change this to invoice number. Okay, and this ID from to invoice number, and this one, so instead of this verified receipt, it's going to become the invoice. Okay, same thing here, instead of receipt it's going to be invoice, and now here this is going to be the invoice number. Okay, and here this is going to be verified invoice dot invoice number. Okay, so that is the first property, and now next is the category. It's going to remain the same. Okay, so here we just have to change back this receipts. Okay, so here let me just select this. Okay, invoice. Okay, fine, and after this the we'll have the date. Okay, so I can just minimize this. Okay, and here we have here the from. This is again items. Okay, this is subtotal. Okay, fine. So we have this. So this one we will change this to date. Okay, so instead of this being the number, okay, I'll just change this to date. Okay, so here as well, let's just change here. So if this as the date, we'll showcase this tooltip. Okay, and here this ID, and also this now this type it's going to be date instead of the text. Okay, and the things that we'll have to change here, this setting the property. So instead of receipt, it's going to be invoice. Okay, so yeah, fine, yeah, that is the date. Okay, then after that we'll have this from as it is. Okay, I'm not just going to do anything for this. Okay, and here this time and all we'll just remove this. Okay, okay, and after this we'll have the div for name. Okay, from whom it has come. So I'll just remove this. Okay, we can maybe I can even remove this. Okay, let's do one thing. This one, after this date, I just wanted to remove this. Okay, let's keep this as it is for now. Okay, this is for date. Okay, okay, let's be this as it is. Okay, fine. After from I'll just add in the div for the name section. So I can just copy one of the things. Okay, so let me just take this div. I'm just taking this div. Okay, let me just minimize this and we can take this. I need input also, so I'll just take this. Let me just take this completely, this old div. Okay, and let's go here. Okay, fine. So after this from, okay, so in here I'm just going to use this here. So except that, we'll do some styling changes. Okay, so that is, I just wanted to instead of applying grid for this, okay, so let's just apply this rounded medium. Okay, and I have some border at the color. I'm just going to set this to, let's say 200. Okay, and let's have padding in the x direction and also in the y direction. I'm just going to apply this 3. Okay, lighter. Okay, and for this, let's just remove this dynamic styling whatever we have. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this. So instead I'm just going to make this display to be flex, and let's center the items, and gap let's be 1, and also some margin at the bottom. Okay, fine. So now here the label, it's going to be for the name. Okay, so I'm just going to change this HTML for, okay, this is going to be from name. Okay, so and also this one, let's just change this one to name. Okay, fine. And this correction, I'm just going to change this to from dot name. Okay, and this one too. So let's just change from dot name, and here we can just make some changes for this. Okay, so instead of we can apply the red color here. Okay, so rather than using the wrapper div, I can just apply here. So basically, if this corrections dot has this from dot name, okay, then I just wanted the text color to be red. Okay, so something like this, else we'll just have the regular slate color. Okay, so which is the 800. Okay, and I just wanted to have some margin, negative margin at the top, so that there will be some space. Okay, so that is the thing. Okay, fine. And here now the ID, it's going to be the from name. Okay, and the type, it's going to remain the same thing. And here instead of this invoice number, we just have to update this from property. So here whatever we have in the existing verified invoice dot from. Okay, so I'm just going to have this, and this will set it to name property. Okay, so fine, that's how we'll be updating. And this one, it's going to be the from dot name. Okay, and after this I'll just copy this thing. Okay, let's just copy the whole thing. Okay, for this, right after this, I'm just going to have this div for address thing. So let's just paste this. Okay, so now in place of this name, we will display the address. Okay, so wherever we have this name, so I can just maybe select all of them. Okay, and here I'm just going to change this to address. Let me just, so this is going to be the address. Okay, and here let me just capitalize this, and here as well. So the address, so this is for the address of field. Okay, and here the ID, it's going to be the from address, and the type, it's going to remain the same text. Okay, and this is going to remain same, except that so here we are updating the address property of the from object, and here as well. So this is going to be address. Okay, that's for address. And same thing like we had for from and all. So here this thing. Okay, maybe I can just take this whole part. Okay, so this was for a from thing. Okay, and this is, so let's just have the same thing. Okay, so I'm just going to take this, and also I just don't want this grid columns, and also I just leave this empty. Okay, styling, and let's just copy here the same thing. Okay, so here we'll have to make changes accordingly for the to section. So this is the div. Okay, so now wherever we see the from thing, okay, we will just replace this with the to thing. Okay, okay, so here in place of from, so we'll just add in here to. Okay, and this is going to be the to label. Okay, and here wherever we have this from name, the label, so here, so I'm just going to change this to 2. Okay, and the label, it's going to be the name itself, so we don't have to change that. Okay, and here now the input, So this is going to be, instead of from name, it's going to be to name. Okay, and also here instead of setting for the from object, I'll be changing it to object. Okay, so rest it's going to remain same and same thing. So wherever we have this from, I'm just going to replace this with the to thing. Okay, so okay, and also here I think I just forgot to update this, so this is going to be the to thing. Okay, fine, and this is also, it's going to be 2, and the value, or this is going to be this 2 dot name. Okay, and here it's going to be the 2 dot address. Maybe make sure that you don't miss the changes from to you don't miss even one single place, so that it might not affect our forms updates. Okay, fine. So that is the to section. Okay, so we added till the address. Okay, and then the next, whatever the items we have. Okay, this is going to be the same, except that wherever we have this receipts. Okay, I'm just going to update this. Okay, so here this is going to be the invoice. Okay, and here there will be no quantity, it's just going to be the amount. Okay, description and amount. Okay, and this then it's going to be the same, except that we'll have to change here the verified invoice. Okay, and also we just wanted to change this receipt wherever we see to invoice. Okay, fine, and this is for the description, and we don't have for the quantity. Okay, I can just remove this completely. Okay, so here this div, let me just remove this, the thing. Okay, and also here let's just make this to occupy whole width. Okay, since we don't have that thing. Okay, and here now we'll just change this receipts to invoice. Okay, so here fine, yeah, and the button thing, so this one I'm just going to change this to invoice. Okay, that is to delete thing. Okay, and so here now, instead of this subtotal and all, here what we'll be having is the currency and the total amount due sections. Okay, so what we can do is we'll just make changes to the subtotal. In place of that, I'm just going to replace that with the currency. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to replace that with the currency thing. Okay, and here let's just capitalize this. Okay, and also here in place of this receipts, okay, I can just replace this with the invoice. Okay, so that was for currency. Okay, and now the this one, it's going to be the total amount due. So instead of this tax, I'm just going to replace these with the total amount due. Okay, so we can just have this as, okay, this total amount due. Okay, and here the title alone. So I'm just going to change this to title case. Okay, total amount due. Okay, so that is the thing, and here we just have to change this one. Let's just change back to invoice. Okay, and the other divs we can just remove this, we no longer need. Okay, so fine. So this is the invoices viewer. Okay, and make sure that you have not missed the changes even in the single place. Maybe there might be some misses with the UIs or anything, so we can come back to this later and all. Okay, and you can just remove whichever you're not using in the imports. Okay, and this is the invoices viewer. Okay, yeah, and also I just wanted to separate the receipts viewer also into different files, so that we'll have the a separate file for each view. So I'm just going to create in here the receipts viewer as well. So I'll just move this function to this place. Okay, that's not much change. Okay, so here let me just take this receipts viewer. Okay, let's go to this object viewer. So whatever we had selected, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and here let's just use this. Okay, fine, that's it. Okay, and now here we can just remove everything related to the this function we have. Okay, I'll just remove this. Okay, and also whatever we are not using, we can just remove this completely. And now for the receipts viewer, we will just import this one. So I just have to export that. Okay, so this one, yeah, so I'm just going to export this function. Okay, and then now we can just import this. Okay, fine. And also here whatever things we are not using, I can just remove this. Okay, the all the properties that I was referring to, the imports. Yeah, and this is the the object viewer. So we now we added only for if the category is receipts, we are showcasing that. So we can just go ahead and do the same for the receipts viewer, and maybe this we are exporting it. Okay, so here after this I'm just going to add in here, if this category is equals to the invoices, then I'm just going to have that component showcase, which is the invoices viewer. Okay, so why is this, where is this invoices? Okay, so here I'm just going to export this invoices viewer. So let's go back here, so I can just import this. Okay, and for this the verified invoice, I'm just going to pass in this JSON. Same thing, the set verified invoice, this set verified JSON callback function, and then the corrections, it's going to be the same corrections map. Okay, so this is the showcase of for the invoices. We will see this in the UI part later, so it's going to be pretty much same as the receipts, except that properties will be changed. Okay, so yeah, that is the thing. Okay, and now and also here in the verification pipeline, so we were showcasing the content in this popover. So I just wanted to restrict here max height to be this much and not to exceed more than this. Okay, and this we can just adjust here this height to be auto for this. Okay, fine. Yeah, so now we just added the receipts viewer. Same way we will go ahead and try to add this card statement viewer as well. So let's just create here the new component. Okay, so I can so I'll not show much here. So basically here, instead of this receipt, will have the invoice, and the properties that will be displaying will be little different than what we have. So we you just saw what properties we did add. Okay, so those will be showcased, so that's not going to be big deal. We'll see it later point, okay, but not right away immediately. So here I'm just going to create the new component for card statements. Okay, so here let me just add in this card statement viewer. Okay, so this one also we will create the new component. Okay, so like we did for the invoices viewer, maybe I can just we'll just have the I'll just copy the same whatever we have here, okay, from this receipts viewer. Okay, and I'll just make tweaks accordingly for this card statements. Okay, so first thing, we'll change the component name. Okay, so this is going to be the card statement viewer. Okay, so here this card statement viewer. Okay, so now wherever we have this receipt, okay, I'm just going to change this. So for now let's just change here. Okay, so this we will change this to card statement. Okay, fine. So first the thing that will be having is the date. Okay, so I just let me just minimize all the divs we have. Okay, this is for number. Okay, and this is for from thing, this is for items, and this is for subtotal and currency. Okay, so this will have the properties date and then the issuer. Okay, so I'm just give you overview of the properties that will have, then the recipient. Okay, and the credit card. Okay, and then the transactions. Okay, and finally I'm just going to have the currency. Okay, then nothing but the total amount you want. So that would be most of it. Okay, so let's try to make changes one by one. Okay, so first thing is the date. Okay, and also here I just I'm not going to here have this grid of 4 rows. Okay, I'm just going to remove that. Okay, and here first thing, instead of from here we'll be having in here the date section. So I'll just make changes. Okay, so here this from thing, so this is going to be the date property. Okay, and the label, it's going to be the date. And here while we are trying to update, so instead of this receipt, okay, so this is going to be the card statement. Okay, and here in place of this from, it's going to be date. Okay, yeah, and also this is for date. Okay, so this is first div change. Okay, so the date is done, so I'll just minimize this. And the next thing is for the issuer. Okay, so instead of this category, I'm just going to replace all this with the issuer. Okay, so let's just replace this with the issuer. Okay, and will not have this the issuer label and all. Okay, and after this I'm just going to have this name. Okay, so let me just completely remove this select thing, so it's not the options that user will be trying to select. Okay, and also here after this issuer, okay, I'm just going to have the div for name section. Okay, and also here the styling for this, instead of applying this grid columns, okay, I just wanted to add in here the so here inside this, so wherever I'm just going to remove this one too. Okay, so here just below this I'll just add this thing. Okay, let me just copy this whole part. Okay, and here I'm just going to have it this one. So in place of the this issuer, I'm just going to, okay, did I change first part? Okay, okay, date is still there, so no need to worry about that. This is for issuer. Okay, fine. So now in place of this number we'll have this name. Okay, before even going there, okay, I just wanted to have this thing applied here. Okay, so I can just remove this. Let me just remove this and use this utility. Okay, and utilize this, and also I'm just going to add in same the negative margin at the top. Okay, yeah, fine. So here, and also for this, let me just remove this dynamic styling, and I'm just going to add in same thing like we did for rounded medium, and add some border. Okay, and here the color for this, some slate color, and padding in the x direction, and in y direction I'm just going to add some 3. Okay, fine. And this label and the this thing, I just wanted to wrap this inside one more div. Okay, so here let me just make this to be flex. Okay, and let's center this items, and let's have the gap of 1 and margin bottom 1. Okay, and here let me just take this, and we'll use this. I'm just going to copy these things. Okay, and I can just use this here. Okay, fine. And this one will have to change now. So instead of this number, it's going to be the issuer dot name. Okay, so here let me just change this to issuer dot name. Okay, so this label I'll just going to keep this as name itself. Okay, so because there is already the header, the issuer, so which clearly conveys that it is the name of the issuer. Okay, and now the this one input thing, I'm just going to move this up. Okay, so I can just take this, and here I'm just going to have this. So this one, instead of this id being the number, it's going to be now the issuer name. Okay, and the type, it's going to be the text itself. So here, instead of receipt, we'll just replace this with the card statement. Okay, and also here we'll just have to change this one to name property. So here as well, let me just change this to name. Okay, sorry, this will be the issuer dot name. Okay, fine. And the other thing is for the address. Okay, the issuer address and all. Okay, so maybe we have this here where is that address thing? Okay, I can just take it from here. Okay, let's okay, fine. Fine, so after this input I'm just going to have the one more thing. Okay, so I can just take this whole div. Okay, and this input. Okay, so let me just have this. So right below this, here I'm just going to have this address. Okay, so let's quickly replace this name with the address. Okay, so here I'm just going to replace this with the address. Okay, and here let's just make this as title case. Okay, and here I'm just going to change this to address. I know there is a lot of changes, but that's how it works for if you wanted different views and different properties for each section. But this is not much new at all. So we did for the other things, we are just making changes according to this particular view. Okay, fine. And here we just have to instead of this name, it's going to be now the address. Okay, and here this is going to be issuer dot address. Okay, fine. And yeah, so that was the thing. And now next is the recipient. Okay, so same thing. Okay, so here whatever the div we have, okay, so this whole div I'll just take this. Okay, and have it here for the same thing. So let's just, so now in place of this issuer we'll have to replace this with the recipient. Okay, uh, let's just change this. So wherever we have this issuer, okay, it's just going to be the recipient. Okay, so that is the only change. Okay, so here I'm just going to replace this with the recipient. So if you just go here, okay, yeah, and let's this one first thing, instead of just being the so pretty much, okay, it's going to be the same except that we changed. Okay, so I'm just going to minimize this thing. So this first div was for the issuer, and this is for the recipient, and next is for the credit card thing. Okay, so basically here this also, it's going to be having the name of the credit card and the holder. Okay, and number of that. Okay, and some properties which we'll have. Okay, so for that I'm just going to add just like we did. Okay, so here let's just make some changes to the here I can just take the whole div inside this. Okay, so basically yeah, on this div I can just take this. Okay, so right after this I'm just going to have this for let's do one thing. Okay, so whatever we have, I'm just going to copy this, and we'll make changes accordingly for credit card. Okay, so same thing. So this is the beginning of this. Okay, so now here instead of this recipient, it's going to be the credit card. Okay, so I'm just going to change this. So here this is going to be credit card. Okay, and the name I'm just going to change this to title case. Okay, so this is the label, and then if there is any correction, that is the thing. And now here the instead of this recipient dot name, it is going to be the credit card dot name. Okay, and yeah, and also this one, the here instead of this recipient name, I'm just going to change this to credit card name. Okay, and here we will update the credit card object, so which will have in here this few properties. So I'm just going to keep the other properties as it is, and here we'll update the respective property here, this name. So here I'm just going to update this. Okay, and we can just remove this. Okay, this is the updation of the credit card name section. Okay, and here this value, it's going to be this credit card dot name. Okay, fine. And now the after this this is the credit card holder. Okay, so the name of that. Okay, so I can just change this to the credit card holder. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to credit card dot holder. Okay, and here in place of this address label, so this is going to be the holder. Okay, and here the ID of this, I'm just going to change this to credit card holder. So let me just change this, and so here wherever we have this holder, I mean, make sure that HTML4 is matching to the ID of the input. Okay, so if we have missed somewhere, you can just make changes again. Okay, so that you don't see any issues. Okay, fine. So now on this one, this is going to be the holder. Okay, in place of this address. And here the same thing, I'll just I can just copy this. So here instead of this name, we will just update the holder value. So here I can just change this name to the holder value. Okay, so fine. And also here yeah, we just changed this already. Fine, so that was for this. So after this we will try to add in the label for number. Okay, so I can just copy this whole thing. Okay, so let me just copy this whole part. Okay, and right after this I'm just going to paste this. Okay, so here now the number of the card. Okay, so I can just change this. Okay, so here wherever we have here holder. Okay, I'm just going to change this first. Let's just change here to the number. Okay, and here the label, let me just change this to title case. Okay, fine. And here now instead of this holder, we'll be just updating the number value, and also here in place of this holder will be just showcasing here the number, the changes that we have will be putting into that. Okay, so this is the I can just minimize this one too. Okay, so we can just go and try to minimize this. Here this is for the okay this is okay, fine. So this is for the card. Okay, and next thing is for the the transactions. Okay, so that one let me just remove these two things. Okay, so those were whatever we got from the receipts. Okay, so after this, okay, here for in the collapsible section we will try to showcase the list of the transactions. Okay, so wherever we have these items, I'm just going to change this to transactions. Okay, so here let me just have this check if this corrections as transactions, then we'll make this color as a red. Okay, and here in place of this items, now the text would be nothing but this transactions. Okay, and here as well let me just change this to transactions. Okay, so I can just copy this. Okay, and add the same here. Okay, fine. And now in here wherever we're trying to update the receipt, okay, so I'm just changing this to card statement. Okay, so here instead of this items, it's going to be now the transactions list. Okay, so here as well I'm just going to change this to transactions, and here this is going to be name, category and amount. So name, and this instead of this quantity it's going to be the category. Okay, fine, and the rest it's going to be same. So here in place of this item I'm just going to change this to transaction, add transaction. Okay, and the so here now instead of this receipt it's going to be the card statement. Okay, and so this will have the instead of this item I can just change this to transaction. Okay, transaction thing. Okay, and now we'll have to change this. Okay, first is here the wherever we have this item thing. Okay, so basically here the layout ID and all, so we'll just have to I'm just going to make this to be consistent, so I'm just changing this from item to the transaction. Okay, fine, and here as well let me just change this to transaction. Okay, and now here the values. Okay, so on change and all, so here in place of this item, so this is going to be new transactions. Okay, and this one it's going to be the verified card statement dot the transactions. Okay, and now I can just replace this items with this transactions. Okay, fine, and here this verified card statement. Okay, and this is going to be the card statement, and here this the transactions. Okay, so I can just update this with the new transactions list above, so this one. Okay, and value it's going to be nothing but this transaction dot description. Okay, fine, and we will not have any quantity here, so maybe I'll just instead of that we'll be having the category. So for that, okay, I'm just going to let's do something, this width, let's make this to be 2/3 of the width, okay, and this one I'm just going to have this to be no 3/5 of the this 2/3, okay. And here now in place of this item index quantity, so this is going to be the transactions index category, okay. So I'll just change this to category, okay, and this is going to be the category, okay. So here I can just copy this, do the same, the ID for this, okay. And here so in place of this input we'll have the select thing, so this will be completely replaced, okay, with the select component, okay. So what we will do, so right after this label I'm just going to add in this select component, okay. So here this on value change, okay. So let's get this value, here I'm just going to update this verified card statement. So whatever we have existing card statement value, I'm just going to have that, and here the category will be updated, okay. And for this the default value, okay, so I'm just going to have the default value with whatever we have in this transaction dot category value, okay. Fine. And inside this let's add the trigger and the content section. So trigger, let's just give full width and height of 8. So here I'm just going to have here the select value component, okay. So let's just a placeholder, I'm just going to give here it as select a category, okay. Fine. So outside this trigger, let me just have this select content, okay. So now we will just use this card statements schema dot properties, okay, and the transactions, then the items, okay, and here the properties dot category dot we have the enum, okay, and I'm just going to iterate through that, okay, and try to get this category. So here, and then these each will be displaying in this select item, okay. So here this key, it's going to be the category, okay, and value it's going to be the category, okay. So here I'm just going to add in this category, okay. Fine. So this is the select part for the category section, okay. And yeah, and now we can just remove this complete this input part, okay. Fine. That was for category, and next is for the amount, okay. So here I'm just going to change this to transaction, and this one too. So let's just change this to transaction index amount, okay. And yeah, now here instead of this new items, okay, so this is going to be this new transactions, okay. And this one will be this verified card statement dot transactions, okay. So it's just a lot of, I know, the changes that we are making, okay. Fine. And this one, so this will be nothing but this new transaction of index dot amount, okay. And this one in verified receipt, it will be the verified card statement, okay. And this one also, so let me just change this to card statements, and this is going to be the transactions, okay. And I'm just going to have this new transactions replaced, and this is going to be the transaction dot amount, okay. Fine. So that is the for the amount update, okay. And finally, okay, so here I'm just going to for the button thing, okay, let me just copy this whole part, okay, and here I'm just going to paste this here, and so the new transactions, okay, and here instead of this signing here, we'll just splice one value, okay. So here I'm just going to splice one value, and we will just update the same, okay. So that is it, okay, and rest it's going to be the same, okay. And this one last part, okay, we'll just have the currency thing, okay. So here I'm just going to subtotal one, let me I mean the tax one. Let's do one thing. I think in the receipts viewer I have for the currency, right? So I'll just take that, okay. Sorry, in the invoices viewer, okay. So here, yeah, this one I can just take this div the for the currency thing. Maybe we can just use that, okay, and discard the others thing inside this, okay. This whole part I'll just going to remove this, okay. Okay, maybe I just removed this div as well, okay, fine. So inside this I'll just update the currency thing. So basically here it's going to be pretty much the currency, but instead of this invoice we just have to use this card statement, okay. And here this will be the verified card statement, and we'll be just updating the currency value. So this one too, I'm just going to update this currency value, okay. Then the after this the total amount due, so that also I can just take from this invoices, okay. So here let me just copy this whole due part, okay, this card statement, okay. So right after this due I'm just going to add in here the same the total amount due, okay, except that we'll have to change this to card statement. So fine, and this is going to be mostly it, okay. Okay, fine. So this is the card statement viewer component. So now we'll have to fit in this component. I know there is lot of things we added here, but we just added property, not much of a change, okay. So now we'll use this here. So if this category is the credit card, okay, so basically this is going to be this, okay, this credit card statements, okay. Then I'll be using this card statements viewer, okay. So here we'll be passing verified card statement, the JSON, okay, same thing. So here this set verified card statement, so I'm just going to set this verified JSON, okay. And then the correction, so I'll just pass in this corrections map, okay. So fine, so this is going to be the component, okay. So fine, and yeah, this is the pretty much how we try to accommodate the you can say the new things, okay. And also here the card statement schema. So if we just go here for the card thing, okay, in the properties section, okay. So this I'm just going to change this to description, okay. That's what we had it in our component, okay. And here this required also I'm just going to change this to description, okay. So yeah, so this is the thing. So this is the card statement viewer, and we have accommodated that as well. So that is pretty much it. So now let's what we'll do is, next we'll see that view. Okay, so if you want, I'll showcase that. We already saw for the receipt, so same thing, it's just the same category should be the either of that, and we'll see those fields respectively in the after we do analysis part. Next we'll try to add the each category of document as something like a relational model in our database schema, so that we'll keep track of that also. So let's do that. Okay, and small correction here in the on change in the select section of card statements viewer. So I just wanted to set in here the new transactions, get that. Okay, so here no big change. So the way we are trying to update, I'll just change that thing. Okay, so here let me just get this verified card statement dot transactions. Okay, and then for that new transaction of that index, I'm just going to set this category whatever we are selecting, and then instead of just updating this category, I'm just going to update this transactions with the new transactions. Okay, so that's a small change. Okay, and also in the extraction step, okay, so the same we had here in this extraction step. Okay, the updations. Okay, so we are trying to set this updating value here to true and then false here. So rather than here, I just wanted to keep this updating as soon as we click on the button. Okay, so that is, if you just go here, yeah, this one, I wanted to set here this set updating to true here. Okay, and then after everything okay, this false, it's going to fine. And same thing here for the failed also. Okay, so here I'm just going to change this, add this updating to true. So it's nothing, just the way we are trying to set this particular value here in this on click, so that we'll have good user experience. Okay, if not it'll be good only, but just improving the same. Okay, so fine. So now let's jump on to adding the each category in our schema. So here let me just minimize all of that. Okay, and if you just go to your Prisma, the schema, so here what we will do here now is we will create the models for each of the things, that is for receipt, okay, then the invoice, and then the card statement. So models for each category, and then we will attach that relation to our user table. Okay, so first I will try to write one the model for receipt, then you will understand that. Okay, so here let's this model is for receipt. Okay, so this will have this ID. Okay, and then the string. Okay, and then let's make this to be primary unique ID. Okay, and default I'm just going to have. So this is going to have the properties, first the user ID to which this receipt belongs to. Okay, and then the extraction ID, so that there is relation between extraction and the receipt. Okay, then the object path. Okay, so here this is going to be the string, the number. Okay, and this is going to be string, and I'm just going to make this as optional. Then the category. Okay, so here this category, it's going to be string, and let's make this also optional. So here this date, this is going to be date time. Okay, and then the time. Okay, so this is going to be a string. Then from, okay, So the this is going to be the string. Okay, so basically if you just recall whatever we had it in that form of each viewer, so that we're trying to add as the properties or the columns in this table. Okay, then the tags. Okay, so here let's this also it's going to be float. Okay, then the tip. Okay, so this is also a float. Okay, then the total I'm just going to have this also the type to be float. Then the items. Okay, this items it's going to be a list of again for this also it's better if we try to add one model. Okay, which I will add. Okay, so for now, okay, let's leave this. And then the created at, and this one I can just take here. Okay, so created at and updated at. Okay, and then the relation to the user table. Okay, so here I'm just going to field is the user ID of this. It's going to reference the ID of that user table. Okay, so this items it's going to be again one more model. So I'm just going to name this as the receipt item. Okay, so let's just have this model as receipt item. So this ID. Okay, so string I'm just going to make this to be unique ID. So I'm just going to have this. Okay, then the receipt ID. So here I'm just going to have this receipt ID at the relation to the above model. Okay, then the description of this, the properties of this item. So this is going to be a string. Okay, and the quantity. So here this quantity it's going to be of type float. Then the amount, so again this is going to be a float. Okay, then here we'll have to have the relation to our receipt model. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this receipt ID reference the ID of our receipts table. So now this items I can just attach this to be of receipt item array. Okay, fine. And also here we need to add this. That's the reason we are seeing this issue. So here in the user table. Okay, so I just have to add in here many receipts. Okay, so that is the receipt array. So now the error is gone. Okay, fine. So this is the model for a receipt and receipt item. So same way we'll try to have for the invoice and the card statement. So here this model is for the invoice. Okay, so this will have obviously the same ID string. Okay, and default I'm just going to have in here this unique ID generator. Okay, this user ID, this is going to be this is going to be pretty same, the relation to the user table and the extraction table. Okay, and then the object path. Okay, so here the string, then the invoice number, which is going to be a string. Okay, and I'm just going to make whatever we're expecting from the endpoint of the analysis, making sure that these are optional. Maybe sometimes we might not receive, that's the reason. Okay, and here this date. Okay, so this is going to be date time, and then the from name, so the string, and the from address. Okay, so this is going to be a string again, then to name, the string. Okay, then to address, string, then the item, so which we will have the same way of the invoice item. Okay, and then the currency. Okay, so this is going to be a string again, the total amount due. So here this column, this is going to be of type string. Sorry, let's make this to be float. Okay, and the created at and updated at, I'm just going to have this thing. Okay, so we can just take the relation also. We will have these references, this same thing. Okay, fine. And let's have this invoice item. Okay, so here this id, so the string. Okay, so default, let's just have this unique id. Okay, and this will be referencing the above table invoice id. Okay, and then the description, so here this is going to be of type string. Okay, and then the amount, which is the float, and then the relation to above table. So I'm just going to add in here this invoice, so it just references the id of the table, the invoice id. So we can just change this to be small letter. Okay, so that consistent naming convention. Okay, and here this references id of this table. So now here I can just have this invoice item array. Okay, fine. And yeah, so and also here I'm just going to add in the same way like we did the invoice. Okay, fine. Yeah, so like last thing left is for us is the card statement. So let's quickly add the same for card statement. So here maybe let's do one thing. So I'm just going to copy this thing and we'll change this names and all accordingly. Okay, so here this model, it's going to be the card statement. Okay, and yeah, id. Okay, so id extraction object path. Okay, so now here instead of this invoice number, okay, we will just change this here. So here first thing is the issuer name, so here which is going to be string. Okay, and then the issuer address, so here I can just remove this whatever we don't want. Okay, so I'll just change this to I mean we can change this to issuer and all. Okay, so this is going to be the issuer address. Okay, and then the recipient name and recipient address, so I can just change this. Okay, so here this is going to be the recipient name and recipient address. Okay, and then credit card name, those things should be added, so I'll just add those things. So here this credit card name, so this is going to be string, and then the credit card holder, so let's just have this string type. Okay, and then finally the number of the credit card. Okay, so this is also I'm just going to store it as a string. Okay, and then the date. Okay, so here this is going to be date time. Okay, and then the transaction, so this is again going to be this card transaction model which I will create. Okay, and then the currency. Okay, then the total amount due, created at. Okay, and updated at, and the relation to this thing. Okay, so now let's just change this model name to the card transaction. Okay, card transaction. Okay, and here this one, it's going to be the card statement id. So here card statement id and the description. Okay, and then the amount. Okay, and we'll have this category. Okay, so this is going to be a string, and now this references this card statement id to this id. Okay, and here this one should be changed here to this card statement. Okay, so this is going to be statement. Okay, fine. And the other thing is we'll have to add in the user table. Okay, so here fine, so I'm just going to add in the last thing, which is the card statement. So I'm just going to have this card statement. Okay, fine. So this is going to be the models for each of the things. Maybe we can just migrate this. Okay, so I will just try to migrate this. Let's just go to this section. Okay, so npm Prisma migrate dev, and here I'm just going to give the name for this to be added category models. Okay, so we can just change here to added category models. Okay, so let's try to migrate this. Okay, so we should see this migration. Okay, so now we have all the see, if you can see here, this is the thing, and this is the things that we added. So the receipt item, invoice, and card statement. So this is what the schema of the table is changed. So this should be in sync now. Okay, so the models will be reflected in our DB. So reflected already, so no need to worry about that. And now here let's try to add one endpoint, which is going to help us save all these details into particular models that we have created once we click on the confirm section in this verification pipeline. So if you just I wanted to show this. So basically, so once we click on this confirm, we'll try to save all these details into the respective models which we have just created. Okay, so for that I'm just going to create one API endpoint for that. Okay, so in the verification let's just create in here the new folder called the verification. Okay, and in here I'm just going to create in here the new route for that. So this is going to be post. Okay, basically you can just copy one of this thing and then we'll make changes. Okay, so here is the thing. So now we'll be this is, let's try to get the user ID first. Okay, so this is going to be pretty standard session and all. So first is, let me get the user ID. Okay, using this session. Okay, sorry, session dot user dot ID. Okay, so and from the request body, so I'll just try to get this unique ID and the JSON, that is what will be expected to be passed on to this endpoint. Okay, so this request thing, so if neither of them is present, okay, so basically this is going to be pretty standard. Okay, so if the param that we are expecting is not present in the body, so we'll just kind of throw that the things that I'm expecting isn't present, so we can just send away in this next response.json, and here I'm just going to attach in the error. Okay, so error as something like no unique ID or the JSON provided. Okay, and the status, I'm just going to send it here as the 400 bad request. Okay, fine. And now let's just initialize this JSON object, okay, to null. Okay, so here let's try to handle this in try catch block. So this JSON object, I'm just going to parse the JSON that we receive from the body to thing. Okay, and if anything goes wrong, we are not able to parse it, so I'll just handle that in this catch block. Okay, so basically maybe I can just copy this and let's just change the message thing. So here we can just say invalid JSON provided. Okay, fine. So this is the thing, and now if everything okay, fine. So first let's try to get the extraction ID. So here this Prisma dot extraction. So find this unique based upon the ID that we receive. So here we will query based on this ID. So this is going to give us the extraction detail. So once we have, so I'm just going to have this data variable. So let's initially set this to null. So based upon this category that we get from this extraction, so here this extraction dot category. So here, if for each case we'll have to handle, so if it is a category, then the data that we will want would be that we wanted to create would be different. So that, and again we'll have to insert into our receipt table. Okay, let's handle that. So here let's await Prisma dot so receipt. Okay, we just added, so sometime it doesn't reflect. Okay, so receipt dot create. Okay, and here this data we will have to add in this extraction ID, the thing which is the unique ID. Okay, and all the properties which we had it. So user ID, so this is going to be this user unique ID, then the object path. So object path, it's going to be the extraction dot the object path, and then the number. Okay, so this number will be getting from the JSON object. So JSON object dot number, and the other properties category, this JSON object dot category, then the date. So I'm just going to create here a new date object using this JSON object dot date, and let's convert this to ISO or string. Okay, and then the time. Okay, so here this time. Okay, so this is going to be this JSON object dot time, and then the from. So this JSON object dot from. So this all will be saving it from the JSON that we are receiving as the input for this API endpoint. Okay, and then the subtotal. So you just witness these properties that we just added into our model, right? Okay, so that is what we're trying to fill with the data for a particular scenario. Okay, so here subtotal, and then the tags. Okay, so here JSON object dot tags tip. Okay, so here this JSON object dot tip. Okay, and the total. So I'm just going to update this total, then the items. Okay, items again, this is going to be, we'll have to create this one, this JSON object items. Okay, let's, if there is, we'll have to map this through this and get the item. Okay, so once we get we'll have to get the description. Okay, so here item dot description, and then the quantity. Okay, so here this is going to be item dot quantity. Okay, then the amount. So here this is going to be this item dot amount. Okay, so once we have this, okay, so this is how we'll be trying to create this. So if everything goes well, we'll handle in this try thing. So if not in this catch block. Okay, so I'm just going to handle, so maybe we can just console the error and check. Okay, and I can just send in here this something, the error message, something like, you know, the receipt not created. Okay, bad data or something like this. Okay, and that is the thing. Okay, so that was for just the scenario of the receipt. Okay, so we have to handle for other cases. Okay, so after this, for the invoices. Okay, so this is for invoices. Okay, and okay, what is the issue here for case receipts? Okay, this has to be receipts. Okay, receipts, and I'm just going to handle this. Okay, let me just minimize this. So here I'm just going to handle this inside this. Okay, fine. And this we can just move this up here. Yeah, fine. So now for the invoices, same way. So let's try to handle the same thing in this try catch block. Here this data, so Prisma dot the invoice table, so invoice dot create. So here this data, so this user ID, extraction ID, object path, it's going to be pretty much the same. So I can just take this here. Okay, and after this the invoice number. Okay, so this invoice number will be getting it from the JSON object, so which is the invoice number. Okay, fine. And then the date, so here I'm just going to have in here it has converted to ISO string. So here this JSON object dot this date. Okay, so I'm just going to convert this to ISO string. And then the category, so here I'm just going to have this as a JSON object dot category. Okay, and then the from name, so here this is going to be this from dot name. Then the address to name. Okay, so this is going to be from address. Then the JSON object dot from dot address. Okay, and the same thing I can just copy. Okay, let's do. Okay, so to name, this JSON object dot to dot name, and this to address. Okay, so here this JSON object dot to dot address. Okay, then the currency, so JSON object dot this currency. Okay, and then the total amount due, so this is going to be this JSON object dot total amount due. Okay, and then the items, so here let's just create here this JSON object dot this items. Okay, let's check whether first we have this or not, so then let's get this item. So for now, for typing issue, I'm just going to specify here any, and here let's get this description using this item dot description. Okay, so then the amount, so here this amount is going to be this item dot amount. So this is the thing. Okay, so if something went wrong, so we'll handle that inside this catch block. Okay, so here I can just copy the same here. So let me just copy this and say that invoice not created. Okay, bad data. Okay, so now okay, and after this let's just break from this. Okay, and finally the last case, which is the credit card statements. Okay, so here this one also same way we'll try to handle this inside this try catch block. So await Prisma dot card statement dot create. Okay, so here this data, so I'll just copy these three things. Okay, so here this extraction ID, user ID, and then object path. Okay, so here next is the issuer name. So here issuer name will be getting it from the JSON object dot the issuer dot name. Okay, then the issuer address. Okay, so here this JSON object dot issuer dot address. Okay, and then the recipient name, so this is going to be the JSON object dot recipient dot name. Okay, so here next is the recipient address, JSON object dot recipient dot address. Okay, then this credit card number. Okay, so I mean, let's have this first, the credit card name, so which is the JSON object dot this credit card dot name. Okay, then the credit card holder, so here this JSON object dot credit card dot holder. Okay, and then finally this credit card number, so here this is going to be this JSON object dot credit card dot number. Okay, fine. And then the date. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this date. Okay, so this again this is from JSON object dot date to, let's just have this to ISO string currency. Okay, so here this currency, I'm just going to have this to be JSON object dot currency. Okay, and then the total amount due, so this one also JSON object dot this total amount due. Okay, and finally this transactions list. Okay, so here this I'm just going to create in here using this JSON object dot transactions list. Okay, so again we'll just iterate through this and get the each transaction. Okay, so I'm just going to specify here this type to be any, and here let's just get this description, category and amount. Okay, so here this transaction dot description. Okay, and then the category, so here this transaction dot category. Okay, and then the amount. Okay, so this is going to be transaction dot amount. So this is the thing. Okay, so in the catch block, okay, so here let's throw this error. Okay, I mean I can just copy this thing, this message, and I'll just replace this invoice with the credit card statement. Okay, so here I can just say here this as the card statement not created. Okay, so that is something, and then after this I'll just try to break from here. Okay, fine. And then finally the let's try to first minimize these things. Okay, so that it will be better clear for us. Okay, so fine. And here I'm just going to minimize this. Okay, so after this okay, here we should unwrap this also in this braces so that it will be better. So I can just handle that here. Okay, fine. So let me now, I can just minimize this. Okay, fine. So finally this default case. Okay, so here in this default thing, so we are just going to return sorry, let me copy this. Okay, and we will just try to return in here that the invalid category provided to us, and we couldn't identify any of the three above. Okay, so here I'm just going to say that invalid category provided, and here let's just throw this internal server error code. Okay, fine. So that is the thing. So this is all will be handled inside this switch case. So if this not data isn't we don't see any thing, so here I'm just going to reply that data not created thing. Okay, so here let's just send this thing as data not created, and status code will send back 400. Okay, if there is a data, then we will get this the updated the extraction. So here using this Prisma dot extraction. Okay, so we will update this. Okay, so where we will query based upon this unique ID that we have. Okay, and then the user ID, which is the user UUID, okay, and then status. Okay, so this will be in the status of to verify. Okay, so here this status dot to verify, and here we will provide in here this data. Okay, so the JSON data, and then the status, I'll just update this status to processed. Okay, so this is how we'll be updating the status in this extraction table along with the JSON or data. Okay, so after this, if this the updated, we don't find any updated extraction account, okay, then I'm just going to reply back saying that, you know, extraction not found or not updated, something like that. Okay, so here this extraction not found, okay, or not updated. Okay, so that is the thing, and we can just remove all of this thing. So whatever I had, okay, so I'm just going to remove this thing. So here finally, if everything goes well, so we will just return saying that, okay, with the message that process finished. Okay, if not along with the status as 201, that is created successfully and all. Okay, yeah, so this is the thing, and whatever we are not using, you can just remove this. So this is how we try to, you know, update our particular model based on the category we receive, and then also update the same in the extraction table, and then finally return if everything goes well. So this is the endpoint which is going to help us do this. So now we have this endpoint in place, but we'll have to handle that inside this verification pipeline component. So if you just go to this component section, and here this verification pipeline, so let me first create here the one function here. Okay, so I'm just making this as asynchronous, and let me name this as something like, you know, send JSON, and this is going to expect the JSON as the input for this function. And here I'm just going to call to the endpoint which we just created, which is the API slash verification. Okay, so here I'm just going to method, let me just make it as a post. Okay, and then the body. Okay, so here let's just stringify this whatever we are receiving. One is the unique ID, and then the JSON. Okay, fine, and here let's get this data using this response.json from the endpoint. Okay, so if the response.status is not equals to 201, that we are returning. Okay, so I'm just going to throw in here the error saying with the whatever the message that we received, so that is the data dot message. Okay, so that is the thing. So this we'll have to invoke this calling in our confirm button. So, and also I'm just going to let's just remove this. Okay, and also here let me try, you know, creating the new state variable just to acknowledge the state we are in this particular page. Okay, so basically now we have this analyzing where we are trying to click on that analyze button and all. So same thing, I just wanted the tracking to happen when we click on this confirm button. So for that I'm just going to create one state variable. I mean, so first this is updating or not, so just to acknowledge so that we can display the loaders or the spinner icon. So initially let's set this to be a false. Okay, and next is the whether this is processed or not. So if it's processed, we'll showcase something like, you know, navigating back to dashboard so that they can have and have a look at it. Okay, so here this is going to be again the initially the false value, And again, to keep track of if there is any error that we received from the API calls that we have made. Okay, so I'm just going to have this variable for that. Okay, so initially let's just set it to empty string. Okay, fine. So first thing is here wherever we're trying to showcase here this divs, the tabs and all, so I just wanted to have a check here first whether if it is processed or not. So if it's processed, I just wanted here to have the div with the message that like something like, you know, your file has been processed successfully, something like that, and then link back to dashboard and all. If not, we'll have the whatever the div we have. I'm just going to attach the same here. So here let me just remove this. So here let me, if this is the case, okay, so I'm just going to add in here one div. So we will just style that later, so no need to worry about that. If not, I'm just going to have this div. Okay, so now let's go to the top. Okay, so inside this div first, and also here let's try to give here the width and height. I'm just going to give full width and full height. Okay, and make this display to be flex and direction column, and justify, let's center this. Okay, and also these items I'm just going to center these things. Okay, fine. So here I'll just have these icons. So let's just import this icons. We will just use this check circle. Okay, and I'm just going to give here the some stroke width, let's say 1.4 or something like this, and styling for this. Okay, so let's make the text color to be a green color, indicating everything went well. Okay, and width and height I'm just going to restrict it to let's say 32 for both of them, and let's add some margin in the y direction. Okay, so this is the styling for this icon. So after this we'll have some the text wrapped inside this v tag. So let's center this text. Okay, and the text color, let's make it to be darker, not darker, like in a medium slate color, and have some margin in the bottom. So here the text I'm just going to say something like, you know, your file has been processed, let's say something like, you know, successfully. So this is what I'll be just showcasing. So after this we'll have just the link component, where we will have the option provided to the user to navigate back to the dashboard. Okay, so that they can have the look at the updated list in their dashboard. Okay, so here let's just have this. Okay, so button, I'm just going to use this button variants. Okay, and let's just give here width of 40, and the href for this. So I'm just going to add in here this dashboard thing. Okay, so here let's have the text of this as, you know, back to dashboard. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, just I wanted to add, and yeah, so fine. And this will have to add in this send JSON function which we have created. So we'll have to handle that inside the confirm button. So let's go to the here. So we just left this as empty. So now I'll just try to use this, you know, send a JSON thing. So basically here this will be disabled if it is analyzing or updating. So we'll have to update this as well. So this variable I'll showcase where we are setting this to true. Okay, and the on click now, first thing inside this, let's set this updating to true. Okay, this is where we will be setting it. And then the error message, okay, I'm just going to set back to empty message if there is any previous errors that we encounter. And then I'm just going to call this send JSON. Okay, by passing in the JSON as the input and then in the callback. Okay, so let's try to handle here. First thing, set is processed will update this to a true, okay, showing that everything went good. Okay, and here I'm just going to use this step store, okay, to set the state. Okay, so here the status, I'm just going to set the status to complete. Okay, and after this let's just set updating back to false. If everything went well, this is what will be happening. Okay, know if something went wrong, so we'll try to handle this inside this catch block. Okay, so here inside this I'll just set here the error message, okay, saying that something went wrong. Okay, so I'll just say here like please try again. Okay, and also we'll just set back this updating value to the false. Okay, so yeah, so this is the thing that I wanted to this is how we'll be handling this updation in our table. So we can just try this out. Okay, and also we can just have the icons and all so here in the confirm thing I can just add in here based upon so if this is updating, so I'll just have this spinner icon. Okay, so here this icons dot spinner. Okay, width and height I'm just going to set it to 18. Okay, and then the styling, so let's just have margin at the right. Okay, and animate, I'm just going to apply this pen, and this inline let's just block. Okay, fine, and here yeah, and if not we'll just have this confirm showcase, so that indicating that we are calling the API and it's in progress, it's in process or progress. Okay, fine, that is the most of it. Maybe let's try to call this and have a look. Okay, now we should be able to see the data that we extracted saved in our the receipts section. Okay, so we just added this. Okay, so maybe I can just try to refresh this and we'll try to handle the same. Okay, so let's refresh this and we'll add and try to call on the confirm button, which is going to call the API, which is going to save all these details into this receipts table and help us navigate showcase the page where the file has been processed successfully, and giving us the link going back to the dashboard. Okay, so let's wait for it to load. Sometimes it takes time. Okay, let's hold on. Okay, so here is the tables. Okay, so here we should see the new records. Okay, sometimes we'll have to refresh, that is the thing. Okay, so let's do one thing, I'm just going to restart this. Okay, so here let me just restart this again. Okay, so now let's go back. Okay, and I'm just trying to wait it to spin this page. Okay, it's loading, so I'll just have the same try to open in this new tab, whichever comes first. We'll try to go for that. Okay, so it's just compiling. Okay, it has compiled. Okay, so now we should be able to access now. So it's compiling this route, the getting the signed URL for our PDF view, and it has yeah, it's calling this thing. Okay, so it has compiled. Okay, let's see this. Okay, fine. So here let me just yeah, so let's first, if you want the analysis, we can just go ahead and do it. If not, we can just go ahead and click on this confirm, and let's see this. Okay, let's see this in action. So we're trying to make the call to our endpoint, which is going to help us save into this table. So let's see if something has gone wrong, or if so it is loading. We can just check the same inside this inspect tab as well. I'll just try to see the same. Okay, yep, so you can see now it was processing, and now your file has been processed successfully. So everything, the API call that we were making did handle all of the things, and we should see now the data being updated in our the particular receipt. In this case it was receipt, so we should see that data being updated in this receipts table. And now after this has been processed successfully, so if you just go here, we are setting this processed as a true. So when it is true, then we know that okay, this is what has to be showcased, which in our case, okay, here this one, here this process successfully. Okay, this is happening in which get extraction data. Okay, okay, fine, still we are in this page. Okay, I think we just try to save. I just saved here, and then it was trying to refresh the page. We are no that ID is not in this extraction phase, verify phase anymore. That's why we are trying to query with that ID and with that status, which we have not found. So that is the thing, we are receiving this error. But if I just go back here, okay, let's try to refresh this. So ideally here we should see the tables. Okay, I mean let me just try to reopen this one as well. Okay, so here the Prisma Studio, so I'm just going to refresh this. So yeah, you can see now we have all the tables, the card statement. So basically you just have to restart your Prisma Studio. Okay, so the tables we added was the card statement, card transaction, extraction, invoice item, receipt and all. So you can see there is one entry in the receipt. That means the API call that we made to update the particular category model is successfully happening, and you see all the things that we had here are being set here, whatever we received. Okay, and the receipt item also, if you just go to this receipt item also, we should see one entry. So sorry, the 5 items that we had. So these were the 5 items that we had, and that is the link for all of the things you can see here. This is the link here for 5 of the things. Okay, so you understand the gist right now, right? So this is how we'll be updating the each section and then saving into particular model. Okay, yeah, so next what I will do, so we'll try to handle the basic error handling in the particular sections, like you saw the verification thing. So we will try to handle that error part. Okay, and then we will go on, then create a data table and see that data table addition in the dashboard, so that we can populate this list there and have a look at the things that user has created. Okay, so let's just go back and focus on error handling first, and then we'll go on to add the data table part. So I'm just moving back.
So for error handling, so like we did for the other pages, so if you just go to dashboard and in the pipelines for the data extraction and everything, we had this error.tsx file. So let me just take this, okay, and we will reuse the same. Okay, so we'll have to do it in the verification section. So here in this place, okay, so I'm just going to create in here this new file error.tsx, okay, and here this is going to be pretty much same, okay, so which is going to help us navigate back to dashboard. Okay, so if we see here, okay, so you see now it's just showcasing as this something went wrong rather than showcasing that error, so which is good. Okay, fine. Now and also here a small change. Okay, so we were sending the file name here. I just don't want the file name because it is not needed. So for this we'll make changes as well. So we will just remove this file name as well. Okay, and same thing in the route. I mean here while we are trying to send in here the JSON, okay, I just wanted to stringify this briefed JSON and send it. Okay, so here this is the thing. Okay, and also now we will just change here the status code to 200 just to create it and all. Okay, so I mean it is successful or not. Okay, so this will have to make change in the route. Okay, so here in this API verification route, this one will what we have to do is just change this status code to 200. Okay, so yeah, okay, fine. So that is the change, and yeah, now so that is the just the error handling. Okay, so now the core important part is taking care of creating the data table and the adding that data to that table and showcasing it in the dashboard page. Okay, so for that, okay, so what we'll have to do is we'll have to add the table or data table. So let me first add from the shardcn. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here this data table. Okay, and along with that, okay, data table not found. Did I? So it is just the table. Okay, sorry, this is the table, and then we'll install the Tanstack React table as well. So that is, we just have to install this React table. Okay, fine. Once this is installed, so first thing is we'll have to decide what columns to display. Okay, and also the how, if you wanted to customize some of the components like headers, like filters and all, we'll have to handle it on our own. That is if you just see in the component section, so we just see that only in the UI section you can see here the table being added. So now what we want is the this different component for each of the section, like maybe all custom components. If you want, we can go ahead and create, which is a better way of handling because lot of flexibility lies in our hands. like handling the pagination, handling something like a toolbar, and toggling the column view options and filters and headers and all. So one by one we'll come back. Okay, so first is I just wanted to decide the components. So first the data table. So here the data table, so I'm just going to create in here the pagination and the toolbar section. Okay, and then we'll come back to this thing. Okay, so first is the, let's focus on the headers. Okay, so in this UI folder, I'm just going to create let's not create a folder. So in this, let's first create the component for our column headers. Okay, so this is the file for that. Okay, so here I'm just going to have a component, so which is going to have this title and also the column name wrapped inside this. Okay, and also the options for this to just have the option to render in the ascending order or the descending order, or the option to hide that particular column. So these options we wanted to have for a particular column, so this component is going to help us do that. Okay, so here first thing, let me just design have this interface, the props that will be passing on to this component. Okay, so let's just name this to be the data table column header props. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as header props. Okay, and here let me just have this the generic data and value. Okay, so here let me just extend this react.html attributes of div element. Okay, so I'm just going to extend this. Fine, and here let me this is going to have this column. So here this column, it's going to be of type this t data. Okay, and the t value. Okay, fine, and then the title, so this title will be of type string. So this is the just the prop that will be passing on to this component. So now let's have this component. So I'm just going to name this component as data table column header. Okay, so here let's just have this generic things. Okay, so here the props, so I'm just going to mention here the props that we have defined. Okay, and we'll have to pass in this. That's the reason the issue t data and the t value. Okay, and now let's destructure this. First is the column. Okay, and then the title. Okay, and the class name. Fine, so here inside this component, first check is okay if the column cannot get sorted. Okay, so I'm just going to display this title. Okay, so here, so if this column can sort. Okay, so I'm just going to render this div with the title wrapped inside it. Okay, so here let me just pass in this class name styling for this, and here we'll just display this title of this. Okay, fine, and if not, okay, so I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div. Okay, so here let me again use this utility thing. Okay, make this to be a flex. Okay, and I just wanted it to be item centered, and let's have the space in the x direction too, and then pass in the whatever the class name that we have for this div. Okay, fine, and here everything will wrap inside this drop down thing. Okay, so because here let me just add that drop down thing as well. So it's going to be the drop down menu. Okay, so let's install this one. So once we have this, and I'm just going to wrap everything inside this drop down. So basically inside this, what we will add in here is the button, to sort and in the ascending and descending order, and also the toggling the visibility of this column. Okay, so here let's just use this drop down menu. Okay, so here let's add the trigger. Okay, so let me just have this button inside this. Okay, and here this variant I'm just going to make this variant to be ghost, and size let's just make this to be small. Okay, and the styling, okay, so let's have some margin left. Okay, and height let's restrict it to something like, let's say 8. Okay, and I'm just going to if this data state is open. Okay, so here I'm just going to apply this background color. Okay, fine, and inside this, okay, so I'll just add in this title. Okay, so what is the issue? Yeah, so title. Okay, so after this, okay, let's just query that is sorted or not. So if the column is sorted is equals to descending, okay, so then I just will display this the sort descending icon from the Lucid React. Okay, and let's just have some margin left. Okay, and height and width I'm just going to set this to 4. Okay, if this is not the case, okay, then I mean if this column dot get is sorted is equals to the ascending thing. Okay, so just we'll have this ascending icon showcased. Okay, so here this is the thing. Okay, and here let's have the same thing. Okay, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 4. Okay, so if this is also not the case, okay, then I'm just going to have this up and down icon, so indicating that we can open this. Okay, so here let's same thing, so margin left and height and width let's set it to 4. Okay, fine, so that is the triggering point. So after this triggering point, okay, so we will wrap the content inside this drop down menu content. Okay, so here let's align the it's from the start. Okay, and we will have the 3 items. Okay, so drop down menu item, one for each the ascendings, descending and hiding it. Okay, so here first menu item, so here on click. Okay, we will just set this column dot toggle this sorting. Okay, so I'm just going to sort apply this false. Okay, and inside this let's have this sort ascending. Okay, so I'm just going to have this margin and also height and width let's just set it to 3.5. okay, and text I'm just going to apply this foreground muted foreground. Okay, fine, and here the text it's going to be the ascending. Okay, so same thing, let's just copy and do the same for the descending as well. So except that I just have to change this, so this is going to be I mean this sort descending. okay, and the text also I should just change it to descending, okay, and here this is I should just change this to true. Okay, fine. And the next drop down is for the visibility, so I can just have this on click function to call this column dot toggle visibility. Okay, so let's just have this, okay, and here the eye of, okay, so the icon, that is what will be showcasing. So here let's just have the same thing, height and width I'm just going to set it to 3.5, okay, and the same thing, let's just, we could just copy that above, but yeah, fine. So this is the icon, and then the content is this, so this is going to be width. Okay, fine. So this is the header component. So it's just a simple component. So here this button, the triggering point, the title, and based upon whether it is sorted and if it's in the ascending or descending order, based on that we're displaying the icon, and once they click on that, okay, this is the content that will be showcasing the three sections, the ascending, descending, and height. Okay, fine. That was the header component. Okay, and now, so now if you wanted to apply the filters, okay, so here we will have separate component to apply filters on the this table. Okay, so for that also let's just create in here the new component. Okay, so I'm just going to name this to be a data table, so let's name this to be a faceted filter. Okay, fine. So here we will have this all components drafted first, and then we will have the data table ready. Okay, it might take some time, but this is how it's best way to add the separate components for each section in the various parts of the table, and use this in the all data table section. Okay, so again for this I'm just going to add the interface for this. Okay, so this is let me just name this to be the data table faceted filter. Okay, so here this is t data. Okay, so here this t value. Okay, and here this column. So this is going to be the same t data or t value. So from the tan stack react table, that is what we have imported. So after this the title. Okay, so which is the optional string. Okay, and then the options. Okay, so here the options, so the string. Okay, and then the label. Okay, so the string. Okay, and I'm just going to make this to be list of this options. Okay, this is the interface for our filter. Okay, so let's just have this function. So here let's name this to be the data table the faceted filter. Okay, so this is, I'm just going to give the types for this, t data and t value. Okay, and here let's just mention the interface type. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in this t data and t value. Okay, and here let's try to destructure those things, okay, that are required for us, this column, then the title, okay, and then the options. Okay, fine. And here let me just close this. Now here inside this, first is let me get the unique values. Okay, so first let me collect that inside this. Let me name this as facets. Okay, so here this column, okay, get the unique values. Okay, so once I have that, okay, so here I'm just going to get this selected values. Okay, so here let's create this new set. Okay, so inside this, this column dot get filtered value. Okay, and as a string array. Okay, so once we have this selected values, then we will wrap everything inside this popover. Okay, so here let me just add in this popover. Okay, and here the trigger. Okay, so here let me just add in this trigger. Okay, and so inside this we'll have the first the button, basically just to add the filters. Okay, and the I mean like circle, and then the title, and then the selected values. Okay, so based on that, okay, we'll just display the option label and value inside the option section. Okay, so just to choose from that. Okay, let me you'll understand once I create this. So this filter is nothing but, okay, let's say we have here these categories of the receipts, invoices, and card statements. So you just wanted to select each of them or multiple of them, so of particular type. So that is for this. Okay, so at high level that is this purpose. Okay, so here let me have this button, and let's just make this variant to be outline. Okay, so I'm just going to make this to be outlined, and size, let's just make this to be smaller. And styling for this, I'm just going to have the height of 8, and let's have the some border. So I just wanted it to be dashed border. Okay, and here let's just have this plus circle icon, and the styling for this, let's just have margin and height and width set it to 4. Okay, fine. And here after this the title. So okay, so after this, if the selected values dot size is greater than 0, then we will render this part. Okay, so here let me wrap everything inside this fragment, and first thing here is let's have this separator. Okay, so I'm just going to have this separator thing. So let me just import this from the separator. Okay, so okay, let me just add this separator. Okay, so once we have this, I'm just going to import this. So after this separator, we'll have the badge for the size. Okay, and then okay, let's wait for the separator. Okay, so here this is the separator. Okay, and the orientation, I'm just going to have this to be vertical. Okay, and the styling for this, let's just apply this margin in the x direction and height of 4. Okay, fine. And then the badge, so here this badge icon, let's just apply this variant. Okay, so this badge also, let me just get it from the shared cn, not the icon, it's a component. So we'll just add this badge component. Okay, so it's just installing. Okay, so I can just import this now. Let me just import this. Okay, so I can badge. Okay, so yep, here we have this already, that's why we are not able to import. Okay, so here this for badge. Okay, let's just give the variant, the secondary variant. Okay, and let's make this to be rounded. Okay, so the small and also let's have padding in the x direction, and font type, let's just make it be normal, and if it's a larger screen, I'm just wanted to hide it. Okay, so I'm just going to hide it. Okay, and inside this, this is going to be the size that will be showcasing in this batch. Okay, fine. So after this, we'll have this options rendered in this div. Okay, so here by default I'm just going to hide this. Okay, only we will showcase in the larger screen, so I'm just going to make this display to be flex, and here this selected values dot size is greater than 1. Okay, I'm just going to have this badge with the variant. Let's again make this to be secondary. Okay, and the class name. Okay, so I'm just going to apply this rounded small and padding in the x direction 1. Okay, and font type, let's just apply this normal. Okay, and here the I'm just going to set this many over selected. Okay, fine. So if that is not the case, okay, then we will have this here the options. I'm just going to have this options. Okay, let's just filter based upon the selected values. Okay, if this as the option dot value, okay, then I'm just going to get those, and let's get those list and iterate through that each option. Okay, so after iterating, so we will just have this rendered in this badge component. Okay, so here this is going to be secondary again. So key, I'm just going to set this to be option dot value. Okay, and the styling for this, okay, same thing. So let's just have this rounded and padding in the x direction, and font type, I'm just going to apply this normal. Okay, fine. So here this, let's just have this label rendered. Okay, fine. So this is the options list that will be showcasing, and after this triggering point, okay, now the content. So we will have this content wrapped inside this pop over content. Okay, so here let's just give width of 200 pixel. Okay, and a padding of 0. Okay, and alignment, I'm just going to apply the start aligned. Okay, and here I will wrap everything inside this command component. So I'm just going to add the command component here, same for the popo content. So in this, what we will have is the input, which is the title, and then the list. Okay, if there is no result, I'm just going to say no results found, else we will render the results whatever we get. Okay, so maybe the end purpose of why we are writing this component you might not know now. So once I showcase, eventually once I use this component inside this table, you'll understand that. Okay, so here inside this let's just import this command component. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to let me just get this input. Okay, so here this placeholder, I'm just going to specify here the title. Okay, and then the list. Okay, so here this command list, first thing, if this is the empty thing, so here this empty part we will just say here as no results found. Okay, fine. And now the command group thing. So inside this, okay, we will just use this options and iterate through that and get the option. Okay, and inside this, okay, first let's get this is selected or not. So I'm just going to store this in is selected variable. So if the selected options dot as this option dot value. Okay, so then I'm just going to here return this command item. and here this key I'm just going to pass in this option dot value. Okay, and the on select, okay, so here if this is selected, okay, so I'm just going to delete this from the selected values. Okay, so this one, the option dot value. Okay, else let's just add this. Okay, so here the option dot value. Okay, and after this, okay, so let's just get the filtered values. Okay, so here I'm just going to create this array from this selected values. Okay, and let's just set this filter value to this column. So if the filter value is dot a length, so if it is greater than 0, so I'm just going to pass in this, else let's just pass in this undefined thing. Okay, fine. And now here inside this command item, okay, so we will have this the div where we'll just have the label showcased and then the options. Okay, so it's going to be simple. Okay, so here let's just give some styling for this. So I'm just going to use this util. Okay, let's add some margin right. Okay, and the display, let's make this to be flex, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 4, and let's center the items, and justify let's center. Okay, and this rounded, let's just make a smaller. Okay, and I'm just going to add in this border, and color for this, let's just choose primary color, and here dynamic thing. So based on this selected, I'm just going to have in here this background primary color. Okay, and also the text primary foreground. Okay, so if not, okay, so I'm just going to have this opacity set to 50. Okay, and so here let's just have this svg to be the invisible. Okay, so fine, so that is this div. Okay, so now inside this div, so quickly let's just have this the check I'm just going to have this check icon. Okay, so basically here let's just use this, and the styling. So I'm just going to give this height and width of 4. Okay, fine. So yeah, right after this div. Okay, so I'm just going to show this the label inside this span. Okay, so that is the option dot label. Okay, and now here in the, let's just try to get the option using this facets. Okay, okay, so here this option dot value. Okay, and if this as, okay, then we will render this. Okay, so inside this span, okay, let's just apply this margin left auto and make this to be flex, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 4, and let's just center these items, and justify also, let me just center, and the font type, let's apply this mono. Okay, and text size, let's make to be extra small. So here I'm just going to get the, show this option from the facets. Okay, fine, so that is this thing. Okay, so now after this, okay, if this selected value is size is greater than 0, so I'm just going to show this option to clear the filters. Okay, so here this size is greater than 0. Okay, so now let's just have this inside this fragment. Okay, so first let's just have this command separator. Okay, and now here in this command group, I'm just going to have this one command item for clearing the filters. Okay, so here this on select let me just set this filter value. Okay, so here I'm just going to set it to undefined. Okay, and the styling for this, okay, let's just justify this center. Okay, and text also I'm just going to apply this center. Okay, and here let's just have this the text as clear filters. Okay, so this is the data table filtered component. So yeah, you might think too much, but you'll understand the purpose of it and the the advantage of having the separate components for each sections. Okay, so now we have these filters and the things, and now the things that will have the component for viewing the things. So that is the having the option to choose only the columns that we wanted to see. Okay, so I'm just going to create this new component for this too. So let me just name this to be data table view options. So here also let's just quickly have this interface. Okay, so here this data table view options. Okay, let's have this props. Okay, and this is going to have this t data as the generic. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in the table property. So this is going to be this table of this t data. So fine, so quickly let's have this component. So I'm just going to name this to be a data table view options. Okay, so here let's just specify this generic type, and here in this let me just get this interface and pass in this t data. Okay, and here I'm just going to get this table. So now here inside this component, okay, let's just wrap everything inside this drop down menu. Okay, so I'm just going to have this drop down menu and then the trigger. Okay, so the trigger here, let's just have this button. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this button. Okay, so variant, let's just make this to be outline. Okay, and the size I'm just going to make this to be smaller, and the styling, let's just have the margin in the left. Okay, and I'm just going to hide it by default. Okay, only will showcase for the larger screens. Okay, and inside this let's just have this slider horizontal icon. So I'm just going to apply this styling. So let's just standard. Okay, margin some right. Okay, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 4. So this is the triggering point for this. Okay, and now the content. Okay, so drop down menu content. So here let's just align this to be ended. Okay, at the end. Okay, and the styling, so let's just give the width to be 150 pixel for this. Okay, and the label, so I'm just going to have here this drop down menu label. Okay, so which is the toggle columns. Okay, so I'm just going to have in here this toggle columns, and let's just have this separator. Okay, fine, and so yeah, after this let's just use this table and try to get the all columns. Okay, and I'm just going to apply this filter. Okay, so based on the column that he has clicked on. Okay, so here let's just get that. Okay, and here this this column dot the accessor function. Okay, if this is not equals to undefined, okay, then and also this column dot get can hide. Okay, so here I'm just going to, yeah, so then we'll get here the list of the filtered things. Okay, so once we just get that, okay, so I'm just going to map through the each column. So and so here let's just have this rendered in this checkbox item. Okay, so here the drop down menu checkbox item. Okay, and your key I'm just going to pass in this column ID, and the styling for this, okay, I'm just going to capitalize the things. Okay, and checked it depends upon whether the column dot get is visible or not. Okay, and also here the on checked change. Okay, so I'm just going to pass on this value to this column dot toggle visibility. So for this one, and here I'm just going to provide this value. Okay, fine. And yeah, so here now inside this I'm just going to pass in this column dot id. Okay, so this is the component to just have the option for us to view which column and which not, and toggle those respective things. Okay, so fine. So we added for the headers, we added for the filtering, we added for viewing. So now let's now have the toolbar. So basically I'm just going to have the component so to render this things. Okay, so for each of the things. Okay, so basically let's just add this so you'll understand. So basically we added this filter. Okay, so if you see, so assuming so to say in simple terms, look, let's say this this one single component. So now in the toolbar what we want is the filter for the three sections. So that is the for the category. Okay, and also we just wanted to based on the status we wanted to apply the filter on. So we can just have those rendered in these things, and also the all things like whatever the view options we just added. So we will wrap those components inside this component. Okay, so that is the toolbar. So I'm just going to create in here this data table. Okay, so this toolbar. Okay, here this is going to have the interface. Let's define this. So which is the data table toolbar props. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this data and the table. So this the table of this type t data. Okay, fine. And just the filtered column. Okay, so this is going to have this column id which is of type string, and then the placeholder. So this is going to be again a string. So here let me just correct this. So after this the categories. Okay, so here this category will have this label property, along with that the value. So here I mean this is going to be list of the this objects, so I'm just going to specify here. And then the statuses. Okay, so this is again going to have this label along with that value, so which is the string. Okay, fine. And now let's just have this component. Okay, so the data table toolbar. Okay, so I'm just going to have this the data table toolbar props. Okay, I'm just going to pass in this t data. Okay, so here now thing. Okay, so this table. Okay, and I'm just going to okay, let's just filter column. Okay, so fine, I'm just going to filter column, and then the categories. I'm just destructure all those things, okay, statuses. Okay, so now inside this component, okay, so let's just get this is filtered or not. So this we will try to get this using this table dot get state. Okay, and then the column filters dot length is greater than 0, then we'll know that it is filtered. And this everything I'm just going to render in this div. Okay, so let's just make this item centered and justify. I'm just going to apply this in part. Okay, so here first for the input, the placeholder the thing, okay, to just search things. Okay, so here I'm just going to have in this div. Okay, this also I'm just going to apply this flex item centered, and then the space, the x direction. Okay, so and here we'll use this input component, and for this the placeholder I'm just going to provide in here this filter column dot placeholder, and the value this let me use this table dot get column. Okay, and here let me just pass in this column ID. Okay, and I'm just going to get this filter value. Okay, and I'm just going to typecast this to string. Okay, if it is else if it is not present, I'm just going to have this empty string. Okay, fine. And here this on change, so here if it is changing, so we'll have to handle that as well. So here let's just get that column. Okay, and here use this filter column dot column ID. Okay, and I'm just going to set this filter value to whatever the value we are changing, so event dot target dot value. Okay, so this now will be handling this on change, and finally some styling for this. Okay, so let's just add the height of heat. Okay, and width, let's say 150 pixels. So these are all again played and understood the best value, so you can just tweak the values whichever works best for you. Okay, so fine. So this is the input component. So now after this I'm just going to depending upon if the status is not null. Okay, and then I'm just going to get this column let me just get this the status column. Okay, and inside this we will now use this data table filter. So this one, yep. And here I'm just going to pass in here this column, so which is going to be the status. Okay, so this is the thing, and the title I'm just going to set this to be status. Okay, and the options here, so let's just pass in this statuses list. So this is for the statuses, same way we'll have for the category as well. So here this table dot, let me just try to get this column. So here I'm just going to view we'll have the list of the columns that will be showcasing just right after this. I'll have this columns list. Okay, and let's just pass this get column of this category. Okay, fine. And the title, okay, I'm just going to pass in this category, and options, this is going to be the list of the categories. Okay, fine. And after this, if it is filtered, okay, and I'll just have the button to reset this thing. Okay, so here let's just make this variant to be, okay, sorry, this variant to be ghost type. Okay, and on click I'm just going to call this, okay, the table dot reset column filters function. okay. And the styling for this, let's just add a height of 8, okay, and padding in the x direction, okay. And if it's the larger, let's have more padding. And the text of this button, it's going to be the reset, okay, fine. So this is the toolbar, okay. And after this, finally the view options, okay. So I'm just going to have this view options component, and we'll just pass in here this table for this. So yeah, so this is the toolbar component, okay. And now you wanted the columns that will be adding, okay. So for this let me just have this inside the dashboard section. So here I'm just going to create in here this new file. So let me just name this to be a columns things, okay. So here I'm just going to have the list of the columns that will be showcasing in the table, okay. So let's me have this columns list, okay. So here this columns, so this is going to be this column def of type here we'll have to mention the type, okay. So here let me just have the type for that, okay. So I'm just going to name this to be extraction, okay. So this type, okay, this will have this id, okay, which is going to be string. And then the category, so here we know what category we have. So here the receipts, okay, or it can be the invoices. So I'm just going to have this invoices, okay. And then the credit card statements, okay. Statements, okay, or the null thing, okay, fine. And then the file name, so here this is going to be string, okay. And then the status, so this is going to be of the type the status from the Prisma client. I can just get that, okay. And then the created at, okay. So here this created at again, this is going to be of type the date, okay. And then the updated at, okay. So this is the type for the extraction. So I'm just going to have this mentioned. So this is going to be this array, okay, fine. So first is for the id, okay. So I'm just going to mention here the accessor key is the id, okay. And the for the header, so here this is where we'll have to use this the custom component which we have just created. So here I'm just going to use this data table column header component, okay. And for this we just will pass this column and the title that we wanted to see in the UI. So this is the title that will be seen, okay. This is for the header, okay. And now the cell part, okay. So here let's try to get this row. And here I'm just going to have this div, okay. And just get the value of that id, okay. So let's just set this width to be 36. And if it's the 2 times excel screen, I just want it width to be full, okay. And let's just truncate things, okay. And overflow, let's just hide it. And the text color, let's just have the slate color. So I'm just going to go for the darker slate, okay. And this is the title, let's use this row, okay. Row dot the get value. So I'm just going to have this thing, okay. So fine. And here, okay, what is the issue? And here I'm just going to have this row dot get value of this id. What's the issue? Okay, did I
the title. Okay, fine. I think the issue is with the number and element thing. Okay, I just fine. So here, okay, so this has to be this. That is the thing. Okay, fine. And also here, this enable sorting. I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, we just don't want this on the ID. Okay, that was for ID. And now next column for the category. Okay, so here this is the category and the header. So here let me just get this column. Okay, and inside this we'll just use this column header. Okay, and just pass in this column. Okay, and then the title that we wanted to see on the screen. So here I'm just going to specify here this title to be category. Okay, so that is the header. And now the cell part. Okay, so here let's just get this thing, and here for having the list of the categories, maybe I'm just going to create in here the const list for categories. Okay, so here let me just name this to be categories. Okay, so here this categories, and here this will have this value. So here this is going to be receipts. Okay, and then the label. Okay, so is the receipts, and then the here this value I'm just going to have this invoices, and the label I'm just going to have this invoices, and then finally the credit card statements. Okay, so here let me just have this the card statements. Okay, so this is the category list. So I'm just use this in this cell section. So here first let's get the category. So here I'm just going to use the above list. Okay, and just find the category. So here let me just category. Okay, so if this is matching to this row dot original dot this category. Okay, fine. So this is going to give us the category, and now we'll focus on this rendering thing. So here in this div, okay, so I'm just going to have the seam width of 36. Okay, so here, okay, so if this category has value, okay, then only we will render this one. So that is the badge thing. So I'm just going to get this the badge component. Okay, and the variant, let's just make this to be outline. Okay, and the styling for this, okay, I'm just going to add some padding. Okay, and let's add some border slate color. Okay, so I'm just going to give here 900, and the text color also let's just make this to be 900. Okay, fine. And now inside this badge, okay, so I'm just going to have this value to be showcased, which is the category value. Okay, if that is not the case, okay, so what after this badging thing, okay, so I'll just have the it as showcased as none. Okay, so that is I will have in here the here inside this one more div, the let's just have the text is, to be extra small, and the font type to be a medium. Okay, and the text I'm just going to use slate color. Okay, and the margin I'm just going to give here left of 4, and here I'm just going to apply the showcase this none text. Okay, Fine, so this is for the categories. Okay, so we can just minimize this as soon as we are completing each column. So we just added the ID and the category section. So now the other thing is this the file name. Okay, so here this file name and the header same way, so like we had for the other things. So I'm just going to add in this thing. Okay, so here this is the data table column header, so I'm just going to pass in this column and then the title that we want to see on the screen. So this is going to be the file name. Okay, fine. I understand there is a lot of components to achieve the table functionality, because that's complex, which is the complex part to handle every component, every section in the table. Okay, so here now the cell section. Okay, so here this row, and I'm just going to get that value showcased. Okay, so inside this div, so this title, it's going to be this row dot let's just get this value of this file name. Okay, and then the styling, so pretty I'm just going to apply the same thing. Okay, so width, full, if it's larger thing, and the same thing I'm just going to set this maximum width to be 3 times XL, and let's just apply this truncate. Okay, and overflow I'm just going to hide it. Okay, and then text slate, let's just, yeah, fine. And inside this, let's just get this value of this file name. Okay, so that will be this file name column. Okay, fine. So now next is for the statuses. Okay, so here I'm just going to specify here the status ID. Okay, and then the accessor key, I'm just going to have this status. Okay, and the header I can just copy the same thing, so except that we'll have to change this title. So here this title, it's going to be the status. Okay, and the now the cell part. Okay, so here this cell part, let's just get this row. Okay, and here I'm just going to get the status. So this status also, let's just have the list like we defined for the categories. Okay, so I'm just going to create in here the statuses. So let's just name this to be like statuses multiple things. Okay, so here this will have the value. Okay, so value, I'm just going to get this status dot to recognize. Okay, and then the label property, so I'm just going to have this as to recognize. Okay, and let's just have the link that we wanted to go for, which is the text recognition page. Okay, and then the text class, I mean if you just wanted to style it. Okay, so I'm just going to have here some, let's say, sky color. Okay, and then the border class as well, so let's just have this border also the sky color. Okay, so let's just have this thing, so that was for recognize. Okay, and same thing, let's just copy the same thing, so I will just change the thing. So this is for now the to extract. Okay, and instead of this recognize, I'll just going to replace this with the extract, and this one I'm just going to replace this with the data extraction. Okay, and let's just change this to something like orange color. Okay, same thing, the border, I'm just going to change this to orange. Okay, so that is for the extract thing. And finally for verify, so I'm just going to change this to verify. Okay, and the text also will just have to change this recognize to verify. Okay, and here this is going to be the verification page. Okay, and the color, so let's just apply something like violet, and the same thing I'm just going to
border color as well. So I'm just going to apply this thing. Okay, so now we have the statuses list, so we'll just make use of that. Okay, and get the status. Okay, so I mean for based on that we'll render this. Okay, so here first let's try to get the status value. So I'm just going to find out from this list which we have just created. So using the status of this status dot, if this is matching to the row dot original dot status value. Okay, so here once we have this, okay, then I'm just going to have this div and badge wrapped inside that, and based on that we'll just have the classes passed on the text class and border class. Okay, so here let's have this badge. Okay, so the variant I will have this outline variant. Okay, and the styling for this, let's make this to be dynamic and padding in the y direction. And here if the status, if we have this text class, okay, I'm just going to add this text class and then the border class. Okay, fine. And now the content of the badge. Okay, so here I'm just going to have the status dot label. Okay, so this is for the status. So after this cell, okay, then the filter function. Okay, so here we'll just get this row id and value. So here I'm just going to return this value dot, just includes this row dot get value of this id. Okay, so that is the filter function. So after this we'll have to have the columns for the created at and updated at. Okay, so I'm just going to create the same thing. Okay, so the accessor key, so this is going to be the created at. Okay, and then the header, so I can just take this thing, the header. Okay, so here this is going to be the header, and then the title, we will just change this to creation date. Okay, so that's the header. So now the cell part, so here in this cell part I'm just going to wrap this inside this div. So let's just have this width set to 36. Okay, and slate color 900. Okay, and then let's try to get this value. So I'm just going to typecast this to date. Okay, and here I'll just try to get this created at. Okay, and here this, let's just convert this to date string. Okay, so here let's say this one. Okay, fine, that is for the created at. Okay, and same thing I'm just going to have for the updated at as well. So I'm just going to change here this updated at. Okay, and here let's just change this title to like last updated. Okay, and here instead of getting the created at, I'm just going to have this updated at thing. Okay, fine, so that is the thing. And finally the actions part. So here the actions part, which is going to help us to delete the particular row, or to process something like that. If you wanted to perform some action on particular row, so you will have to handle this in this section. So here let's just have this the actions part for each row. Okay, so here this cell part. Okay, let's try to get this row. Okay, and here I'm just going to get the status. So I can just take this. Okay, so here this status. Okay, so here, and then we will just wrap everything inside this drop down menu. So drop down menu. Okay, so then the triggering point, so just the I'll have the 3 more horizontal button. Okay, so here this drop down menu or trigger. Okay, so here let me just have this the button. So and here this variant, this is going to be of type ghost. Okay, and the class name, let's just make this to be flex, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 8. Okay, and the padding of 0 in all directions. So here if the data state is open, so I'm just going to add in this background color to be a slate color. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to have this more horizontal icon, and let's just set this height and the width to be of 4. Okay, so that is the triggering point. Okay, and then the content now. So just right below this I'm just going to add the content part. Okay, and align, I just want it to be end. Okay, and let's just have this width set it to something like, let's say 160 pixel. So inside this we'll have two menu items for now. I'm just going to have the process link and also the icon to delete this thing. Okay, so let's wrap down and inside this drop down menu item. Okay, so I'll just use this link component and the href here. So it will be this status dot the link. Okay, and so I'm just going to give this row dot original dot. So it might not be the value, so I'm just going to provide in here the optional thing. Okay, and then the styling for this, let's just make this to be a flex. Okay, and center this items, and width, let's just have full width. Okay, fine. And inside this I'm just going to use this refresh icon. Okay, so I'm just going to have this. Okay, and the styling, let's just have some margin in the right, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 3.5. Okay, and text color, let's just make this to be a slate. Okay, so here this of us, yeah, this is the thing. And after this, the text, I'm just going to have this something like process. This is the first menu item. Okay, and then the last one more thing. So here this menu item, so I'm just going to have this trash icon. So the let's just have margin at the right, and height and width 3.5. Okay, and here let's just have the same color. Okay, and this is the icon. Okay, and I'm just going to have this text as delete. Okay, so here we can, yeah, so for now that is it. So this is the the columns. Okay, and also we can add the one more also, like columns without status as well. Okay, so again it's left to our choice. Okay, so now we have this the columns. Okay, and now the thing is we need the one more core component. Okay, to handle pagination in our table. So I'm just going to add that, and then finally the all usage of these components, I'm just going to wrap this inside one core data table, and then we will make use of this inside our the dashboard page component. Okay, so let me quickly complete this data table pagination section, and then we'll go on to core or data table component. So same thing, I'm just going to create in here. Okay, so let's just create a new file. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as data table pagination. Okay,
Okay, so here quickly let's just have this interface. Okay, I'm just going to have this named as data table pagination props. Okay, so I'm just going to have in here the same thing. So here this table of this, I'm just going to pass in this t data. So fine, and this function, so here let's name this to be a data table pagination. So here I'm just going to have this t data. Okay, so here let's just use this thing, and I'm just going to pass in here this t data, and in here I'm just going to give in here this table. Okay, fine, and here let's just wrap everything inside this div. Okay, so I'm just going to make this to be flex and item center, and justify, I just want it to be at the right end. So I'm just going to apply in here this justify end and the padding in the x direction. Okay, so here let's have this thing again. I'm just going to wrap inside this div these items. I'm just going to center, and let's have the space between each of them 6. Okay, and if it's the larger thing, I'm just going to have more space. Okay, fine. So first thing here is they will have the small content, like rows per page, and we'll have the select component where we'll provide an option for the user to change the number of records or rows he wanted to view for particular page. Okay, so here this I'm just going to have this to be wrapped in this. Okay, so let's just have this. Okay, so here inside this p tag, okay, let's just make this to be text small, and font type I just want it to be medium, and the text is going to be this rows per page. Okay, so after this we'll just have the select component. Okay, so I'm just going to use this select component. Okay, and the value I'm just going to provide in here this table dot get state. Okay, so let me just get this pagination. Okay, and dot this page size. Okay, fine, and here this on value change, we'll try to get this value, and I'm just going to set this page size. Okay, so the page size, whatever this, I'm just going to typecast this to number and pass in this value. So this will be updating, and now inside this select, okay, the triggering the component. Okay, so I'm just going to have this trigger component. Okay, so here let's just add this height of 8. Okay, and width of, let's just say 70 pixel. Okay, and here I'm just going to have in this select value, so the placeholder I'm just going to have this the get state dot pagination dot no the page size. Okay, so that will be the placeholder. Okay, and after this we will just have this the select content component. Okay, so here I'm just going to render this on the top side, and here for now I'm just going to have here the options as 5, 10, 20, let's say 50. Okay, we can change whatever the values you want. Okay, and here I'm just going to get this page size, and here let's just pass into this select item this key. It's going to be the page size. Okay, and value I'm just going to pass in this page size. Okay, fine, and here this thing. Okay, fine, so this is how we'll be providing the option. So after this thing, so next we'll have the displaying of like what is the current page that we are in out of the total pages. Okay, so I'll just have this inside this div. Okay, so here let's just make this to be flex. Okay, and then width, let's just have this as 100 pixel. Okay, and let's suggest items center these things. Okay, and justify I'm just going to center, and text to be smaller, and font type let's just make this to be medium. Okay, and here I'm just going to have here this page table dot, I'm just going to get this state. Okay, and here pagination. Okay, and the page index. I'm just going to add in here, and then let's have this text of here. Then we will showcase this table dot get this page count. So this is going to be the total page count. Okay, so that is for this div. And then finally we'll have the button to go to previous page, go to next page, and then like that. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap this inside this div. Okay, so let's just have this space of 2 between each of the things. Okay, so here this button, so here this variant. Okay, let's just make this to be outlined. Okay, and then the styling for this, I'm just going to hide by default. Okay, only, and height and width, let's just set it to 8. Okay, and padding, let's, and large, I'm just going to have the display to be flex. Here the on click. Okay, so all we have to do is I'm just have to call this, set page index to 0. Okay, and this will be disabled if there is get can previous page. Okay, if there is no previous page, then this will be disabled, and inside this button, so I'm just going to have this only SR only thing. Okay, and here this go to first page thing. Okay, and I'm just going to have this, the chevron's left icon. Okay, this one. Okay, and here let's just add here this height and width, I'm just going to set it to 4. Okay, so that is this button. Okay, so I can just copy this same thing, and we'll reuse the same just below this. So except that, okay, I just have to change here the this, let's the will not hide it. Okay, and also let's just remove this. Okay, so here on click, it's the table dot previous page. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to previous page function. Okay, and this disable, it's going to remain same. So here it will be like, go to a previous page, not to first page. Okay, and this icon, it's going to remain same. Okay, and after this the button. Okay, so this button is to go to the next page. Okay, so here I'll just remove the styling. Okay, so now here instead of this set page index 0, so I'm just going to call this next page function. Okay, and yeah, in here we will just change here to next page. Okay, and here instead of this first page, it's going to be next page. Okay, and I'll just change this icon to chevron right. Okay, fine, and the finally let's just import this. Okay, and finally the button to go to last page. Okay, so let's just remove this. Okay, almost done with this pagination component. Okay, so here we are going to set this page index to this table dot get page count. Okay, I'm just going to subtract by 1. Okay, and here this will be disabled if we cannot get this next page. Okay, and this I'm just going to change this to last page, and this icon, it's going to be this, the chevrons right. Okay, and also here this I'm just going to have this chevrons left. Okay, so here go to not this one, go to first page. Okay, so let me just import this. Yep, okay, so fine. So this is the pagination component. So now let's just have the server the main component for us, which is the data table. So I'm just going to have in here this data table. So in this we will use all the components that we have just created, so it's going to be pretty straightforward. So let's just define first the interface, okay, for this component. So I'm just going to name this to be a data table props, okay, and this t value, okay. So here this will have this title a string, okay, and then the page size, okay. So here I'm just going to make this to be optional number, okay, and then the columns, okay. So this is going to be this column def of this types which we have t data and this t value, okay. And so this is going to be the array of this columns, okay, and then the data, so the data part it's going to be of this type, okay. And then the I mean the filter column, okay. So here this is going to have this column id which is this of type string, and then the placeholder, this is going to be again the string, okay. And then the categories, so here this label is of type string, then the value which is of type string, okay. So this is going to be array, okay. And finally the statuses, okay. So I'm just going to have this label of type string, okay, and the value it's going to be of type string, okay. Fine, so this is the data table props interface, okay. And now let's just have this function, okay. So here this data table, so I'm just going to have this t data and value, okay. So here let me just provide this props, okay. So the values, okay. So now here let's just try to destructure those values. One first is the title, okay. Then the page size default I'm just going to set it to 5, okay. And then the columns, okay. Okay, so okay, fine. And then the columns, and then the data, okay. Then the filter column, okay. And the categories, and then finally the statuses, okay. So now here let's get this table, so using the react table, okay. So here the data that will be passing, and then the columns, okay, and initial state, okay. So I'm just going to have this pagination set to the page size, okay. So here whatever we have in this props, okay. And after this the get a core row model, so we will just have this passed in, okay, get and also this get filtered row model, okay. So here this one, okay. And then the get pagination row model, okay. So pagination row model, and then the get sorted row model. So I'm just going to have this, okay. And then the faceted row model, okay. So and then the finally the unique values, okay. So I'm just going to have this unique values, okay. Fine, so fine, we have this table, okay. So now let's focus on rendering part, okay. So I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div, okay. So let's just have the space in the y direction. So I'm just going to set this width also to full, and here let's have this div, okay. So again let's make this to be flex and item center, and justify I'm just going to have this between. So here first the title,
I'm just going to render this in the h2 tag, and the text size, let's make this to be extra large, okay, and font type, let's make it bold, okay, and the text color, so this is going to be slate color, okay, and here this is going to be a title, okay. So after this, I'm just going to first have this toolbar, okay, so which we have created here, the toolbar, and we'll be passing in this filter column, okay, and then the table object, so which we'll be passing, and then the categories. So here this categories, and finally the statuses, okay. So this is what will be passing for the toolbar. So this how we are using each component inside our data table. So after this thing, okay, so the main div, so here I'm just going to have this rounded medium, and also let's have some border and width to occupy full width, okay, and let's just wrap this inside the table component, okay. So here let's have this the header. So I will just try to get this table dot header groups, okay, and map through each of the header, okay. So here this header group, okay. So here once we have this, let's use this table row component, okay, and the key I'm just going to specify here this header group dot id, okay. And now let's just go through this header group, okay, and the headers, and let's map to each header group, okay, and get this header, and we will just return this table head, okay. So here this table head, and the key for this, it's going to be this header dot id, okay, and this header, or if this is the placeholder, okay, I'm just going to have this null, okay, else I'm just going to have this flex render, okay, and pass in this the header dot this column dot this column def dot the header, okay, and then this header dot get context, okay. So that is the thing for the header, okay, in the row. So after this header, so the body section, so here let's just have this body, okay. So here let's get this row model, okay, row model, so this rows dot length, okay, and here if thing, so I'm just going to get this row model, okay, and let's just map through each row, okay, fine, and here inside this let's use this table row component, okay, and pass in this key, which is going to be this row id, okay, and the data state, so this is going to be this row dot get is selected, okay, and I'm just going to pass in this selected, okay, fine. So now inside this thing, okay, so let's just get this row dot get visible cells, okay, and let's just map through this each cell, and get those cell value, okay, and render the same inside this table cell, okay. So here this key is going to be the cell dot id, okay, and here this flex render, okay, and I'm just going to have this cell dot column def dot cell, okay, and then cell dot get context, okay. So here, yeah, fine. So that is the table cell, and now here if that is not the case, okay, I'm just going to have rendered that no results as of now, okay. So here this is the thing, and inside this I'm just going to wrap the table cell and call span, let's just
try to occupy all of the things, okay. And the styling, so let's just have the site to be 24, and text I just wanted to be center, okay. So here I'm just going to say that no results to showcase. Fine. So this is the almost all of it, okay. So after this thing, so I'm just going to show this pagination thing, okay. So here and here I'm just going to pass in this table object for this. So this is the data table component that we have, okay. So now we can go ahead and try to use this inside our the page section of our the dashboard. So if you just go here, all we have to do is first thing is we should try to make calls to first get the current extraction and finished extractions, okay. So I'm just going to first create one function for that, make this to be asynchronous. So here let's name this to be getting the extractions, okay. So here this is going to be the pretty straightforward. So let's just try to get this server sessions, okay. I'm just going to pass in this auth options, okay. So if there is no session, okay, so I'm just going to throw this error, okay, and say this as cannot authenticate user, okay. Fine. And here I'm just going to get this unique user ID, so which is using the session dot user dot id, okay. And here this current extractions, okay. So I'm just going to import this Prisma. So let me just import Prisma. So here this Prisma dot extraction dot find many. So we'll just query with the ID, so I mean the user. So here this ID, I will just use this user ID, and also in the not part, okay, the status dot the processed, okay. Fine. Yeah, so that is the current extractions, okay. And then the finished extraction, so I'm just going to get the same. So here this Prisma dot and this extraction dot find many. So this is going to be the same thing. So the except that we will attach in the status, okay. So here the status, which is going to be the status dot processed, okay. So this is the current extractions and this is finished extraction. So finally after this I'm just going to return the both of things, okay. This is current extractions and then finish extractions, and then we'll try to make use here. So that is, let's try to make a call, okay. So here let's try to make this to be asynchronous function first, okay. And here I'm just going to call this get extractions, okay. And here let's just get this current extractions and then finished extractions, okay. And once we have that, okay, I'll just try to have this rendered, okay. So let's do one thing. So here the main view, I mean this one, so let's try to make this to be a flex, okay. And the direction the column, okay. And the flex to be I mean let's apply this grow flex, okay. And I'm just going to the standard item center and justify, let's center these things, okay. And the space in the y direction, let's have this 12, okay. And if it's a larger screen, I'm just going to have the more space, okay. Let's say 20, okay. Fine. So now inside this div, so we will make use of this data table component which we have created. So here this title, first this is going to be this documents in the pipelines, okay, and then the filter column, okay. So here I'm just going to provide in here this file name, okay, and the placeholder for now I'm just going to say here this as the filter by the let's say the file name, okay. And then the column, so here we'll have to import the columns, okay. I just imported and we'll provide that. Then the same thing, the categories, the same the categories we'll have to provide, and then the statuses, okay. So I'm just going to provide the same thing, the statuses list as well. And then finally the data, so the data which we will get it from the current extractions, okay. So here I'm just going to this is going to be of type extraction, so this we can just import this from the columns, okay. So this one, okay, so I'm just going to specify here that is the data, okay, and finally that is it. So I'm just going to close this. So same thing, let's just copy the same. I'm just going to have the for finished extractions as well, so I can just remove this, okay. So here I can just say here the title, now we'll just change this to be latest data extractions, okay. And here this is going to be same, then these we can just have these columns without status and all, okay. So for now let's do one thing, so let's first try to have a look at this dashboard page alone, and then we'll see this table, okay. So let's try to go to the UI part, okay. So here better I'm just going to restart this, okay. So because we made a lot of changes also, okay. Anyways, this here let me just run it again, okay. And all we have to do is go to this dashboard page, okay. So I'll just navigate to that dashboard page, okay. So the thing now is we'll have to see the table which we added all the components and see the data in that, because we are making API call and getting this from the DB and trying to populate in the table. So I think it's just loading, okay. Let's give some time, okay. And I can just try to open in this new tab as well. Okay, yeah, it's just compiling now, so we will wait it to give the output. So it's just compiling the dashboard page that we're trying to navigate to. So once we have this, we can go ahead and have a look at it, okay. So let's try to see this, okay. Still loading. So yeah, so this is the components that were needed for our table sections, okay. There is some issue, okay. The use state, okay. Did I miss something? Okay, we are seeing issue. Use state is not exported from React, okay. Okay, we have an issue, we'll see this, but this is the core component usage, okay. Maybe just I think it may be the server components where are we using this thing, React table, okay. Let's try to check this. Let's just try to check this, what is the issue, okay. Okay, maybe it's the import problems that we have done, I guess. Okay, let's try to check it. Yeah, I'll check this and then we'll see the output. Okay, yeah. Yeah guys, so the issue was with the React table was corrupted. So what I did was I just deleted the node modules folder completely, and then try to run npm install command again, so that we get the all latest modules for dependencies that we are using. And also in the data table components, okay, so here first write from this columns, okay, and also here in the toolbar view options, and then the table we forgot to mention, make it as a client component, and that's why we were seeing few issues. So now everything is set, so let me just show you the output. Okay, so this is how the table is going to look. Okay, so whatever we had in all of the records in our db, I'm just taking this and populating in the table. Okay, and also you can see here we have the this 3 pages, and we are adjusting 5 records per page. So if I just change here, we can see here the pages. Okay, and also we can just filter by file name. So if I just search by file name, you can see we are getting that. And also here, based on the status, we can just filter those things. Okay, you see here everything is working fine. And also the category, so you can just see there is one category as of now. Okay, fine. And also here the visibility for the columns that we want. So table is looking good, quite good. Okay, so fine. So let's do the same for finished extractions as well. So I'm just, we had in here the same, let's go to the page section here. So I'm just going to uncomment this, and in place of this current extractions, I just have to pass in the finished extractions. Okay, so here let me just change this finished extractions. Okay, and here the category is fine, and the columns I just let's just try to see this. Okay, uh, okay, and yeah, let's just see how it looks here. Okay, so this is the thing. Here I'll just remove this column. Okay, we can have separate column for that, but this is the finished extractions. Okay, just I'm trying to show here this documents in pipelines, and this is the latest data extraction section. Okay, so this is the table part. Okay, and now let's try proceeding further. So first thing, I just wanted to add the separator component. Okay, so let's just add from the shard cn, okay, the separator component. Okay, so here let me just add this separator component. So and we'll make use of this. Is it already added? Okay, I just yeah, so we already have. Okay, fine. So now what I will do, let's just make the small adjustments in the column section. If you see for the category, I just wanted to give here id for the category. So let me just give the id for the category. I just wanted to if you just let me, yeah, here I just wanted to give here the id property for this. So here this is going to be the category, and also the filter function I just wanted to apply here. Okay, so right after here, let me just have this filter function. So here let's get this row id and value. Okay, and in here
I'm just going to return here this value dot includes the row dot id that we will be searching. So I'm just trying to add this filter function. Okay, and also here I just wanted to order by a descending thing, so we can just mention here whenever we are trying to get the current extractions. Okay, so here let me just order by the created at. Okay, and I'm just going to specify here the descending. Okay, fine. Okay, so same thing for the finished extractions also, so that will have the latest one at the top of the table. Okay, so I'm just going to here let's okay, fine, yeah, that's all. And in the pagination, so I'm just going to add in here the left padding rather than in the both left and right. Okay, so that's all. Okay, let's just have a look. Okay, so you can see here now this is sorted by the date. Okay, fine, yeah, that is it. Okay, so yeah, this the we added the filtering function for the category. Okay, so here on the id, and also we are trying to get the data from db by descending order of the date it was created. Okay, now let's say you want to delete the particular record in a table, so we need the actions for each row and all. So first thing, let's try to add the dialog for it to let's say to delete. So I just wanted to add the dialog for deleting elements in table. So let's just go back. Okay, so here in the column section, so if you just go to the column section here, let's just minimize this file name status. Okay, then created at. Okay, updated at. After this the actions. Okay, so here I don't see the actions. Okay, is it actually we should see the action section in the table, but I'm not seeing any. Okay, here we should see in here. Okay, the actions part which we are not able to. Okay, I'll just check that. Okay, fine. And so first let's just add in the dialog for this. Okay, so let me just wrap everything inside this dialog. Okay, and inside I'm just going to let's just move in this inside this dialog component. Okay, and then we'll make changes. So now okay, so after this more horizontal. Okay, I'm just going to add in here the span for small sr only thing. Okay, so let me just add in that just to make it better. So I'm just going to give here the option to be open menu. Okay, then after this, okay, the content. Okay, so same thing, the process, and then the delete option. So now here for the delete menu item. Okay, I will add in the on click functionality. So here for now let's just console or alert it. Okay, and also here let me just make this to be a cursor pointer on hovering. Okay, and here this on click I just wanted the let's for now I'm just going to alert here this delete, like indicating that it is clicked on it. Okay, fine. And after this the menu, let me add the dialog content. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this dialog content. Okay, and in this, let's have the header. So here the header, so inside this, first the title. So the title, it's going to be the delete extraction in pipelines. Okay, so I'm just going to give the title as delete extraction in pipelines. Okay, then the description, so I'm just going to add in some descriptions. Let's just add some padding at the top. Okay, and here inside this we'll just give the double prompting. Okay, so basically, are you sure, like, this will permanently delete the current extraction? Okay, so kind of will say that, and remove this associated file. I'm just going to say, like, this action is not reversible or not undoable, something like that. Okay, so I'll just say here, this action cannot be undone. Okay, fine. Yeah, and finally, after this header, I'm just going to have this footer. So let's just have this footer. Okay, in that footer I'm just going to have this button. Okay, so variant indicating this is for destructive, so I'm just going to give variant as destructive, and the button text I'm just going to give here the delete. Okay, fine. And here, I don't know why the actions we are not able to see. Okay, after this updated at, let's just see here. Okay, uh, is it because of, let me just refresh. So this is where we are supposed to see the actions. Okay, but I'm not seeing. Okay, let me just check this. Okay, and then get back to you guys. Okay guys, I see that last 35 minutes of video voice recording did not happen. There was some glitch due to which the voice was not captured. Regret for the inconvenience caused, and I'll just go through or briefly walk you through what happened in that duration. I think that video was itself self-explanatory, but I'll just explain what I did. Okay, so basically that was, we did add a endpoint to delete the file in the S3 bucket, and also the extraction record in our table, and then integrate that API to the alert dialog and all. So that was pretty much it. Okay, so if I just try to see here, so this was the endpoint that I did add. Okay, the first creating an object and then deleting that from the S3, and then parallelly deleting that extraction from the record, and that we were consuming in here. Okay, so the function return to delete that extraction, and then we were just passing on to the here calling that extraction. So that is the gist of it, and then we and I just showcased that deletion right from the UI. So that was it. So now what we will do is we will go ahead and try to add the dashboard for text recognition. Okay, so here if you just see here in the pipeline section, so here for the we have this just the page. Okay, here I just wanted to add in the columns. Okay, and then the page thing I just wanted to replace here the content with the data table section. Okay, so for that let's do one thing. So I'm just going to copy this old file, and then we'll make tweaks according to the thing. Okay, so here I'm just going to create in so here let's just copy up, paste this file. Okay, so where is this? Okay, fine. Okay, let's do this columns. Let me just copy. Okay, and here in the text recognition I'm just going to paste the file. Okay, and here I'm just going to make the changes accordingly, and also in the I'll just copy here the table part for this text recognition, and here instead of this. Okay, so let's just add some margin 8 in all direction and make this to be flex. Okay, and direction to be column. So I'm just going to apply flex grow. Okay, and items let's just center. Okay, and also justify, let me just center it, and in the y direction I'm just going to have space in the 12, and if it's a larger screen let's have the more space. Okay, fine. So now in place of this content I'm just going to add in this data table. So here this we will just import this from the data table component which we have created. Okay, and now here this title I'm just going to have here as documents in the current pipeline. Okay, and page size also we will just add in here as the one of the props. Okay, so we will change the definition like we added the empty message. So same thing. So here I'm just going to pass in here the page size to be 10, and here the empty message let me just here let me yeah, so here I have to, yeah, for, yep. Now here for the empty message I'm just going to say here no documents in this text recognition pipeline. Okay, so here I'm just going to say this one. Okay, and filter by file name, that's going to remain same. Okay, and here no category or no statuses, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and we'll make that as optional there. So and here we'll have to get the extractions. Okay, so that let's do one thing. So we had I think the extractions in here, the get extraction. So let's do one thing. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and we have this library folder where we had the request file. So here
in this request I'm just going to create this function so we can use this. Okay, so let me just minimize this. Okay, so here let me just add in this, so get extractions. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in the status as the input for this. Okay, and this is going to remain same user ID, and then here let me just change this to extractions. Okay, and we are just querying based on the status now, so I'm just going to pass in here the status. So this is going to be the status that we are receiving as the input prop for this. Okay, and finally I'm just going to return just the extractions from this function, so which is this extraction. So this is the get extractions function, so we can just make use of this inside our the page section. So basically now here I just will make I'll just make this asynchronous function firstly. Okay, and so that we can make a call to that. Okay, and here let's just try to get this extractions. So here I'm just going to call this get extractions. Okay, did we not export that? Okay, so let's just go to that file here, request. Yeah, so we have not exported, so I'm just going to export this. So now let's go to this here, and we will just use this get extractions, and what we have to pass in here is the status. Okay, so here since we are in the text recognition, so it is going to be to recognize status, and that will give us the extractions list. And now here in the extractions in data part, I'll just pass in here the extractions. Okay, and let's just import the same from the Prisma client. Okay, and here the columns. Okay, this columns we will make changes here firstly. Okay, then I'll just import from here, and here we can just remove this and unused dialog imports. Okay, and this now I'll just remove this the category and the status from this extraction. Okay, so here. Okay, and this one I'm just going to remove this statuses as well. Okay, and the delete extraction will be the same. Okay, and now here the columns. Okay, so here we need just one thing. I'll just delete this. Okay, so now first thing is the ID column, so this is going to be the same, so not much of a change. Okay, so I'll just leave this as it is, the first column, and then the next one is the category. So we do want this, so I'm just going to remove this completely, this column. And now the file name, so this is going to be file name and same thing, so let's not do anything for this. And the status, so status also we are not worried about, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, then the created at creation date, it's going to remain the same, so let's just minimize the same. And updated at as well, so I'm just going to leave this as it is. And now the actions part. Okay, the status part, I'm just completely going to remove this. Okay, and here this should be pretty much same. Okay, so except that here the we will navigate to the text recognition page. Okay, so I can just add in here process thing. Okay, so here the text recognition. Okay, so and the ID, that is what will be passing here for the process. Okay, and the delete, it's going to remain same. Okay, and the delete extraction in the pipeline. Okay, and this the description and all, everything it remains same. Okay, so that's the change. Okay, so now we have these columns and things ready, so I can just go ahead and import the same from this column section. Okay, and this data table, yeah, we'll have to tweak this. Okay, so as you see, we added this page size. Okay, and first thing, let's just go to this data table section, and here first thing I just wanted to make this categories to be optional. Okay, and also the in the toolbar. So if you just see here in this data table toolbar, so here as well I just wanted to make this to be optional. Okay, and whenever we are trying to get the category value, so here we see here issue because we are not sure whether the categories will be there. So I'm just going to add a check here. If this categories is there, then only we will try to get this column and then showcase this one. So now the error is also gone. Okay, so yeah, this is just the way that we try to add in the table for the dashboard for text recognition. So if you just go back, okay, and here try to refresh this. Okay, so you can see now the text recognition we just added in the dashboard. Okay, and we see that the table is appearing. Okay, fine. And for processing it's going to take us to that. Okay, I'm not going to show this. Okay, which we already saw that. Okay, so and also here the page size. Okay, so fine. So yeah, we just added the dashboard for text recognition. So same way we'll have to add the remaining dashboard of pipelines, you know, for data extraction and all other things. Okay, and the verification. So let's go back. Okay, and let's try to add in the same. First let's do for the data extraction section. So here data extraction, so I'm just going to copy the same columns. Okay, and we'll just make tweaks according to the needs. Okay, so let's just paste this columns. Okay, and also here the data table. So I'm just going to take this. Okay, and here let's just let's just take this whole div. Okay, and replace the content with this div. Okay, so here now we'll make changes. So first thing in the column section. Okay, so I think mostly it's going to be the same. So because the same thing except that we are going to query for different status and all. Okay, so yeah, I don't think there is much change in here. So in the page we'll just import the same. Okay, so let me just import this data table. Okay, and here this it's going to be now the data extraction pipeline. So here let me just add in this data extraction. Okay, and the columns I'm just going to import this from the columns, and this extractions we will just make this first of all the asynchronous function. Okay, and let's try to get the extractions. Okay, so here I'm just going to query for the function which we have written by passing in the status. We are going to get this data. Okay, so here now the status it's going to be to extract. Okay, fine. And this I just have to import from the Prisma client. Okay, so now if we go to the data extraction, also we should see the table. So if I just try to navigate to this. Okay, so let's wait for it to load. Okay, so it's loading. So now we should see the table same way. Yeah, so you can see here data extraction. We see here we have 2 records in this. Okay, fine. So looking good for me. Okay, and now the same thing for the verification as well. So let's do quickly for the verification section. So let me just copy the same thing. Okay, so let's just copy here and use the same. Let's just paste this one, and here let me just take this div, and what is the issue here? Okay, so I'll just replace this with this, and here let's just import this data table. Okay, and columns as well. Okay, And now here the let's just make this to be asynchronous function. Okay, since this is a component, we can just directly get this data. Okay, so here get extractions. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in the status. So here it will be like, which is in the verify status. Okay, and here I'm just going to import this, and also here we just have to change this one to verification pipeline. Okay, and the rest of the thing, it's going to remain same. We can just check the same. Okay, so if I just try to navigate to this verification, you can see here we have one thing which is in this phase. Okay, fine. So yeah, so we added the dashboard for other phases, data extraction and the verification. So now we'll try to go ahead and try to add the table for receipts. Okay, and then let's try to add some queries for the graphs. Okay, that we'll be trying to display. Okay, like some queries to get some stats onto the UI, so that also we are going to do. And also here in the verification route, okay, so I just wanted to make sure that we don't miss any typecasting issues. So here in this verification route, okay, so while we were creating in here the let's yeah so basically here the subtotal and all everything, I just wanted to be very extra cautious. So I just wanted to typecast this to float. Okay, before we are trying to send this. Okay, and so that we don't see any issues. So same thing I just wanted to, so that's not though we assume that they will send the numbers, but we can be extra cautious and add this. Okay, so it's optional, you can either add and leave it, but it's a good way to add this and keep maintaining our handling in this way. Okay, so same thing, okay, for the quantity as well. So I'm just going to typecast this to float. Okay, and this one also the amount. Okay, fine. And the here even in the invoices, okay, here for the total amount due, we can just typecast this also to float. Okay, and here the amount as well. So I'm just going to typecast this to float. Fine. And here the credit card statements, here also for the total amount due. So I'll just typecast this to float. Okay, and here the amount. Fine. So this is the just the small correction. Okay, so now as I said, first we'll add the table for the receipts. Okay, so for the receipt section, where we will do is in the organized data section. So that is in the let me just in the organized data, and here for the receipts. So we just added here the page. So now I just wanted to add the table like we did for the other things, the table in here. Okay, so here let's just I'm just going to copy whatever we had the initial columns. Okay, so here not this one, so I'm just going to from this dashboard, let me just copy this and have it for the receipts. Okay, so in here we'll just make tweaks according to the needs of this receipt, and then we'll make changes inside this page component also. So let's start making changes in this columns first. So here first the type for the extraction, so ID will keep it as it is, and now here the categories is going to change. So first it can be of the retail. Okay, or the groceries, or we can say some restaurant. Let's say we can add whatever it is, but now I'm just restricting it to these things. Okay, some like cafe, okay, or the let's say the something like other. Okay, fine. So that is the category, and here additionally I'll just add in the extraction ID. Okay, so here this is going to be of type string, then the extraction. So here this is going to be object with the file name, so this is going to be a string. Okay, and then the category. Okay, and after this the I'm just removing this the file name and status. Okay, so here this from, so from whom it is. Okay, and then the total amount. Okay, and then the number. Okay, the quantity. So here this is either the string, or I can just say it to be null. Okay, fine. And then the created at. Okay, and then the I'll just instead of this updated at, okay, I'll just going to have here the date of that. Okay, so this is going to be the type for this. And now the categories. Okay, all we have to do is okay, I'm just going to remove this. The statuses, we will rename this to the categories. Okay, and first value, it's going to be the retail. Okay, and the label, I'm just going to have the title case version of the retail. Okay, and let's just remove this links and all. Okay, I can we can just have whatever the color, leave those as it is. Okay, and here the groceries. So the title, sorry, label, it's going to be the groceries, and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and here the next voila is the restaurant. Okay, and now this one, let's just have this restaurant. Okay, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and let's just copy the same. Okay, and we will add in the two more. Then next is the cafe, so I'm just going to change this to cafe. Okay, and then the label of that, and the color, we can just say something like, I'll just change whatever. Yeah, we can add in whatever the color. Okay, so fine. And then finally the other category. Okay, so I'm just going to change this label as well, and here let's just say gray color. Okay, here as well I'm just going to change this to gray color. Okay, fine. This is the categories now, and the delete extraction, it's going to be pretty much same. And the now the accessor keys. Okay, so here I'll have this number. Okay, and instead of this ID, I'm just going to replace with this number. And now here this number. Okay, and also the for this, let's first get the number. Okay, so basically here the value, I'm just going to get this value. So let's just query this original dot this number. If this is equals to empty, so I'm just going to have this none stored, or else we'll just have this the whatever value present in this number. Okay, and now, okay, so this title, it's going to be this. Okay, and the styling for this, okay, let's just make this to be dynamic. Okay, so I'm just going to change this completely. So here I'm just going to use the cn. Okay, the utility, and wrap inside this. If this value is none, okay, then I'm just going to have this text color as a slate. Okay, so let's just say 400. Okay, if that is not the case, okay, then we'll have here. So here the text color, I'm just going to have in here the darker slate color. Okay, and also the pretty much overflow, I'm just going to hide it. Okay, let's just apply this truncate. Okay, and the let's just have width full if it is 2 times extra large. Okay, at the same time max width I'm just going to have here the 3 times XL. Okay, fine. And width, let's just say some 16. Okay, that is the thing. And I'm just yeah, what is the issue? Did we not import this? Okay, the issue is I'll just have to return this. Okay, so let me just wrap inside this. And here I'm just going to change this one. Okay, fine. Yeah, so and yeah, and now here I'm just going to have this value showcased. Okay, and I'm just going to remove these things. Okay, so that is the number column, so I'll just minimize that. And next is the category, so pretty much I'm just not going to now here let's category, I'm just going to get this category, and width, let's just give 24 width. Okay, and now I'll just have this badge. Okay, same thing, outline, and this one. Okay, and instead of this, so we can just pass in here let's so here this wall this styling, so let's just have this padding in the y direction 1, and here I'm just going to pass in the text class and then the border class. Okay, for styling, and this is going to be the label, so I'm just going to show in here the label. Okay, yeah, fine. And filter, it's going to be pretty much same. Okay, and now here it's going to be from. Okay, so let me just change this accessor key to from, and here the value, it's going to be from now instead of this file name. Okay, and this one also, it's going to be from. Yeah, pretty much I'm just going to keep that as it is. Maybe you can just depending on the value, so if you want the width to be increased like this, you can just change. I mean, once you just have a look and you feel which width is good, you can come and tweak the values accordingly. So this is for from, so I'm just going to leave that as it is. Okay, and next is the date. Okay, so here the status, I'm just going to remove this. So for the date, okay, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and let's try to make changes for this. So here this date. Okay, so this is going to be date. Okay, and the title also, I'm just going to change this to date. Okay, and the cell part. Okay, so now for the div, let me just give in here this title. So here this is going to be row dot get value of this date value. Okay, fine. And then the styling. Okay, so here let's be dynamic, so I'm just going to have in here, if this row dot original dot date is equals to null. Okay, then I will just have the lighter slate color. If not, let's have the okay, let's have the darker slate color. Okay, that is the thing. Okay, and then the width, let's just have this width set it to 32. Okay, and here now I'm just going to do double check here. So basically if this row dot original dot date is equals to null. Okay, I'm just going to show here this none. Okay, else I'm just going to show this. I just have to change this to date. Okay, fine. So this is the date column. Okay, and now the total column. Okay, so for the total column, I can just copy the from one. Okay, see, so I'm just going to copy this. So right after this date, let me just have this total. So here this is going to be the total column. Okay, in the title I'm just going to change this to total, and here the get value I'm just going to change from to total. Okay, and here let's just reduce this width to 20, and remaining I'm just going to leave as it is, and here in place of this from, let's just get this total. Okay, so that is the total. Okay, and the file name I just removed. Okay, I forgot. Okay, I'll just take this from this columns. Okay, let's just take this. Yeah, I'll just take this file name. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, so here I mean yeah, right after this one date I'm just going to have in here this file name. So file name, and then the here let's just have this ID for this, the file name. Okay, and the accessor function, so I'm just going to have in here the accessor function, which is going to be extraction dot file name. Okay, and accessor key is going to be a file name. What, yeah, fine. And then this is going to be file name same. So pretty much yeah, this is going to, let's just say this width to be 32. Okay, so this is the file name, and after this the I mean let's just do it after here. Okay, fine. So that is the file name, and then the created at. Okay, so here instead of this creation date I'm just going to change to extraction date. Okay, okay, and width let's just set it to 32. Okay, and remaining I'm just going to leave as it is. And finally, yeah, we can just remove this updated at. Okay, and now here the actions part. Okay, so I'm just going to remove in here the statuses and the other parts. Okay, so the open menu, the process, so here the process will not have, so I'm just going to remove this. We'll just have the delete the menu item. Okay, so and this is going to be just to delete the receipt. Okay, so the delete receipt. Okay, and this is going to be let's just say current receipt instead of this extraction. So yeah, I'm just changing the text I mean according to the receipts. Okay, and yeah, so this one the cancel, and then we are going to call the same thing. So here in place of this ID we'll have to pass in this extraction ID. Okay, and the rest it's going to remain same, and I can just remove this things. Okay, and let's just see if there is any things we are not using from the imports, we can just remove the same thing. Okay, so that we can maintain as cleanly as possible. Okay, fine, and yeah, fine. Now the columns are ready, so now let's go to the page section. Okay, so for the page section I can just copy the same from here. So let me just copy this one for the receipts. Okay, so instead of this whole div we'll just have this. Okay, and here after this I'm just going to have in here div which says with some content. Let's just say a overview for now. Okay, so here height, let's just have this half of the height. Okay, I'm just going to say in here the overview. Okay, and here let's just import this data table, and the title it's going to be now the all receipts. So here let's just change this title to all receipts. Okay, and also the empty message I can just say no receipts extracted yet. Okay, so let me just here have this as no receipts extracted yet. Okay, and yeah, page size you can just leave, so it will take a default value, but if you want to be specific you can just mention. And here I'm just going to, here filter column, it's going to be from, so filter by the location. Okay, and the columns now, so I'm just going to import the columns, and here the categories. Okay, this also, let's just import this categories from the columns file. Okay, and finally the receipts. Okay, so receipts also I'm just going to create in new function in this libraries request folder. So here in this file, let me just copy this. Okay, and here I'm just going to change this to receipts. Okay, and no input param expected for this. Okay, this is going to be pretty much same user ID. Okay, and now here in place of this extractions, I'm just going to have in here the receipts. I'm just going to query this receipt table. Okay, and we are going to order by descending and where user ID. Okay, and let's just remove this status. Okay, and here I'm just going to include the extraction. Okay, so here this extraction details, fine, and finally I'm just going to return this receipts. Okay, fine. So this error comes because we'll have to reload sometimes for the schema to be updated. We just migrated, right? Okay, fine. So we have this get receipts. Okay, so I'm just going to the receipts section. Here we can just make this to be asynchronous. Okay, and here I'm just going to get that extractions, or we can just say receipts. Okay, whatever. So I'm just going to say this to be receipts. Okay, let's just call this receipts. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in this receipts. Okay, and this is going to be the receipt array. Okay, so this is the receipts page. Okay, and also to be more precise and not to miss the from category and total value in the receipt table, we can just go ahead and make it as mandatory instead of the optional. So what I meant here is, so here if you just see here in the receipts table, so the from the then the category and then the total. Okay, so since we want this, I'm just going to change this to mandatory instead of making this as the optional. Okay, that's the change. And also in the receipt item, I'm just going to make this quantity and amount also to be mandatory. So those are small changes I'm just making, so that we'll get those details to display in a table. Okay, so that will not end up with the null values all the time. Okay, and also in the invoice, the category, I'm not going to make this as optional. Okay, and in the transaction, I mean the card transaction as well, let's not just make this category to be optional. Okay, fine, those are the small changes. Okay, I can just migrate that. So I mean here I'll just change this definition to mandated few fields. Okay, so I'm just going to migrate the same. Okay, so we just added you can see here the migration mandated few fields. Okay, and now if we just try to go to the this receipts page. Okay, so the changes where we added it is in the receipts section. So we should see this page whatever we added. So let's try to see this. Okay, so I'm just going in here for the receipts section. So let's see what is it. We should see the table and the overview section which we just added. So I think it's just loading. Yeah, we can see that. So here this is the receipts, okay, and overview, okay, all receipts, the number and the restaurant, okay, and from whom, and then the total and everything, okay. So you can see now, so this is also working fine. So the table that we try to add in the receipts, it's appearing, okay, and also we can search by from. So here if I just say okay, so it's working, okay, fine. So now, as I said, we will try to add some queries for the graphs to display, okay. So that thing where I just wanted to add in here is, okay, let's just go back to the request file where we just added the getting the receipts, okay. So that is in here. After I was getting these receipts, I'm just going to add in this queries.
So here right after this receipts, let's write a few of the queries that we can try to showcase in the pictorially visualization in the form of charts. Okay, so for that, first let me just try to get this monthly expenses. Okay, so here I'm just going to query Prisma. So let's query raw. Okay, and here all I'm going to provide is the SQL query. So we are going to select the extract month. Okay, so I'm just going to have from date, okay, as so let's just month, okay, and here I'm just going to query here the sum of the total, okay, as the total, okay, and here let's query from this receipt table, okay, and the condition is where the date is not null, okay, and the user ID, okay, so the user ID is matching to the user ID that we have here, okay, and I'm just going to group by the extract the month from date, okay. So this is the query which is going to give me monthly expenses, okay, simple and straightforward, fine. So that was for the monthly expenses, and next I'll just have the category counts, okay. So here I'm just going to query this receipt, okay, and here I'm just going to have this group by be by this category, okay, and here again the query, the ID is going to be the user ID who is trying to have a look at, okay, and here this count I'm just going to set this category to true, okay. So this is going to give me the category counts, and then let's just have the category distribution. So I can just write in this way, that is the category distribution by just querying this category counts and iterating through each item, okay, and once I iterate, okay, I can just have this category, okay. So here this is going to be item dot category, and the percentage I can just have in this way, that is item dot the count dot category, okay, by this receipts dot length multiplied by 100. So this is going to give me the percentage that this category is occupying in the records of the receipts table, okay, fine. And next is the highest the total amount, okay. So let me just query the same. I'm just going to aggregate all of them. So here this ID, the user ID, let's just query this one, okay, and here let's max the total true, okay.
so this is going to give us the highest total amount. Okay, and then the next I'm just going to write the query which is going to give me the most let's say the expensive category. Okay, so here let me just same thing, I'm just going to query this group by, okay, by this category. Okay, and where I'm just going to query this user ID sum. Okay, I'm just going to total to true. Okay, and then we'll just order by this sum. Okay, so here again let me just order by this descending order, and finally the I'm just going to take just one thing. Okay, so this is going to give me the most expensive category in the receipts thing. Okay, and now the most recurrent from. Okay, so where are we spending most of the money from? Okay, so here I'm just going to query the same thing, prisma dot receipt group by. Okay, so here by this from. Okay, and here let's just count this from to true. The where I'm just going to query based on this user ID, so let me just pass this user ID, and we will just order by this from descending, and I'm just going to take the first record. Okay, fine. So yeah, those are the things. So we can just now build the response object, and then we will return that. Okay, first is the receipts. Okay, then the monthly expenses. Okay, then the we can just say the category distribution. Okay, then the highest total amount. Okay, so here I'm just going to have in here this highest total amount dot max dot total. Okay, then the most expensive category. Okay, so here this I'm just going to have in here this category, so this is going to be most expensive category dot this category, and then the total. So here let's just have this total, which is the most expensive category sum dot total. Okay, and finally this most recurrent from. Okay, so here let me just have this most recurrent from dot the from value. Okay, and then the count of it. So here this is going to be the count dot from. Okay, fine. So this is the overall response object. Now we can return this response object instead of this receipts. Okay, so I'm just going to return this response. Okay, so now immediately we'll have to make change in the place where we were referring this get receipts, that is in the receipts page. So if you just go here now, instead of this directly getting, we'll have to destructure, so that we can just pass in the receipts to the table. Okay, so now so if we just see here, okay, so yeah, that is the receipts. Okay, so now we added at least the queries or the data that we wanted to get from the receipts table, and trying to return that response object. So now all we have to do is collect that data and try to display in one of the charts. Okay, first thing, let's try to add the bar chart. Okay, so I just wanted to add the bar chart and try if we can populate a few of the data into that. Okay, so for that let me install the recharts. Okay, we'll use the recharts for that. Okay, so I can just install this recharts. Okay, so for this, okay, I'm just going to let's say in the component section. So let me collapse all of this, okay, and in this component section let me just create here a new file. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as something like, you know, monthly expenses, you can say just the graph. Okay, so this is going to be the monthly expenses graph. Okay, so here I'm just going to have the component where we'll try to use the bar chart, okay, and pass on the data. For now let's just have some dummy data and see how it is going to look. Okay, so first thing, let's make this to be the client component. Okay, and let's define this function. Okay, so I'm just going to name this to be monthly expense graph. Okay, and this expects the data as a props for this component. Okay, so here I'm just going to give the type for this data. So here this name, which is going to be of type string, and then the full name, so this is also going to be of type string, and then the value. So here this is going to be of type number, and this is going to be array of this object. Okay, fine. So here let's just try to return that. Okay, I'm just going to wrap inside this responsive container from recharts. Okay, and let's just give within here this as the 100%. Okay, and then the height. Okay, so I'm just going to give the 100%. Okay, and here inside this let's just have this bar chart from this recharts. Okay, so I'm just going to import the same. Okay, so first we'll have to pass in this data. Okay, and let's add some margin. Okay, so top I'm just going to everywhere, let's for now, you know, add a 0 in all directions. Okay, and bottom. Okay, fine. So we don't have data for now, so I'm just going to have some dummy data here. Okay, let's just define it as the dummy data. So basically here I'm just going to have some of the examples. Okay, so here let's just say the full name as the none. Okay, and then the value. Okay, so I'm just going to make this to be random value. So let's just use this math.random. Okay, and multiply by something and add in some value. Okay, so assume this is the data for now. Okay, I know we have very few, only one object, we can just add that, but we'll come to that. Okay, so once we pass that data to this bar chart, okay, now inside this, the x-axis and y-axis and the data that to be displayed has to be provided. So here I'm just going to import this x-axis. Okay, and the data key. Okay, here it's going to be this name, and we'll have to provide the some of the properties like, you know, font size, the padding, the tick line and axis line and all. Okay, so first I'm just going to add some stroke. Okay, so here let's say stroke of, okay, this color. Okay, fine, and then the font size. Okay, so I can just say here to be something like this. Okay, and padding. Okay, I'm just let's say the left padding of 4. Okay, and the right I'm just going to have here 2. Okay, fine, and then the tick line. So let me just add in here this for now to be a false. Okay, we're not applying it. Okay, and also the axis line, so here this one also I'm just going to set this to false. So this is the x-axis. Okay, same thing, we will do it for the y-axis. Okay, so I can just import the same. Okay, and now here this data key, let's remove this. Okay, and here even this padding I'm just going to remove this. Okay, stroke let's leave as it is. Okay, and font size, thick line, and width let's just give here width, let's say 20. Okay, fine. So here after this let's have some tooltip component. Okay, from this recharts. Okay, and the content I'm just going to have here the custom tooltip. Okay, and also here let's just say the cursor to be false. We'll have this custom tooltip component. Okay, and here I'm just going to use this bar component, and the data key for this, it's going to be the value property. Okay, and let's just say this, let's give some even f0 or random blue color. Okay, and the radius I'm just going to give 3 in all direction. Okay, yeah, and this is the bar component. So now the tooltip. Okay, so quickly I'm just going to have in here some component for customized tooltip. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this tooltip. Okay, and this is going to have here the action, let's say the active. Okay, whether this is active or not, so let's make this to be a boolean. Okay, and then the payload. Okay, so here this is going to be for now, let's say any array. Okay, and then the label, so this is again going to be optional of type string. Let me just destructure this properties, active, payload, and the label. Okay, fine. And now here depending upon this, so if this is active, okay, and the payload is present, and also just confirming if the payload is having some value, so I'm just going to have rendered this div. So here let's just give this to be rounded. Okay, and let's add some shadow and padding into in all directions, and have some border. So let's give some color for this border, let's say lighter slate color, and background I'm just going to give here the white. And in the first p tag I'm just going to have this full name, and okay, and in second p tag let's have the value. Okay, so here let's just make this to be font type to be semi bold. Okay, and the text I'm just going to apply this to be base. Okay, so now here I'm just going to have this payload dot full name. Okay, so here, and in the second p tag I'm just going to display this let's say the value. Okay, so here this value dot fixed. Okay, fine. And yeah, so this is the custom tooltip component. Okay, so I can just if nothing, so I'm just going to return this null. Okay, so yeah, what is the issue here? Okay, so this is the arrow component. Okay, fine. So here for the content I'll just use this custom tooltip component. Okay, there is some issue here, the payload is missing. Okay, so let's make this also the optional. Okay, so that we don't see this issue. Fine. Okay, so this is something like simple the monthly expenses, let's make this to be plural. Okay, this is something like monthly expenses graph. Okay, now we'll try to use this graph. Okay, so this one we'll have to include this changes in the receipts page. Okay, so if you just go here in this, okay, this section. Okay, now once we get this receipts, and also here let me just try to get this the average monthly expenses. Okay, so fine, so we will get that. Okay, and let's try to format this into the way that we wanted for our graph. Okay, so I'm just going to say here something like, formatted average monthly expenses, and I'm just going to iterate through this average monthly expenses. Okay, and here let me just transform into the way that I want. So here, if this f dot month, okay, is equals to 0, okay, so I'm just going to return in here the not applicable. Okay, and full name. Okay, so here let me just have this to be none. Okay, and the value I'm just going to here have this m dot average. Okay, fine, if that is 0. Okay, else. Okay, so here let me just get the month names. Okay, so to get the month names, it's better if we try to write some utils. Okay, so here in the library folder, in the utils, I'm just going to write in here one function. Okay, let's just name this to be something like, get month names. Okay, so here let me just have this number as the input for this function. So here this is the number. Okay, so here let me just create this date object, and I'm just going to, okay, this is going to be this date. Okay, let me just set this month to be the number -1. Okay, and then the short name and the long name. Okay, so let me just have this to convert it to local string. Okay, so here I'm just going to give here the locals. Okay, and the month. Okay, I'm just going to specify here it as a short. Okay, and it's going to be the long name. Okay, the same thing except that month I'm just going to specify the value to be long. Okay, fine, so this is going to give me the long name, so we will just return in here the short name along with that long name. So this is going to help us get the month names. Okay, so now here I can just try to destructure those values. Okay, so here let me just import month names. Okay, and I'm just going to provide in here this month value. Okay, and here let's try to get this short name and then the long name. Okay, so once we get this, okay, I'm just going to return in here the name. So here this is going to be the short name. Okay, then the full name. So here full name, it's going to be the long name of the month, and finally the value. So here m dot average. Okay, so this is the formatted average monthly expenses. So once we have this, okay, so now we will try to have this in place of this overview. So we will try to change this. Okay, so basically here in place of this overview, let me have that overview wrapped inside this header. Okay, So let's just make header to be 2 times extra large, okay, and font type let's make it bold, okay. And the text I'm just going to give here the slate color, okay, let's say 800, and margin at the bottom, okay. And if it's the bigger screen, I'm just going to have margin bottom of 3. So here the title of that, it's going to be the overview. Fine. So right after this, I'm just going to have a div with the heading which says something like, average monthly expenses, and below that we will just use the monthly expense graph which we just built, and I'm just going to pass in the data that we prepared above, okay. So here let's just make this to occupy whole full width and height, okay. And I'm just going to have this display in the grid, okay. And let's just have this columns of 8, okay, and a gap of 3. So here first thing in this div, okay, let's again have this width and height to be full, okay. And let's make it occupy the call spans, okay. And here this heading which says something like, average monthly expenses, okay. So here let me just make this type to be semi bold, okay. And text color let's make this to be slate, okay. And let's have some margin bottom. Inside this I'm just going to have here this average monthly expenses, okay. So that is the title, okay. So after this we'll have this div for displaying the component. So here I just want the width to be 4/5, okay. And let's add some border, and then the color for this, the slate color, okay, let's say 200, okay. And then the make a rounded medium, and let's add some padding in the left, okay, and the right as well, okay. And the top let's say, and the bottom also some value, okay. So if it's the larger screen, I'm just going to add more padding, okay. So it's all again you can just play with these values and figure out which is best, okay. And now I'm just going to render the component which we just prepared, the expenses graph, okay, and the data. And I'm just going to pass in this formatted average monthly expenses, okay. Fine. And yeah, there is some issue here. Okay, so here let's see how this is okay. Here let me, did we, okay, it's not average, so it's monthly expenses, okay. So I'm just going to change this. So here as well, so let me just change this to monthly expenses, okay. So let's see now. So it's trying to reload, okay. Let's see. Yeah, you can see here as of now we just have this thing, okay. So it is, the value is 2817, okay. And okay, so if I just go to this monthly expense graph, okay,
Okay, so that is the value. So if you just see the in the request section, the monthly expenses. Okay, so here we are just trying to group by the user ID in month. Okay, so the sum of total. Okay, let's see that. Okay, and let's properly style it. Okay, so after this, okay, so after this div, okay, we'll have the category distribution section, and then the statistics section. So here let me just have this width to be full, okay, and height to be 4/5, okay, and let's make it occupy the 3 columns, okay, and here the header for the category distribution. Okay, so font type is semi bold, and text, let's give some slate color, and margin at the bottom. Okay, so here I'm just going to have the heading for this, which is going to be the category distribution. Okay, fine. So here we below this we will have a div where we'll have to render the category distribution component. For now we don't have, so I'm just going to create in here the empty div, adding some border. So color for this let's say border slate color. Okay, and I'm just going to add in here this empty div. Okay, width and height I'm just going to make it occupy full. Okay, so if you just see here, okay, so this is where category distribution comes. Okay, and after this thing, okay, so I'm just let's copy this whole div part. Okay, and this is going to be for statistics. Okay, so let's just change in here the title of this. Okay, so this is going to be the statistics. Okay, and I'm just going to have the div empty for now. This statistics, okay, has to load in here. So this is going to be the column span, not call span. Okay, fine, yeah. So now here let's try to change the styling for the core div. Okay, so here for this let's not make it height to be off of it, so let's just give 72. Okay, and if it's a larger screen I'm just going to have here let's say height of 450 pixel. Okay, fine, and in this for this main as well, let's remove this item center and justify center. Okay, and here let me just reduce the space in the y direction also to 10, and if it's the larger screen I'm just going to have the less space. Okay, fine, so that is a change. Okay, so now let's see this. Okay, yeah, looks quite good at least. Okay, okay, what is happening to this statistics is here. Okay, we can just change that. Okay, and also here the for the graph. Okay, okay, we can see that. Okay, but here, yeah, so for now let's leave as it is. Okay, this is for category distribution, this is for average monthly expenses, and this is for statistics. We'll see, we'll try to populate here. Okay, that's not an issue. Okay, let's give only here 2 columns. Okay,
I'm just going to here two columns. Okay, yeah, okay, fine. So this occupies three columns, this three and this two. Okay, fine. So at least we have this. Okay, and also here let's just pass in here the page size. Default I'm just going to pass in here 10 as a value for that. Okay, so you can see maybe here the monthly expense component which we just added in the x direction. Let me make left, let's say here 6. Okay, okay, so let's not just worry about that. Fine. Yeah, that's pretty much okay. And also here let's do one thing. So there is some issue with the monthly expenses. Okay, so here I'm just going to change this. Okay, so that is the reason we see issue here. Okay, fine. I'm just going to change this to average monthly expenses. Okay, for now let's make this to be of type any. Okay, and in here first thing is let's change this query completely. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this months. Okay, as this the select query. Okay, select. Okay, so generate, I'm just going to use this series. Okay, fine, and here let's as month. Okay, and then the receipts as here the query. Okay, so let's select. Okay, this extract month from date. Okay, so here let me just have here this date. Okay, and as the month. Okay, and then the average. Okay, so of this total. So here I'm just going to have this as the average. Okay, so here after this, from this the table the receipt. Okay, and where I'm just going to here specify this user ID to be equals to this user ID. Okay, and let's just group by the extract month. Okay, this from date. Okay, so here let's just the receipts as. Okay, so I'm just going to, yeah, so this one, and now the other thing. Okay, so let's select the months dot month. Okay, and here let me just have this as average, so I can just copy this. Okay, so here let's just have this. So instead of this, okay, so here this is going to be now this receipts dot the average value. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to have this as the average in place of this month. Okay, so here let me from this months. Okay, so here let's just apply this left join. Okay, you might think this is little complex, but you'll understand this. Okay, from left join receipts, okay, on this months dot a month. Okay, and here let me just have this receipts dot month. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to add this union all, and let's just select 0 as month. Okay, and the average of this total, okay, as this average, okay, from this receipts table. So I can just say in here this from receipt. Okay, we can just say here where the date is null. Okay, and I'm just going to have this user ID, matching to the user ID that we have. So here this user ID, and let's just order by month. Okay, so here I'm just going to order by this month. Okay, so now let's just export this. Okay, I can just try to close this, and here in place of this monthly expenses, I can just change this to average monthly expenses. Okay, and now here let's just change the same thing to this average monthly expenses. Okay, so same thing here as well. Let's just change this to average monthly expenses. Okay, fine. And let's try to see the data now. Okay, there is here the issue in the request. Let's just go here. The issue here is what is the issue? Okay, so there is no user ID is what I'm okay. This is the capital I. Okay, so if just yeah, in place of this it is asked to be capital I. Okay, so let's wait for it to load. Let's see at least how it looks. Okay, so let's see here the okay, it compiled. Okay, yeah. Okay, so you can see here I don't know why these are values. Okay, fine. So this is the query. So I'll just brief you this later, so you can just so basically I'm just going to get the first months. Okay, and generating series to 1 to 12 months. Okay, and also the receipts. Okay, and I'm just going to extract the average total, okay, as average. Okay, and from this receipt. Okay, fine. By querying or by matching to the user ID, and I'm just grouping by that month. Okay, and once we have that, okay, so what we are doing is, we're just trying to get this months dot month, and then the average from this
the second receipts, okay, and from months, and we are trying to join this receipts based on matching to the months dot month and receipts month, and we are just unioning all the same thing. Okay, so this is simple query. Okay, fine. And now, okay, at least I okay, now as of now this graph might not make sense, okay, but as we'll be having the more data, then it makes sense for you. Okay, fine. Again, you can go ahead and change however the data that you want to be queried and displayed. Okay, fine. So we at least are in a good shape with the addition of the bar chart. Okay, so pretty much looks good to me for this bar chart. Okay, same way like we did add the bar chart, now let's try to add the pie chart. Okay, so for that, okay, so like we did create here monthly expenses graph. Okay, I'm just going to create in here this new component for that. Okay, so let's just name this to be pie chart. Okay, so here again for this as well we'll have to prepare the component. Okay, so let's create one of the component. Okay, so I'm just going to, let's just specify this to be a client component. Okay, and here let's create the function. I can just name this to be the category distribution chart. Okay, for which we'll be using the pie chart. Okay, so here this props for this is going to be the data object with the category property. So here this would be of type string. Okay, and then the percentage. Okay, so here percentage is going to be of type number. This is going to be array. So here, yeah, after this the categories. Okay, so here this category is going to be of object with the value. Okay, and then the label, then the text class which is going to be of type string, the again some border class, let's just add in here, then the like the properties that ever we wanted to pass. So I'm just going to pass in here like fill color or class that we, so that it can be a dynamic for each of the categories. Okay, so here the bg color. Okay, again this is going to be of string. Okay, so this is going to be this list of these objects. Now here inside this, okay, first let's try to get the filtered category. So it's simple, so I'm just going to iterate okay, the categories. Okay, the props. Okay, I'm just going to get those categories. Okay, let's just filter based upon this data dot find. Okay, I'm just going to this data dot category. Okay, matching to this c dot value. Okay, fine. And yeah, what is the issue here? Okay, he has to enclose. Yep. Yeah, so this is going to give me the filtered categories. Now let's focus on the rendering part. So here let's just return here. So I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div. So let's just give the basic width, okay, and height. Okay, and add some border. Okay, I'm just going to add in some lighter slate color. Okay, and let's just apply this rounded to be medium and display to be flex. Okay,
let's justify center, and also the items I'm just going to center and padding of 3 in all directions. So inside this again, let's wrap everything inside this responsive container. Okay, the width, let's say 50%. Okay, and height I'm just going to give in here this as 100%. So inside this, okay, we will use this pie chart. Okay, and here let's add some margins. So I can just give for now 0 in all directions. Okay, and now inside this, the tooltip. Okay, so and also I'm just going to copy the tooltip from this. Okay, we can just make use of that here in the pie chart. Okay, let's just have this tooltip custom tooltip component. And first thing, so here let's just have this tooltip. Okay, and the content I'm just going to pass in the above component custom tooltip. Okay, and I'm just going to set this cursor to be false. So that is the tooltip. Okay, and now the pie component. Okay, so the data, I'm just going to pass in the data that we are receiving as the props and the data key. Okay, so here this is going to be the percentage, the name key. Okay, so this is the category. Okay, and let's have some inner radius. Okay, so here the 55%. Fine, so here inside this, now let's iterate through this data map. Okay, and here let's try to get the index, and here let's use this cell. Okay, and the key, I'm just going to make this cell key, it's using this index cell appended with index value, and let's use some styling for this. Okay, so here if the filtered categories of this index. Okay, so basically I'm just going to modulus this length. Okay, and pass in here this fill color class. Okay, and let me just close this cell component. Okay, so this is going to be pie chart. Okay, so right after this container, we can just have the div where we will try to display the label. Okay, and the percentage and all. Okay, so here let me make this width to occupy off of it. Okay, and the display to be flex and direction to be columns. So let's just justify center and space in the y direction. So I'm just going to have 1, and these items, let's just center. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to iterate through this data. Okay, so here after this, let's wrap everything inside this div, and here again some styling. So here I'm just want the text to be small. Okay, if it's bigger screen, let's make this to be larger. Okay, and let's have some space in the x direction, and the display, let's make this to be flex. Okay, and let me just center the items. Okay, and width, this is going to have full width, and let me just close this div. So inside this div, okay, so in the span tag, okay, I'm just going to apply the background color which we are passing as the props. Okay, so here let me just filtered categories this index dot background color class. Okay, and also I can just make this display to be inline block. Okay, and a width of 2. Okay, height of 2. Okay, and I'm just going to make this look like circle, so rounded full. Okay, so let me just to close this span. Okay, so after this thing, let's have this span for label display. Okay, so here let's give the color for the text to be something like 600, and here I'll just now display this label. Okay, so after this, the percentage that it's expanding in the pie chart above. Okay, so here let's make this font type to be semi bold, so little emphasis on it. Okay, and the text color, let's make it to be slate. Fine, so here I'm just going to display here to fixed 1%. Okay, so yeah, pretty much this is the pie chart component. Okay, and also now the we will try to use this inside our the graph. Okay, and also here. Okay, so okay, fine, so the category distribution, right? Okay, let's just go to this receipts. Okay, so here I'm just going to get this category distribution. Okay, and in after this monthly expenses. Okay, so let's not because we are specifying here call span, so this doesn't make sense. Okay, fine, so now here in place of this here this div, I can just now have this category distribution chart. Okay, and the data I'm just going to pass in here this category distribution. Okay, and here these categories I'm just going to pass in this categories. Okay, okay, there is issue here. Okay, so we'll have to make changes to the definition of the categories. Okay, that is why we are seeing that. Okay, so as of now we have this value label text class and border class, so we will have to add in this the other classes. So this the fill color class. Okay, let's just make the same. I'm just going to have this same sky color. Okay, and after this the background the color class. Okay, so here background color, so I'm just going to apply the same thing. So let's just copy this. Okay, and I'm just going to pass on to this other sections as well. So we will just change that color. Okay, respective to whatever we have. So I'm just going to change this to gray. Okay, this one also to gray. Okay, and here to violet. This one also, let's just change this to violet. Okay, and here to orange. Let's just change this also to orange. Okay, fine. So now we should not see show the categories. Okay, fine, and also here we can just discard this thing. Okay, so I can just remove this. Okay, and also now let's add some padding, right? Okay, so here I'm just going to increase some padding. Okay, let's just remove some padding in the left for this. Okay, and also now in the
bar chart. Okay, so we can just rename, but I'll just leave that as it is. Okay, so like we made the where is this chart, pie chart. We can also make this as like a monthly expenses bar chart, something like that. Okay, so again that is left to us. Okay, the naming convention if you wanted to be consistent. Okay, and also I just wanted to double check here the category distribution. Okay, so here this percentage. Okay, if this receipts the length. Okay, so I just wanted to address this. So if this length is equals to 0, I just wanted to pass in here the 0 thing rather than not passing any. Okay, fine. And also here for now I just wanted to comment this for now by unioning all. Okay, so for now I'm just going to just join it. Okay, let's see about this. Okay, so yeah, and also in the schema, if you just see for the receipts and all the invoice and card statement. Okay, the date we are making it as optional, so I just don't want that. Okay, so I just want the date to be the mandatory field. Okay, so I'm just going to change that to mandatory thing here, this as well, so that we don't miss that. Okay, so now all we have to do is we just have to apply this Prisma migrate this dev. Okay, and I give some name. Okay, date made mandatory. Okay, so here try to give meaningful name so that you can roll back or refer to this the schema changes that you're making. So I can just migrate this, and also to refer or get the values, all you have to do is update your node modules with the type. You have to generate this thing so that you don't see whenever you're trying to refer inside your client. Okay, and now okay, so here as well yeah, that is the schema change. So let's just try to have a look at the output. Okay, so here you can just see now this average thing. Okay, and okay, the pie chart, what's happening. Okay, okay, we're not seeing any of the pie chart. Okay, let's just check that. This category distribution chart. Okay, so here are we not getting any data? Okay, for that let's confirm. Okay, I'm just going to console here the category distribution. Okay, so here let's just see that the data. Okay, we are getting the empty data for now. Okay, why is that? Okay, so that's why we are not seeing any pie chart. Okay, so here category counts. Okay, so did we make any mistake? Okay, I just wanted to once print this.
category counts. Okay, so you can see here the data for this we are getting empty. Here the category distribution. Okay, okay, so let's see this one in the studio for the receipts. We do have one. Okay, at least we should be able to get this. Why are we not getting? Okay, fine. So here we should be getting one record, but I'm not getting it. So you can see here we have here one. Okay, why is this? Okay, I'll just check this. Okay, so ideally we should be getting one record from here. Okay. I can just pass in here this unique user ID. Let me just hardcode this. Okay, so I just wanted to double check the data. Okay, still the same. Okay, but ideally this is how we do it. Okay, I'm just going to undo this. Okay, it's all about okay, obviously there is some issue with the way that we're querying or the thing that we missed something. So I'll just get back to you. Okay, let's the receipts we are getting fine. Okay, and here why is this not happening? The category counts, we are not getting any. Okay, I'll just check this out. Okay, but ideally this is how we try to query and try to populate this data into our charts. Okay, here there is some issue. What is this? Okay, fine. Here this category distribution chart. Okay, and all we have to do pass is this category distribution. So here this one, okay, which is going to be this category and percentage. Okay, to just see this, okay, I can just try to hard code some of the value here. Okay, instead of this category distribution, let me pass in here this category as a restaurant. Okay, and then the percentage, I'm just going to pass in here this 100%. Okay, so let's try to see this now. We should see the pie chart. Okay, there is some issue. What is this? Okay, where is this receipts? Is this here the number? Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So now we should see this pie chart. Okay, we see some issues. It's just loading, so let's wait for it to load. Yeah, there will be a lot of blockers while we are developing something like this. All you have to do is give some
time and work it out. Okay, yeah, you can see now the category distribution. So here first was this pie chart, and then the other div, if you see, we added the span for the class color that we are passing, and then the label, and then the percentage that each is occupying. Okay, so yeah, this is the category distribution. I'll just check it out why the data is you're not able to get it from the DB. Okay, so for now I just hard code it. Okay, that's fine, and we can just remove this console lines. Okay, so wherever we were trying to console this, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, fine. So at least we are in a better stage of showcasing pie chart and bar chart. Okay, and this is just the migration schema where we just altered this table and made that not null. Okay, fine. So next what we will do is, let's focus on the last part in the sixth page, which is the statistics section. Okay, so for statistics, okay, that also I'm just going to have the separate component like we did for pie chart and bar chart. Okay, so here in the component section, so let me just create in here this new file. I'm just going to name this to be same the statistics dot tsx. Okay, so here let's make this to be a client component. Okay, and here this, yeah, statistics. Okay, so here let's create this component. I'm just going to name this to be statistics. Okay, and here the objects. Okay, so here this first. Okay, this will have in here this title property, which is going to be a string. Okay, and then the data. So here let's just have this type to be any. Okay, so after this first object, so the second, okay, same thing, the title, okay, which is going to be a string, and then the data, which is any type, and finally the third object, this is going to be again this title. Okay, and then the data, so this is going to be of type any. So let's try to get that values here, first, second, and then the third. Okay, so here in this component, okay, let's just wrap everything inside one of the main div. Okay, so I'm just going to be pretty fast here. Okay, so here let's just have here this border. Okay, and let's have some border color. Okay, so this is going to be pretty standard. Okay, width and height, I'm just going to give here the full width. Okay, and let's just center the items. Okay, and make this to be grid. Okay, and rows of, let's say 3. Okay, and padding of 4 in all directions. Okay, and for larger screen, I'm just going to have more padding in the x direction, and in the y direction, let's say 6. Fine. So here for the here first div is for the title of the first one. So here I'm just going to wrap inside this h4 tag. Okay, let's just make this to be semi bold. Okay, and the text color, let's have the slate color of, let's say, 800. Okay, and if it's a larger screen, okay, let's just make the font size to be 2 times extra large. So here I'm just going to have this title. Okay, so and after this I'm just going to have this p tag where we are going to show the data. So let's just have this color. Okay, and size to be smaller. Okay, and the if it's larger screen, let's make larger. Okay, and here the first dot data. So same thing, I'm just going to copy for the second and third. Okay, so just we'll have to change in here
this first to this second. Okay, and yeah, so now for the second thing, okay, we'll have the categories. Okay, for that I'm just going to iterate through that categories. Okay, for now, okay, let's do like this. Okay, categories, and I'm just going to find in the category based upon this the value. Okay, so here this second dot data dot category, and have this label. Okay, rendered, that is the thing. And finally the third one, so I'm just going to change this one to, yeah, fine. So this is the simple statistics component. Okay, and we will try to use this in place of that. Okay, and also here in the request part, we forgot to handle for if receipts length is 0, we'll not return anything. So for that I'm just going to here only have the check. So here if the receipts dot length is 0, okay, I can just return null. Okay, and also here the most recurrent from. Okay, so we are ordering by from. Okay, so here I just wanted to have this. Okay, fine, that is a just small change. Okay, and now let's try to use this statistics component. Okay, so here let's try to have this in place of the empty div we have for the statistics. Okay, so right after this header, okay, so I'm just going to have in here the I'm just going to get this. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, let's do one thing here. I'm just going to get this as data. Okay, so because we were returning null, so not all the times we might get the data, right? So that was the issue there. So for that, what we will do is I'm just going to instead of this, we will just query with the question mark. Okay, this average monthly expenses. Okay, fine. And also here after this overview, okay, so if there is no data, okay, we will try to display let's say so what I mean is, okay, right after this let me have in here, so if there is no data, so then I just wanted to display here this empty div with saying that no data to display. So here let's just to handling the empty case as well. Okay, so I can just close this div. Okay, so inside this I'm just going to have in here one of the divs, so height of let's say 64. Okay, and if it's 2 times extra large, okay, and just have this height to be 72, and width, let's have it as full. Okay, and let's have this border, and the border I just wanted it to be dashed. Okay, and let's have this rounded large. Okay, and the color obviously the slate color, so I'm just going to add in here 200, and display let's make this to be flex and column, and I'm just going to center these items and also justify center. Okay, so here in this, inside this div, let's just have the small text, okay, which is going to say something like, no data to display. So I just wanted text size to be larger. Okay, let's have some margin top. Okay, and let's apply the slate color for the text. Let's just center this. So here I'm just going to add in here this no data to display. Okay, fine. So that was for this, and now here if there is a data, okay, I will just wrap this whole div. So inside this, okay, fine, yeah, that is the thing. And now here for the statistics, we will just replace this empty div, okay, with the statistics component which we have just created. The statistics, okay, first here I'm just going to the title. So this title, it's going to be the highest total amount. Okay, so here this data, it's going to be this data dot highest total amount, okay, dot total. Okay, and I'm just going to have this fixed to 2. Okay, fine. And after this, the second property, okay, so here this title, let me, this is going to be this most expensive category. Okay, and here this data, let's just have this categories. Okay, and then the category, I'm just going to specify here this data dot most expensive category dot category. Okay, that's the second object. Okay, and finally the third one. Okay, so here this, the title, it's going to be this most let's say the recurrent location that you are spending on. Okay, and here this data, so I'm just going to have here most recurrent from dot this from. Okay, fine. So this is the statistics component. Okay, so here this now here receipts is not found. So if there is data, so I'm just going to have this data dot receipts as receipts array. If not, we will just pass in the empty array for this. Okay, now we should not see any issue. Okay, so yeah, and now let's try to look at the output. Okay, it's just refreshing, so let's wait for it to refresh. And the thing here now, we should see the three things: bar chart, pie chart, then the statistics, and then the table, I mean the data in the table. So which is going to look quite good. Okay, so yeah, you can see here the highest total amount is this one. Okay, and most expensive category was this restaurant. Okay, and the graph that we have, and also here okay, the thing is we are having the value of category. Okay, fine, location is this. Okay, now you can see at least we're able to, I mean, don't worry about the styling of this y-axis and the content of this. Okay, so the thing here, the thing that we wanted to have, the three additions: bar, pie chart, and then the statistics and the table. It's pretty cool looking. Okay, now we have almost the statistics and the table related for the receipts is okay. So now let's have kind of a sheet which is going to help us display data for a particular receipt. Okay, so what I mean here is like if you wanted to view the details of this receipt and all, so I will try to use this sheet and display the data about this receipt in that sheet, so which is going to be more informative to the end user who is having a look at his receipts. Okay, let's try to add that sheet. Okay, let's go back for the sheet section. Okay, so first we'll have to do is add in the sheet component. Okay, so here let me just go here. Okay, from this shardcn I'm just going to add in this sheet. Okay, so we can just see the sheet component. Okay, we already, it's just installing. Let's wait for this sheet to be installed. Okay, so once we get this sheet, before even going there to the sheet, we need to have a route which is going to help us get the details of the receipt. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do, let's just create in here the new folder for the receipts. Okay, so in here the let's create in here the route for this. Okay, I can just copy for the whatever endpoint we have for getting the data. Okay, fine, let's just copy this one. Okay, so here first thing, the request, it's going to be of type get. Okay, and this is going to be pretty much same. And now here let's first get this search params. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this request dot URL passed in, and I'm just going to get this search params. Okay, so from this we will get this receipt ID. Okay, so this receipts ID, so I'm just going to get this unique ID. Okay, and obviously the user ID, so here this we are going to get it from this session dot user dot ID. Okay, fine, so if there is no the receipt ID, okay, I can just say here this no unique ID of the receipt is provided, and we'll just return back with the status code 400. Okay, if that is not the case, okay, so here let me try to get the details of this receipt by querying this receipts table. So I'm just going to import in here this Prisma. So here Prisma dot receipt dot find first. Okay, we are going to find with the ID. So here ID is receipt ID. Okay, and then the user ID, it's going to be this user ID. Okay, and I want to include this the items. Okay, so I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, fine, and so after this, if there is no receipt, okay, so I'm just going to have this error message as like no receipt was found, or else something like let's just say receipt not found. Okay, and here the status code, I can just say here status code as 404. so that is the thing, and if everything went well, okay, I'm just going to return here the receipt with the status code 200. Okay, so this is the route which is going to help us get the receipts details by passing in the ID. Okay, so now let's have this sheet receipt component. Okay, so let me just create in here the new file for that. Okay, so let's just name this to be sheet receipt.tsx. Okay, and make this to be the client component. Okay, so I'm just going to have in this function named as, let's say this as, sheet receipt. Okay, and here this is going to receive the unique ID as a props. Okay, for this. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to for now have two state variables, one to store that receipt and another to know whether user is editing or updating the details of that. Okay, let's just have the type for the receipt with items. Okay, so here I'm just going to have in here this the receipt. Okay, and I'm just going to have in here this receipt item list. Okay, and now here, like I said, I'm just going to create two state variables, one to store the receipt. Okay, which is going to be of type this receipt with items. Okay, or it can be null. So by default I'm just going to set this value to null. Okay, and another to know whether this user is editing or not. Okay, so set is editing, so I'm just going to set by default the false. Okay, and let's just write a function which is going to give me the receipt by passing in this unique ID, which we have just written the endpoint for that. Okay, so here this let's fetch this receipt. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in this unique ID for this. Okay, and here let's just try to get this by just passing in here to this route. Okay, so here to API slash receipts. Okay, and here I'm just going to provide in here this query param. So here let's change this to backticks. So here I'm just going to pass in here this unique ID. Okay, and this method, it's going to be the get method. Okay, so after this, if the response is not okay, so I'm just going to throw the error saying that no receipt found. Okay, so here let me just say this no receipt found, else I'm just going to get this receipt. Okay, so I can just get this from the response.json, and finally I'm just going to return this receipt. Okay, so this will be calling inside this use effect. Okay, so here all I have to do is let's have this function. Okay, let's name this as the fetch. Okay, make this asynchronous, and inside this all I'm going to do is call the above function which I have just created, which is the fetch receipt. Okay, by passing in this unique ID, and I'm just going to set this value to the local state variable value which we have set above. And finally let's just call this fetch function, and this will be called as soon as this component gets mounted. Okay, fine, that is the thing. And here let's just have this date captured. So here this is either going to be this receipt.date. Okay, if there is a thing, so I'm just going to typecast this to date. Okay, and pass in this receipt.date. Okay, else this is going to be null. So now let's focus on the rendering part. Okay, so here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div. So let's make this to be height occupy full. Okay, width as well. Okay, and let's have some margin in the y direction and make this to be relative. So here first thing is the header. So this header I'm just going to say this belongs to receipt. Okay, something like that. Okay, so here I'm just going to say it here it has the receipt as the header for this thing. Okay, after this, if not editing, okay, and there is a receipt that we got from the DB from the API call, so we will have this div rendered. Okay, so here let's just make this to occupy full width. Okay, so I'm just going to close this. Okay, so here, why is this? Okay, so now inside this div we will add in the category and all those things. Okay, category, from, number, and those things. Okay, so let's quickly create one div and we'll make use of that for the other sections. Okay, so here let's just add margin at the top and flex. Okay, I'm just going to add in justify between, and this items I'm just going to center them. Okay, and inside this div, first thing, as I said, the header for the title. So first thing, it's going to be the category. So text, I'm just going to make this to be larger, and font type, let's just make this to be semi bold. Okay, and text color, let's just make it to be Slate 900. Okay, and then the title, as I said, it's going to be the category. Okay, then the inside this p tag, I'm just going to showcase that label. Okay, so here this Slate. Okay, so again 700. Okay, and the text, I'm just going to have it at the end. Okay, so I can just apply this text in. So inside this, I'm just going to iterate through this the categories list. Okay, which is from this receipts. Okay, so we will just try to find that label of this. Okay, so here this find. Okay, I'm just going to value, okay, matching to this receipt dot category. Okay, and I'm just going to get this label. Fine, that is going to be this. Okay, so now, okay, next after this div, let's have this div. Okay, so where I'm just going to populate the from and then the number and those things. Okay, let's have some margin top. Okay, and display to be flex. Okay, and just have the justify between. Okay, so here inside this div, first is for that div. Okay, so let's wrap that inside this h3. Okay, so some styling again. So font, I'm just going to make this to be semi bold. Okay, and this text color, it's going to be slate. Okay, and inside this it's going to be the from. Okay, and then the from value will render this inside this p tag. Okay, so I'm just going to have this slate color for the text. Okay, and this is going to be small. Okay, and leading, I'm just going to apply this snug. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this from value from the receipt. So that is for this. Okay, and let me just copy this div. Okay, so same thing here. So here, if this receipt dot number is not equals to null, then we will render this as well. So I'm just going to change here the from to number. Okay, and here in place of this from, it's going to be now the receipt dot number. Okay, and also here let's just apply this text to be n. Okay, fine, so that is this. Okay, then after this div, we will have the div where we are going to display the date time, that is the receipt time. Okay, so here let's have this wrapped inside this div. Okay, I'm just going to have some margin, okay, at the top. So here let me just close this div. Okay, so inside this div, so here inside this, let's just first have this title. So it's going to be pretty much this thing. I can just take this. So in place of this number, so this is going to be now this date time. Okay, and after this in the p tag, the time of it. Okay, so here this text color again, so the styling and all, it's going to be pretty much the same. Okay, and here leading snug. Okay, now inside this first span we'll have this time. So if this receipt dot time is not equals to null, okay, I'm just going to display this value, which is the receipt dot time. Okay, else I'm just going to have in the empty string. Okay, so this is going to be for the receipt time. Okay, and here in the next span, let's get this date. Okay, so I'm just going to convert this to local date string. Okay, and here let's apply this year to be numeric. Okay, and then the month to be long, and this day also I just want it to be a numeric. Okay, so this is the date and then the time. Okay, fine, this div is for that. Okay, so after this we will have the div to display the items. Okay, so here let's give some margin at the top. Okay, so here this div is to display the items that are part of this receipt. So again I'm just going to wrap inside this div. So first thing, it's going to be the header. So here I can just wrap this inside this header. So let's just give the text size to be large. Okay, and the font type, I'm just going to make it semi bold. Okay, and the color, let's just have this slate color. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this title as items. So this div is for displaying the description, quantity and amount title. Okay, so let's just have some margin at the top. Okay, and the bottom as well, and make this display as a grid. Okay, and I'm just going to have here this columns 8. Okay, and font type, let's just have the medium font type. Okay, so here inside this, in the h4 tag, I'm just going to have the title for each of them. So here let's make this occupy 4 columns. Okay, this is for the description. Okay, and this h4, let's say it occupies 2 columns. Okay, and I'm just going to apply this justify self end. Okay, and this is going to be the quantity. Okay, and next one I can just copy, and that is going to be the amount. Okay, so I'm just going to have this amount. Okay, so this is the titles. Okay, so right after this div we can just iterate through those receipt items. Okay, and I'm just going to get the each item. Okay, so and then we'll try to render that inside this div. So here the key first, I'm just going to assign here this item.id as the key for this. Okay, and the styling, so let's have some margin. Okay, and make this display to be a grid. Okay, so again let's have this 8 columns occupy, text to be smaller. Okay, and slate color. Okay, so I'm just going to apply this slate color. Okay, so here now inside this div, first is the description of the item, and then the quantity, and then the amount. Okay, so I'm just going to have in here this span of 4 columns. Okay, let's just truncate this. Okay, and overflow I'm just going to hide it, and then the title I'm just going to here give the description as the title. Okay, so inside this let's just have the item description. Okay, so then the quantity, so this it's going to be the same like we did for the titles. Okay, justify self end. Okay, and in here just let's have this quantity. Okay, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and here now in place of this quantity, this is going to be amount. Okay, I'm just going to fix to 2 digits of decimal point. Okay, fine. So this is for displaying the items. So after this, now if we have the receipt, subtotal, tax, tip, and those things, we can just try to display that here. Okay, so let's have that div here. Let's add some margin at the top. Okay, so here inside this, if this receipt dot subtotal is not equals to null, then I'm just going to have this. Okay, so here this div, let's just make this a flex. Okay, justify between. Okay, I'm just going to center the items. Okay, and the first thing, let's wrap this inside this header 3. Okay, font type, let's just make this to be semi bold. Okay, and text slate, I'm just going to apply the slate color. Okay, and the title, it's going to be the subtotal, and next below this in the p tag, I'm just going to have the value. Okay, text to be smaller. Okay, and I'm just going to have this text to be end. Okay, and here this subtotal to fixed. Okay, fine, that was for the subtotal. Okay, so same thing, I can just copy this and do the same for tags and tip. Okay, so here next it's going to be the tags. Okay, so I can just give some margin at the top. Okay, and here let's just change the title to tags. Okay, and this one in place of this subtotal, so this is going to be tags now. Okay, so same thing, this I'm just going to change this to tip. Okay, so here let's just add same margin at the top. Okay, that was for tip. So again here we can just be more type checking. So here if this tip is equals to 0, okay, I'm just going to display in here this no tip provided. Okay, yeah, that is the thing. Fine, so now after this div, we will finally display the overall total, and then the option to display the PDF of this receipt, and then the buttons which is going to either help him to edit or delete that. Okay, so let's have this wrapped inside this div. Okay, so here let's add some margin at the top. Okay, make this to be a grid. Okay, rows of 1. Okay, I'm just going to justify this items to end. Okay, fine. So here let me just close this div. So inside this, let's just have this div. Okay, first thing is the total, so I'm just going to wrap this inside this h3. Okay, so text size, let's make to be 2 times extra large, and font type to be semi bold. Okay, and here the text color slate. Okay, so let's just say 900. Okay, and the text to be, and so here inside this I'm just going to have in here the title of this as total, and now the actual value in the p tag. Okay, so we can just apply the same slate of 700. Okay, and the text size to be a large. Okay, and let's just apply this leading snug, and text I'm just going to position it to n. Okay, fine. So here let's just total, I'm just going to have this rounded up to 2 decimal points. Okay, so that was for displaying the total, and now this div is for, as I said, for toggling the PDF visibility. Okay, and then the buttons to delete. Okay, so let's just make this to be a flex. Okay, and let's have this gap of 2. Okay, items, let's just center this. Okay, and justify between, and make this as absolute, and I just wanted some space from the bottom and to be right of 0. Okay, fine. So now inside this first div for the switch component. Okay, so here let's again make this also to be flex. Okay, I'm just going to have this gap of 1. Okay, so here inside this let's use this switch component. Okay, so for now I'm just going to give in here the id, so which is going to be the display PDF. So I'm just going to leave this as it is for now, and here we can just have this label. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here this label. Okay, so this display PDF. Okay, so that is this. Okay, so after this, as I said, the buttons to delete or edit. Okay, so here the styling for this. Okay, let's just make this flex and gap of 2. So here inside this the button component. Okay, so variant, let's just make this to be destructive. Okay, and then the class name. Okay, so again let's have this width of 20. So first thing is the delete button. Okay, and second this is the edit option. Okay, so here let's just have the on click. So if we click this, we are just going to set this editing to true. Okay, and here this is going to be the text of this button edit. So this is the thing. Okay, so after this, so here if it's editing. Okay, and then the receipt is there. Okay, then we'll have to display here the PDF view. Okay, so for that I'm just going to have this. Okay, so here let me just inside this div the receipts viewer. Okay, so here the verified receipt, I'm just going to pass in this receipt. Okay, then the set verified receipt, let's set this receipt. Okay, and then the corrections. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this empty map for now, and let's just close this receipts viewer. Okay, so this is the sheet receipts component. I know this is pretty lengthy and long, okay, but that's how we try to accomplish the vision that we set for a particular thing. Okay, so now we have this sheet receipt in place, and we have the calling of the API in the sheet receipt in place. Okay, now all we have to do is, we'll have to make the changes in the first in the columns of our receipts section. So basically here in this receipts column, all we have to do is in the actions part. Okay, so if you just see here the actions part, all this alert dialog, all we have to do is wrap this inside this sheet. Okay, and let me just collapse all of this. Okay, so here now in this sheet, we need to make changes. So first the alert dialog drop down the button just to open menu, it's going to remain same, and even this content. Okay, first thing, here right after this thing, instead of after this, first in the drop down menu, so I'll just copy this drop down menu item. So here let me just have the menu item for, instead of this alert trigger, I'm just going to use this sheet trigger. Okay, and let's just remove this trash icon, and here I'm just going to have in this panel right open. Okay, from this I release a React icon, and here let's add some margin at the right. Okay, height of, let's say 3.5. okay, and width of, let's say 3.5. okay, and text, I'm just going to have the slate color, let's say like by 70. Okay, this is the icon, and now the text I'm just going to add in here as the show. So this is the sheet trigger. Okay, so here fine. Yeah, so that is the sheet trigger, and after this no menu item, so we can just have here this drop down menu separator. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this separator. Okay, after this delete icon, it's going to remain as it is. Okay, and whatever we have for delete receipt and all of this, it's going to be same. So after this, now the sheet content, that is where we will render our component, which is the sheet receipt component, which we have just prepared. Okay, and here all we have to do is pass in this receipt ID. Okay, fine. So this is the change. Okay, and with this we should be good to just have a look at the receipt and the data that we get from the receipt endpoint by passing in this UID. So let's just switch back to this. Okay, so here if I see here, we should see here show option. So, and we added this operator. Okay, so clicking on this, you can see here we have the sheet opened, but I don't see any data. So the thing here is, first of all we have to, okay, yeah, it is taking some time to load it. So I can just see here, first is the category, which is the restaurant and from, then the number, date, time we are trying to display, then the items. Okay, so we have justified the self end. Okay, and then the subtotal, tax, and the overall total, and then the option to display here the PDF okay. So and here the button to delete and edit. Okay, so here we are not doing anything on this switch, that's why we are not seeing any change. But you see at least now the receipt, the sheet. Okay, so and now if I just close this, yeah, and if I just open, yeah, so which is looking quite good with all the receipt data that we are getting by making an API call. So at least I think it's in the decent state. Okay, so now what we will do is, if we toggle this to display PDF, we are not doing anything. So now let's try to display the PDF file of this receipt here. Okay, so let's see how this goes. Okay, so I'm just going back. Okay, and we will focus on trying to display once the user toggles that display PDF button to display the PDF of that receipt. Okay, so let's yeah, do it. First thing, if you see here in the sheet, okay, it's very small. Okay, I can just give here the width for this, and then we'll focus on rendering the PDF file. Okay, so here I'm just going to give here width of 512 pixels. So if I just try to see, okay, at least now it's looking good. Okay, fine. And now, okay, the displaying of this PDF. Okay, so in the sheet receipt, okay, let's just go to this sheet receipt. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this state variables to store the PDF URL. Okay, and then the store a PDF URL, and then is PDF displayed or not, to know the current state of the PDF displayed. Okay, and also we wanted to edit the receipt and to know whether the receipt was edited or not. So this state variables I'm just going to have. Okay, so here first thing is the PDF URL. Okay, so here let me just have this PDF URL. So this is going to be either string or null. By default, let's just set this null value for this. Okay, and then the is PDF displayed or not. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this is PDF displayed. Set is PDF displayed. So I'm just going to initialize this one also to false. Okay, and then the edited receipt. Okay, so here let's just have this edited receipt. Okay, so here I'm just going to be this one of type receipt with items. Okay, or it's going to be null. So default, let's just set this to null. Okay, fine. And also here the date that we were trying to update, I just wanted to move this into our user effect. Okay, so I can just update in here. So that's receipt dot date as this. If there is receipt dot date, okay, I'm just going to create a new object of the date by passing in this receipt dot date. Okay, and converting this to ISO string, and I'm just going to split by this. Okay, fine. And or else I'm just going to have this null. Okay, so after this I can just set this edited receipt as well, the receipt. Okay, fine. And I can just remove this one now, and we'll make some changes here. Okay, So wherever we were referring to that date, okay, so I can just remove this, okay, and just display that receipt dot date as string. Okay, fine, let's typecast this. Okay, fine, yeah. So after this items, okay, after this total, okay, let me just now here the switch and the buttons to delete. Okay, so let's do one thing. So I'm just going to here let's do one thing. So whatever the div we added for switch and button, I'm just going to comment it for now. Okay, the thing here is here if it's editing and it's the receipt is there. Okay, so let's just have the everything wrapped inside div. Okay, so here instead of just applying right after this div, and also here let me just change this. Okay, let's keep width to be full, but height I just wanted it to occupy 3/4 of it. Okay, and padding of 1. Okay, so let's just add a padding of 1 and margin at the top. Okay, and I'm just going to add in this border, and let's just give the border slate color, and let's just add the dashed border. Okay, and around it I'm just going to and now here we can just okay, make either optional and just we can pass it this way, that's not an issue. Okay, so right after this div I'm just going to have the button to cancel or to confirm. Okay, so here this is for editing. Okay, so let's just have this flex display a gap of 2. Okay, and I'm just going to justify this end. Okay, so here let me just close this div. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, did we miss what is this issue? Okay, fine. So here inside this the button. Okay, so variant I'm just going to view here the variant as secondary. Okay, and the width let's just have 20. Okay, on click here we are going to set this set is editing to false. Okay, and the button text it's going to be the cancel. Okay, the issue is it has to be inside one div. So let's just have this thing. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this. Let's just move these two things here. Okay, fine. So and then the button to confirm. Okay, so for now I'm not going to do anything here, so let's just have the text. Okay, confirm. Okay, fine. And after this I'm just going to whatever we committed I'm just going to move in here right below this tier. Okay, so here let me just uncomment this. Okay, so in here the switch component now we'll have to change. Okay, so here on check the change. Okay, so let's just make this to be asynchronous. Okay, so here if this PDF is not displayed, okay, so here we'll have to make the call to our endpoint, so here, which is nothing but this API, okay, this signed URL, okay, and then pass in this unique ID. So here this unique ID, it's going to be this receipt dot extraction ID, okay, and the method, so the method, it's going to be the get method, okay, so that is going to give us the URL. So I can just get this URL, so by accessing this response.json, okay, and I'm just going to set this PDF URL to the value that we get from this endpoint, okay. So once we get this, okay, and after this I'm just going to set this is PDF displayed, okay, so I'm just going to toggle this value. So here is PDF displayed, okay, so we can just toggle this value of displayed or not, and here for the checked thing, so this will be depending upon this PDF displayed value, okay, fine. So that is the switch component change, okay, and here now for the editing, okay, so here I'm just going to display only if not editing, okay, so then I'm just going to render this button. So I can just, for now, let's just on click, okay, so here let's just set editing to true, and also the edited receipt, okay, so I'm just going to set it to the receipt value, okay, and the text, it's going to remain same. So after this div, okay, so here depending upon is PDF displayed, okay, and then the PDF URL is not null, that means we got the value. So we can just take that object thing that we were trying to display, okay, where is that, okay, so here I can just take this, okay, and use this here. So here in place of this URL, this is going to be this PDF URL, okay, and also here I'm just going to type, it's going to remain same, and style, let's just give here the width to be this, calculating the unread viewport width subtracted with the content of the sheet, so which we gave 512 pixel, okay, and here then the let's have some margin right, okay, so I'm just going to have in here 488 pixel, okay, and now the styling for this, okay, so let's occupy it to be the whole screen height, okay, and make this absolute, okay, and let's just have top and right to be 0, okay, fine, and what is the issue? Width, okay, okay, I'm just closing it for multiple times, okay, fine. So this is the sheet receipt, okay, now we should be good to see or have a look, okay, and also now let's try to have a look at the output, okay, so here this is going to be the receipt, okay, it takes time to load, okay, so Yeah, so the data we got. Now here on toggling, we are trying to make API call and all. Okay, so let's see now. At least we have made this call. Okay, and you can see here now on the left side we have this PDF displayed. Okay, and we were getting it by making an API call to getting to S3, I mean the endpoint we have written to get the signed PDF URL and display here. Okay, that's what we are trying to display here. Now if I just toggle, yeah, and if we just again toggle back, we are getting this, which is looking pretty good. Okay, so yeah, okay, so only for the first time we are getting it from the API call, and the next time we are storing it in the PDF URL variable, so we are just using that to display. Okay, yeah, so looking quite good for me. So next is, we should handle the deleting of this receipt, okay, from the sheet itself. So whenever the user clicks on deleting, so now as of now what we are doing is we are doing nothing. So whenever user clicks on it, nothing's happening. So we should somehow try to handle the deleting of this receipt from the sheet itself. When she clicks on, we should not see any receipt anymore. Okay, so let's focus on deleting the receipt from the sheet. Okay, so to handle the deletion, first thing is if you can see in all the data extraction or text recognition and all those pipelines phase. Okay, we are trying to handle the deletion here. So we are, rather than having this, I just wanted to create one file in this library. So let's just name this something like client requests. Okay, so and here I'm just going to use this. Okay, so what we can do is now just reuse the same in all of this section. Okay, so we can just, okay, we will export the same. Okay, so let's just go to this client's request. Okay, so here I'm just going to export this, and now here rather than writing every time in each file, okay, we are just going to import it. Okay, so here let me just import it. Okay, and even here we can just import the same in the actions part. Okay, so here I'm just going to import, I think same thing in the verification as well. So we can just remove this and here import the same from the location we just moved that file to. Okay, so yeah, even in the dashboard section. Okay, so we have here the function which is going to help us delete that. Okay, so I can just import this one as well. Okay, yeah, I think that is all. And even in the receipt section, okay, so here we added the deletion for this as well. So I can just remove this. Okay, fine. And yeah, pretty much I guess we moved in all the places. So now let's focus on this deletion. So there is nothing much to be done, so all we have to do is, okay, so I'm just going to let's just take this alert dialog content, okay, and let's just go to sheet receipt, okay, and wherever we have this delete part, okay, so I'm just going to for now, okay, remove this button, okay, and use this alert dialog, okay, and here let's just import all of these things, okay, so dialog content, then the header, okay, and the title, okay, and then the description, maybe this footer, the cancel, okay, and then the action. So we'll make changes accordingly. So here this delete receipt is going to be same, or sure this cannot be undone, that's going to remain same. Then here the only thing here now is, first thing I'm just going to set is PDF displayed to false, okay, and now here instead of this row dot original, all we have to do is pass in this receipt dot extraction id, and we just have to import this delete extraction, and I can just reload this, okay, so location dot reload, okay, and this is going to be delete, okay, fine, and just after this content we'll have this trigger, okay, so alert dialog trigger, okay, so here I'm just going to have in this button, okay, the thing which we just deleted, okay, so this is going to be destructive, okay, and here the width of 20, so and this text it's going to be this delete, okay, and rest of the things is going to remain same, and now we should be able to delete it, okay. I'm not going to delete it, I can just showcase you. So if I just open this, okay, so here we'll handle this user experience and performance issues later. So if I just click on this, we should see, yeah, there's alert dialog, and if we click on this delete, we should be able to delete this, and it's going to reload this whole URL and all, okay. We are not going to delete, okay, but we already tested the same function call already, so I'm not going to do that. So now we added the functionality to delete, okay. Now let's focus on this edit thing. So if you just see here for this edit, okay, so here I'm not able to scroll, and also the update, so we should be able to update this thing, okay. So that let's try to handle. First thing, we need a route which is going to help us update the content of the receipts, okay. So that let's first try to add one of the endpoint, okay. So in here, let me in the receipts section, okay, here let's create here new folder, okay. I'm just going to create here it as update, okay, and in this I'm just going to create in here this new route, okay, and here this is going to be the put call, okay. So maybe I can just copy this and we'll make changes, okay. So here okay, so let's just import this auth options, Okay, so here in place of this get, now the method, it's going to be the put method. Okay, and if there is no session unauthorized, fine. So here let's just get the user ID first. Okay, and I'm just going to get this JSON object from the body. So here this JSON object, so which is going to be this request.json. Okay, and if there is no JSON object, okay, I'm just going to say that no JSON was provided and return the status as 400, which is pretty standard for all the points we have written. Okay, and now here I'm just going to try to handle this in the try catch block. Okay, so here await prisma dot receipt. We are going to update this many, so where first let's get based on the JSON object dot ID. Okay, and then the user ID. So here I'm just going to pass in this user ID, and then the data that we wanted to update. So here this is going to be number, so JSON object dot number, then the category, so basically all the fields that we have. So JSON object dot category. Okay, and then the date. Okay, so here I'm just going to create new date object from this JSON object dot date. Okay, so just convert this to ISO string. Okay, so let's quickly do for the other properties, JSON object dot time. Okay, and then the from JSON object dot from subtotal. Okay, so let's just typecast this to float. Okay, so here JSON object dot subtotal. Okay, then the tags. Okay, so which is going to be JSON object dot tags. Okay, then the tip. So here let's just pass in this tip. Okay, and finally the total. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this JSON object dot total. Okay, so this is the data that we'll try to update. Okay, so if anything goes wrong, I'm just going to handle this inside this cache block. Okay, and here we can just console the error. Okay, and if not, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and here we can just say that receipt not created. Okay, so bad data, something we can just say. Okay, fine, and let's just try to remove this. Okay, and again in one more try block. Okay, I'm just going to delete this receipt item. Okay, so here where receipt ID is going to be this JSON object dot ID. Okay, and here in this error again we can just handle here could not delete receipt item, something like that. Okay, I'm just going to have in here this receipt items. Okay, and here let's just say the status code as 400. Okay, so we deleted, and same way I just have to create many. Okay, so here right after this I am just going to for this receipt item. Okay, so let's just create many. So here this data, it's going to be JSON object dot item. So I'm just going to iterate through this and get the each item. So for now let's have this type as any. Okay, so in here the receipt id. Okay, so this is going to be JSON object dot id, then the description, which is going to be this item dot description. Okay, and then the quantity. So here I'm just going to convert it to float. Okay, and let's just have this item dot quantity. Okay, then the amount. Okay, so here let's just have this item dot amount. Okay, so here in the catch block, okay, same thing, I'm just going to have in here, like, could not create receipt items. Or we can just say this could not create receipt items. Okay, let's okay, and status code, let's just return 400. Okay, and here if everything went well, we can just say that, okay, receipt updated. Okay, so yeah, so this is the, yeah, pretty much the update route. Okay, so now we have this route in place. Okay, so same thing in the client request, I'll just create this endpoint. Okay, so to consume, so here let's just create this function. Okay, so I'm just going to name this to be update receipt. Okay, and this is going to receive receipt as the input, and here I'm just going to make a call to the endpoint. Okay, so here receipts, okay, the update. Okay, and here this method, it's going to be put. Okay, and we'll have to pass in this body. So here I'm just going to stringify this receipt body. Okay, and we can either console the status text and status, okay, if you want. So here if this response is not okay, so I'm just going to throw this error saying that the network response was not okay. Okay, and if everything went well, so we can just return the JSON of this response. Okay, so we have this update receipt. Okay, and basically nothing but we are creating the calling to the endpoint at one place. Okay, this is the thing. So the put method which we have just created, and all we can do is, now let's go to the sheet receipt component. Okay, so in here, now the thing is we can try to update this. Okay, so what I will do here is let's just go to this, yeah, this edit section. So is editing, so the place wherever we have this editing part. Okay, confirm button, yeah, this one. So this is where we'll have to handle this. Okay, first thing is, let's just change the width of this to 40. Okay, and this disabled, it's going to depend upon this is updating. So I'll just create one state variable, okay, which is going to give me the status whether we are making some API call or not. So here I'm just going to add in this updating. So set is updating, so by default I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, so now let's use this. Okay, this will be disabled as long as is updating is true. Okay, so here, where is this, yeah, so this one, so I'm just going to use this is updating. Okay, and now the on click, so let's just make this to be asynchronous. Okay, and in here. Okay, first thing we will do is set is updating to true. Okay, and I'm just going to make a call to this update receipt and pass in this edited receipt. Okay, and also here the now the new receipt. Okay, so I can just get this new receipt, so using this fetch receipt by passing in this unique ID. Okay, and I'm just going to set this receipt to this new receipt. Okay, and the same thing to this edited receipt. Okay, I'm just going to set this new receipt. Okay, and set is editing to false. Okay, and then set is updating to false. Okay, and then I'm just going to refresh. Okay, so I can just create here router object using the use router. So here let's just have this use router from next navigation. So here let's just go here. So after this we can just refresh this. Okay, and then we can just navigate to this receipts. Okay, fine. Yeah, and here inside this, okay, if it is updating. Okay, so I'll just have this the icons dot spinner icon, and also let's have some margin right to the text. Okay, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 4. Okay, and I'm just going to apply this animate spin. Okay, fine. So yeah, so this is the change to allow us to update the receipt. So now hopefully we should be able to update. Okay, so let's try to check the same. So now what I wanted to edit, so let's try to edit one of the property and see if we are able to edit it or not. Okay, so you can see now I'll just open here this db, so receipt. Okay, so here we have this number si or something like that. Okay, so I'm just going to go in here. Okay, I think it's just loading. Okay, so we should see the data. Okay, so when I click on this edit, you can see here. Now let me just change in here the number. Okay, so to 123. Okay, so let's try to click on, and also I'm not able to scroll. Okay, we'll worry about the scrolling and all later. Okay, so once I click on this confirm, so we see that we are making an API call and trying to find this and update these properties of this receipt. Okay, let's wait for it to complete. Okay, and hopefully we should see the content of that number changed from 1 to 123 in our db. Okay, so I'm just let's give some time. Okay, so it is updating. Let's see what's happening in the terminal. Okay, okay, it did update. Okay, let's try to see here. Okay, it did not update, that's what I can say. So let's check in the terminal. Okay, let's do one thing. So in here I can just comment. I mean, first of all, let's console this JSON object that we are sending. Okay, but I can just confirm that we are not able to update the same. Okay, so here I can just change this to 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, and if I just click on this confirm, so let's see what is here, okay, the items, the number. Okay, we are still passing the number as one itself, that's why we are not able to update it. Okay, okay, so here in the sheet receipt there is something wrong. We are not providing the updated value, that is why. So whatever the data we are sending, it's okay, fine. Yeah, so now here in place of this receipt, all we have to do is pass this edited receipt, not the receipt. That is why we are not seeing that. Okay, and in here I can just pass in this set edited receipt. Okay, now let's try to check. Hopefully we should be able to. Okay, I'll just remove that console after we try to check again. Okay, so here let me try to edit. Okay, so here in place of this I'm just going to add in here 1 2 3 4 5. Click on this confirm. So let's go here and see if we should receive the number as 1 2 3 4 5 now. If that is the case, we will be able to update. Yeah, we have this 1 2 3 4 5, and let's see here. We can see here the updated result 1 2 3 4 5, and same thing that should be happening in the DB as well. So here, okay, so now we are able to update the content of a receipt as well from the sheet. So able to view the PDF, able to delete this, able to edit. Okay, so looking quite good for the receipt section. And also here, yeah, there is one issue here. One is I am now, whenever we are in this let's wait for the data to come. So whenever we are here, I'm not able to scroll through items. So if you just see here, I'm not able to do. So let's try to handle this. Okay, for that, in this sheet receipt. Okay, so where is the receipts? I think this is the, yeah. So here let's do one thing. Okay, I'm just going to wrap this here in div, which I'm just going to make this to be okay, overflow. I'm just going to scroll this. Okay, let's just give height to be full. Okay, and max height, let's just give 52. Okay, and if it's the bigger screen, let's just have this to be 96. Okay, and here I'm just going to apply this overflow to be scrollable. Okay, and here let me just close this div, and now I just wanted to wrap this whole receipts inside this div. Okay, and yeah, pretty much this should do the job. Okay, so and also we can just remove this consoling. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this, fine, and I can just go back and try to check here. So let's wait for it to, yeah, I can just close this. Okay, and try to see it again. Okay, so editing. Okay, it is still same. Okay, did we miss something in here? Okay, I just added here the div which is going to help me to scroll through. Okay, fine, I'll just have a check at this. Okay, so here let's just view this. Okay, so I just wanted to check in here. Let me just go through this items. Okay, here, okay, it did not apply it or what, but I just applied here the div to allow me to scroll through this list of items. Let me just try to have a look, okay, one last time. So here let's see this. Okay, okay, I'm still not able to scroll through. Okay, fine, I'll come back to this. We'll come back to this. Okay, so yeah, so this is with respect to receipts. Okay, so let's go on and try to create the dashboard for invoices and try to accomplish the same that we did for invoices as well. So let's head back.
So for the invoice also, okay, so in here let's just copy this columns whatever we have for the receipts. Okay, so let me just paste in here, and we'll just make changes accordingly. So first is the type. Okay, so here this type, let's change this to invoice, and here id, extraction id, this categories will change. Okay, so here let's say the as hobbies, okay, or some services, okay, let's say some b2b activities, okay, or else other. So for now I'm just restricting to these values. Okay, fine. So this is the category, and here after this let's just have the from name, and then the total amount due, and invoice number. Okay, so let's just have this invoice number, okay, which is going to be a string, and then the in place of this number let's have this currency, which is either string or null, date, okay, and the created at. Okay, so this is going to be the layout of invoice. Okay, and categories, okay, all we'll do is I'm just going to change to the categories that we have. Okay, so here let me just change this to business. Okay, then in place of groceries I'm just going to change this to hobbies. Okay, same thing here as well. So let's just change this, and here to services. Okay, so I'm just going to change here to services, the label here as well. So others will just keep it as it is. Okay, and I'm just going to have other. Okay, let's just remove this cafe. Okay, so now here this column definition, now it's going to be this invoice. Okay, so first thing we'll have this a number. Okay, and here in place of the number, okay, so wherever I'm just referring to number, I can just change this to the invoice number. Okay, fine. Okay, so this is going to be this number itself. Okay, fine, and we are just showcasing this value. And next the category, so category it's going to remain as it is, we are not touching anything. Okay, fine, and then the from name, so let me just replace this the from name value. Okay, so I'm just going to replace wherever we have this from name, from name. Okay, fine. And so here the title, let's just make this to be issuer. Okay, and yeah, the date. Okay, so date, I'm just going to keep that as it is. Fine. And then the instead of this total, I'm just going to have here, change it to let's say total amount due. Okay, so here the title, we can just have this as the total due. Okay, fine. And if we I mean here the while we are trying to display this amount, I just wanted to have one utility for showcasing the currency. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do for now, okay, let's just have this library, in this library folder, in this utility. Okay, so let's util section. So quickly I'm just going to write one function. Okay, so let's just name this function as map currency. Okay, so here this currency, it's going to be of type string. Okay, so let's try to switch the currency. So based on that, okay, let's just say European currency. So I'm just going to return in here the, so for just now say dollars for everything. Okay, so default also I'm just going to for now this. Okay, so if you wanted to add more currencies like IN or USD or whatever the currency you wanted to add, you can just come here and add it. Okay, so this one I will just try to use this here now. Okay, so in here just before we are trying to display this the total amount due, I just wanted to have that wrapped inside this span. Okay, so here let's just try to use this map currency. So all we have to do is pass in this the currency. Okay, so if it is not found, I'm just going to have this empty string passed out. Okay, and here now this one we can just fixed to, let's say, 2 decimals. Okay, so this one I can just change this to row dot original dot this total amount due dot to fixed. Okay, fine. So that is the change. So this is the total amount due, and then the file name, so we'll not change this anything. Okay, and then the created at also, let's just leave that as it is. Now the actions part. Okay, so this is going to be pretty much same, except that instead of here instead of showcasing here the sheet receipt, we'll have to showcase sheet invoice, which we will try to have that. Okay, so now going to this page section. So first thing, let's try to write a request which is going to help us get the invoice data. Okay, so in the library folder itself, in the request. Okay, so let me just do one thing. So whatever we have written for the getting the receipts section, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so in here let's first change this to invoices data. Okay, fine. And here in place of this receipts, okay, we are going to query now to the invoices table, okay, and this is going to be pretty much the same, okay. And now wherever we have this receipts, I'm just going to replace this with the invoices. If that is length is 0, let's just return null, okay. And here the average monthly expenses, okay, so we'll have to here in place of this receipts, let's just change this to invoices, okay. And this is going to be now in place of this receipt the invoice, okay. I'm just going to change this, and also here in place of this receipts table we'll have to refer to this invoices, okay. Yeah, that is a change pretty much in here, okay. Now the category counts, okay, so here we'll have to change this to invoice table, so this is going to be pretty much same, okay. And here instead of receipts we'll have to change this to invoices, okay. And here the highest total amount, okay, so we'll just change this, okay. And here in place of this total it's going to be total amount due, and most expensive category, so here let's just change this to invoice, okay. And here instead of this total, this is going to be total amount due, so I'm just going to order by this sum of this total amount due, okay. And here instead of most recurrent from, I'm just going to change this to recurrent issuer, okay. And this one let's just change it to the invoice, okay. So wherever we have this from, we just will change it to from name, okay. So here, yeah, and let's just change this to from name, okay. And also here I just wanted to apply the series of the objects operations, okay. So after this thing, okay, so I just wanted to do it from the from name as well, so that is in the ascending order, okay, fine. Yeah, and now here while returning the responses, so let's just change this to invoices, okay. And this one now the highest total amount, so all we have to do is change this to total amount due, okay. And here as well let's just change, and here in place of this max recurrent from, this is going to be issuer, okay. This is going to be the from name, okay. Same thing in here, okay. So issuer, and this is going to be from name, okay. So now we have this no, request to the DB ready, which is going to give me the stats that I want, okay, like we did for receipts, okay. So now let's just go to this page section, okay. So in here, okay, first thing is let's make this to be straightforward like we did for the receipts, okay. We will try to get this data, okay. So by calling this function which we have just written, getting the invoices data, and I can just take the receipts part, where we try to get this formatted monthly average expenses, okay. Okay, so here let me just import this. This is going to be pretty much the same, okay. And yeah, now okay, I'll do one thing, okay. So let me just copy the whole part of this section, and we'll just make changes to that accordingly, okay. So first thing is, okay, so now here the title, I just have to change this to invoices, Okay, after that it's overview, no data to display, and then the average monthly expenses. Okay, all we have to do is just import these things. Now here the category distribution, and now the here I'm not going to hard code. Okay, let's remove this hard coded value. So let's see at least for this how it's going to look. This it's going to be category distribution, and categories I'm just importing. Okay, and statistics, highest total amount, most expensive category, most recurrent issuer. So this alone will change. So this is going to be the from name, most recurrent issuer. Okay, what is the issue here? Data. Okay, did I not change? I guess so. Yeah, on this one I'll just change this to issuer. Okay, so now let's just go to this table. Okay, I think this one I should change from name as well. I think I did change. So let's just go back to request again. Most recurrent issuer. Okay, and I'm just okay here. I'll just have to change this to from name. Okay. Yeah. Fine. So now let's just import this data table. Okay, so now in place of this all receipts, it's going to be the all invoices. Okay, and the columns I'm just going to import the columns. Okay, and here we'll just change this to no invoices extracted at. Okay, and here from name, so I'm just going to mention here the column name, and the filter by, so we're just going to change this text to filter by issuer. And here in place of this receipts, okay, this is going to be now the invoices, and here this is going to be the invoice array. Okay, fine. So that is pretty much the invoices page. Okay, so now let's try to see this. Okay, on here, so let's try to check this out. So as of now we shouldn't see anything, okay, in the data table, and also no data to display because we don't have that related data. So I'm not going to show, so it is going to be pretty much same for like we did for the receipts. Okay, so fine. Now at least this invoices, the table and the graphs that we wanted to showcase, and also the query to get the data for is handled. What we will do is like and now we'll have to create the route which is going to give me the invoice detail by passing in the ID, so that we can try to display in the sheet like we did for the receipt. Okay, so for that again I'm just going to create the endpoint like we did for the receipts. Okay, here I'm just going to create in here this new folder. Okay, let's just name this to be the invoices. Okay, and here I'm just going to create in here this route.ts. okay, all I'm going to do is take this invoices. Okay, and this is going to be same thing. We are going to search for the unique ID in the params, and if it is not there we are going to say that no unique ID was provided. And in place of this receipt now, so we are going to get this invoice, okay, by querying to this invoice table. Okay, and same thing. Okay, and I'm just going to change this to the invoice, and here I'm just going to change the text to invoice not found. Okay, else we are just going to return this invoice. Okay, fine. And yeah, so that is the simple query. And like we have the component for sheet the receipt, so I'm just going to copy the same. Okay, so here, okay, let's just paste again the same thing. So here let's just try to rename this to sheet invoice. Okay, so here we'll have to make some changes in here. So first is wherever we have this receipt, okay, so I'll just have to change that. Okay, so the receipt, so this receipt, okay, I'll just have to change the value to the invoice. Okay, this one, wherever we just have all the values, I just have to change everything that is associated with this receipt to the invoice. Okay, let's try to change this, and let's see okay, let's see how this is going to affect the thing that I'm going to change. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to replace this with the invoice. Okay, so here this invoice with items. Okay, so first thing is we'll have to import this from Prisma client, this one as well. Okay, and then the invoice, okay, I'm just going to change this to small case. Okay, the invoice. Okay, and then the is updating, edited invoice, this is going to be pretty much same, fetching invoice. Okay, all we have to do is go to this invoices route. Okay, so here I'm not going to do much thing. Okay, the invoice, okay, all we try to do is return that. Okay, so this one, let me just return that. Okay, and here the fetching invoice. Okay, and let's just set this invoice to whatever the invoice I'm just going to get in here. Okay, so let's just make this to be a small case. So here, yeah, so we are just going to set this invoice. Fine. Now here, if it's not editing and there is no invoice, okay, then we'll try to display these things. So here category, so it's just going to be the invoice category. Okay, and so wherever we have this, I'm just going to change this to lowercase. So this is going to be now first thing the date. Okay, so let's do one thing. Okay, so instead of this from, okay, I'm just going to have in here the date. Okay, so let's just change just the order that we will be changing, so it won't be a big change. So inside this span, let me just have this invoice dot date. Okay, and I'm just going to typecast this to a string. Okay, fine. So after this, if the voice number, okay, so here invoice number is not null. Okay, and here this number. Okay, so I'm just going to have this in place of number, I'm just going to change this to invoice number. Okay, fine. And then the issuer. Okay, so let's just change in here this title to issuer. Okay, and here in the in place of this time, okay, so let's just remove this. So here I'm just going to have this invoice dot the from name. Okay, so same thing we can just have in the let's say let's have the separate p tags for the from name and the address. Okay, here itself. So I'm just going to change in here to this address. Okay, fine. And now for the items. Okay, so before that items, let's just have the recipient. Okay, so same thing. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so right below this, let's just change here the text of this issuer to recipient. Okay, and now here this is going to be the to name. Okay, and this is also it's going to be the to address. Okay, fine. And yeah, now the items. So okay, so items and then the description. Okay, then the amount. Okay, so let's just remove this quantity. Okay, so the amount, and now the let's just try to iterate through this invoice items. Okay, and the first thing is the title. Okay, which is going to be the item dot description, and I'm just making sure this is not null. Okay, and here this quantity will not have, so I'm just removing that. And here let's just say this amount. So yeah, that is the amount display. Okay, fine. So after this, okay, this is for total amount due, so I can just first let's see let's just remove this div, so we don't need this. Okay, and here in place of this total, I'm just going to change this to total amount due. And here in it is going to be this invoice dot this total amount due. Okay, fine. And also here we can just try to display the currency. So make sure that this is not null. So either we can do two things. Okay, go to the schema and make those fields as mandatory so that we don't see, or else you can have just check here. Okay, and if there is the currency, okay, so this is not equals to null. Okay, then I'm just going to display that and inside this span tag. Okay, so we will just make use of this map currency util which we have just created, and we will just pass in this currency for this. Okay, yeah, fine. So this is going to be the currency. Okay, and now if it is editing and there is invoice. Okay, we will have to instead of this invoices viewer, so this is going to be same the this one. Okay, and okay, let's just go to this receipts viewer. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in here the edited invoice, and here as well, so the receipt. And yeah, this is going to be the viewer. Okay, and the button to cancel. Okay, and here to update and all, so we still doesn't have. So for now I'm just going to use this same thing. Okay, fine. And here after this we'll have to go to this invoices, so we will change this, okay, this accordingly. Okay, so yeah, I think this is pretty much the change. Okay, and here it's going to be just the invoice dot extraction ID. Okay, and I'm just going to set that PDF URL. Okay, fine. So after this, here the delete extraction, so this is going to be the invoice dot extraction ID. Okay, and yeah, and here the edited invoice, again this is going to be the small invoice, and if it is this is going to be pretty much same, no change in here. Okay, fine. And here this categories, this is going to be the invoices. Okay, and whatever we are not using, I'm just going to remove this. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so almost the sheet invoice is in place. Okay, so now we can just go to the columns of this invoices section, and let's just replace this, the sheet receipt, with the invoice. Okay, fine. So I'm not going to showcase this, so it's going to be pretty much same like we just saw for the receipts. Okay, yeah, yeah, so we just added the receipts. Okay, and also now the editor for our invoice viewer. Okay, so what we did was, just try to have the same the receipts viewer, but in place of that we need the specific editor for invoices, for just through removing the error sake. Okay, we just added in here the receipts viewer whenever the user is trying to select the editing option. Okay, so you can just see in here in the columns. Okay, for the editing, so we'll have to change this. So for that I'm just going to create in here the editing the invoice viewer component, and also like we did create the route to update the values whenever the user is trying to edit. Okay, so those changes we will try to have in place first, and then we'll use that inside this sheet invoice where we do the editing option. So that time we'll just replace this update receipt with the update invoice and all those things. Okay, so for that, okay, first thing, let's create inside this the invoices itself. Okay, so I'm just going to create in here itself the new file. Okay, let's name this to be the edit invoice viewer. Okay, so here I'm just going to have all the properties that we were trying to showcase in the invoice section so that user can edit. So let's first finish this component. So for this invoice viewer, okay, let's do one thing. So for this invoice viewer, what we will need to do is create the function. Okay, firstly let's have the type for them. Okay, so here the type is, let's name this to be invoice item. Again, this is going to be quite big. Okay, since you know how many
fields are be populating there. Okay, so and then the amount. Okay, so the amount, okay, this is going to be either of type number or null. So you can just fast forward this if you want, or else if you want to have that, you can watch this. Okay, fine. And then the type for invoice with the items. Okay, so this would be the invoice. I'll just take this from the Prisma. So okay, so let's just take this invoice. Okay, and the combination, I'm just going to add in here this item. So this is going to be the list of above type. Okay, so this is the type for invoice with items, and then the finally the type for editing invoice, viewer properties. Okay, so I can just these are the props that will be passing into the function that I'm going to write now. Okay, so here let's just name this to be edit invoice viewer prop, so that will be consistent. And here this is going to be this edit invoice. Okay, and here I'm just going to give here the type to be invoice with items. Okay, and then the set edit invoice. Okay, and this is going to be a callback function. So for now I'm just going to give here invoice to be any, and this is going to be of type void. Okay, fine. So now let's write the core function that we will be using for showcasing this edit invoice viewer. Okay, so here this is going to have, so let me just give here the type to be the above props. Okay, and here let's just restructure this edit invoice and then set edit invoice callback function. Okay, and here I'm just going to give with the return type to be JSX element.
Okay, so here first let's have the one state variable for whether to know whether the items are open or not. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as something like that, same similar to whatever we had in the receipts invoice viewer. Okay, so here set is items open. Okay, so here I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, and later now the div part. Okay, so this one we can just try to invoice viewer. Okay, so I can just let's just go here at least to this card statements viewer. So whatever I have, I'll just copy this for now. Okay, and let's copy the same here. Okay, and I'll change this one by one. Okay, so that we don't have to rewrite everything. Okay, so first thing, this is going to here let's make this to be a grid. Okay, and I'm just going to have in here this grid rows, let's say 3. Okay, and gap of 2.5. Okay, and first one is for the invoice number. Okay, and for invoice number, okay, let's do one thing. I'm just going to here not make the styles to be dynamic. Okay, so I'll just give here the styling for this, the flex. Okay, and then let's just center the items. Okay, and have a gap of 1, and then let's just give a text slate color. Okay, 800. Okay, fine, and I'll just import this label, and let's just we already gave here this text color. Okay, so I'm just going to leave this. Okay, now in place of this date, okay, so it's going to be the invoice number. Okay, fine. And after this, okay, so I can just remove these corrections for now. Okay, and the input, I'm just going to import this, and ID, let's just give this as something like, you know, invoice number. Okay, and here instead of this verified card statement, so this is going to be edit invoice. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in this edit invoice. Okay, and the value, it's going to be the edit invoice dot this invoice number. Okay, or it is going to be empty string. Okay, that is for the invoice number. And the next thing is for the category. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here, make this to be display to be grid. Okay, and have this to have 2 columns. Okay, and yeah, same thing. So I'm just going to remove this. Okay, let's just have the text slate color. Okay, I can just import this. Okay, and we can just remove this one here, and now the ID, it's going to be the category, and here the label, I'm just going to change this to category. Okay, and the corrections, I can just remove this for now. Okay, so after this label, so let's just use the select thing. Okay, so I'm just going to use this. Okay, so let's go to the category section where we are trying to make a change. So here right after this thing, I'm just going to remove this everything and replace this with the select. Okay, and let's import this select. Okay, and in this select on value change, all we have to do is, and let me just remove this and replace this verified card statement with the edit invoice. Okay, and this one will just, you know, spread the whatever values we have, and here we'll just have to set this property category to value. Okay, and default, it's going to be the edit invoice dot category value, and we'll just import this, you know, select trigger. Okay, and then select value content. Okay, and now instead of this, I'm just going to iterate through this, you know, invoices schema. Okay, dot the category. Okay, and this is going to be enum, and I'm just going to remove those things. Okay, and from this, I'm just going to pass on this category to the select item. Okay, so yeah, so this is the category. Okay, and now we'll have to do it for the date. Okay, I mean date we had, so I'll just take that. Okay, here let's just take the date one. Okay, so this one, so let me take this. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so after this, here this is going to be for the date. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this condition. Okay, and also here let me just remove this and also the corrections. I'm just going to remove this one now. Okay, and in place of this verified statement, I'll just change it to edit invoice. Okay, and just spread whatever value we have. Okay, and here let's just pass on this edit invoice dot date. Okay, I'm just going to typecast this to string so that we don't see this type error. Okay, so that is for the date. Okay, and now next is for from. Okay, for that so let me just, so this is for transactions. Okay, so fine. So this is going to be for the from section. Okay, so here right after this div, so let's have that header. Okay, let's just give here the title of that section, which is from here. Okay, and I'm just going to make this font to be semi bold and display to be flex, and let's just center the items, have margin at the top. Okay, and bottom as well. So I'm just going to give some 2.5, and let text color, let's use slate. Okay, fine. And inside this, okay, the text which is going to be from. Okay, and here let's just have this icons. Okay, let's just import this icons dot. Okay, I'm just going to have this braces, and let's have this stroke width passed on to this, like let's say 3 for now, and the styling, let's just give height and width let's say 4, and I'm just going to have margin left. Okay, and inline, I'm just going to apply display to be inline block. Okay, fine. So after this, okay, the div, so here the styling for this div, I'm just going to apply to be first the rounded medium. Okay, and then let's have some border. I'm just going to give some color to this border, let's say 200. Okay, and padding in both the direction x and y. Fine. And after this, I'm just going to have a label wrapped in this small div. Okay, so here let's just make this again flex. Okay, and I'm just going to have this gap of 1, and then some margin bottom. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to put this label. So this one, okay, let's just give here the title to be name. Okay, and here HTML4 would be this from name. Okay, and also the I'm just going to remove all of this styling. Okay, all I'm going to give is some negative margin at the top. Okay, and let's just give the slate color for the text. Okay, yeah, so this is going to be the label, and for now let's just remove this thing, and I'm just going to right after this div, we'll just have the input for the from name. So for now let's just take this. Okay, so here let's just I'm just going to change the ID here to the from name. Okay, and I think this one will change it to date. Okay, fine. And this is for the from name. Okay, and I'll just change in here this to from name. Okay, and this one, it's going to be the from name, and I can just remove this typecasting. Okay, Okay, again I'm just going to give here the empty string. If it's null, fine. So after this, maybe I can just copy this div. Okay, so after this input, I'm just going to have this div. This time it's going to be for from address. I'm just going to change this to from address. Okay, let's just change this label to address. Okay, and the same after this, I'm just going to have this input, okay. So instead of this id being from name, so I'm just going to change this to from address. Okay, and here we'll just change this one from name to this from address. Same thing here as well, so I'm just going to change this to from address. Okay, so that was for from, this whole the title. Okay, and then the from name. Okay, so this complete div. And okay, same way we will try to have for I'm just going to close this div. Okay, and here for now I'm just going to remove everything. Let's just remove everything. Okay, we'll take care of that. Okay, so let's just copy the same thing. Okay, so I'm just going to replicate the same now to section. Okay, so here let me just change this one to O2 now, and this one, wherever we have this from name, all we have to do is change to name. So same here, so let's just change this to name. Okay, and updating as well to name. Okay, and the value that we are trying to showcase in this input has to be to name, and the same thing applies for for the address as well. So I'm just going to let's just edit this from alone. Okay, to address. Fine, and yeah, that was for to address. And next comes the items. Okay, I'll just remove this thing. Okay, so right after our div. Okay, so I can just remove these two things as well. Okay, so here right after this, I'm just going to have the div to showcase for the items. Okay, so I think I can just take it from the invoices viewer. Okay, so I'll just take this from here. I'll just take this on the items part. Okay, so let's just go here. So right after this, let's just use the same. All we have to do is import this collapsible component. Okay, and here the corrections for now, I'm just going to remove this condition. Okay, so text will just give the slate color. Okay, so I'm just going to
leave as it is for now. Okay, so maybe if you want, we can just give here the font type to be like, let's say, semi bold. Okay, and also we can just remove this gap and the items. Okay, and after this, okay, I'll just remove these corrections for now. And button, let's just import this button. And now so here, instead of this verified invoice, so this is going to be now the edit invoice. Okay, I can just pass on this edit invoice. Okay, and here as well the edit invoice items. Okay, description and amount, I'm just going to set this to null. Okay, fine. And yeah, after this, the trigger. Okay, so it's going to be pretty much the same. So the toggling, I'm not going to do much here. And then the collapsible content, and let's just import this motion, then the animate presence. Okay, and now instead of iterating this verified invoice, I'm just going to iterate this edit invoice. Okay, so now we'll get this item on index. Okay, and all this is going to be same, I guess. Yeah, except that wherever we see this verified invoice, we just have to replace this with the edit invoice. Okay, so I'm just going to change this. Okay, so here edit invoice. Okay, and here as well let me just change here this one to edit invoice. Okay, and this one as well, and here as well to edit invoice. Okay, so what is the issue here? I'm just going to okay, the string is, maybe I can just parse this value. I mean, let's just parse this to float. Okay, fine. And yeah, that's for the amount. Okay, so after this amount, okay, so here as well, let me just change this edit invoice. Okay, and here as well, so let's just update that with whatever the latest edit invoice. Okay, and yeah, this is going to be same, so the delete part. Okay, fine. And yeah, so after this delete, okay, I'll just go back to this the invoices viewer. Okay, and let's just take this currency as well. Okay, so I'm just going to take this. Okay, so let's go back to this edit invoice thing. So after this div, okay, so I'm just going to have this div for currency. Okay, so for now let's just remove this condition check. Okay, and I'm just going to make this to be semi bold. Okay, and let's just remove this gap of 1. Okay, fine. And here we can just remove this now. Currency it's going to be, and let's just remove this corrections thing as well. So here all we have to do is update this. Okay, so this is going to be this edit invoice. Okay, and this one, it's going to be edit invoice. Okay, we're just going to update this currency. Okay, and here as well, so let's just make this to be not null. So I'm just assigning the empty string. Okay, and then the total amount due. So I can just again let's just remove this condition styling, okay, and and I'm just going to remove this one font semi bold, okay. Let's just remove this corrections part and we'll just update this to set edit invoice, okay, this one to edit invoice. Okay, I know there's just a lot of changes to the same thing, but yeah, okay, fine. And here this is going to be this total amount due, okay. Again I'm just going to assign this, okay. So this is going to be our edit invoice viewer. I think at least in addition thing, okay. So I can just now update this to replace this inside our the sheet invoice component. So let's just go to the sheet invoice, okay. So wherever I'm just referring to the receipts viewer, okay, I'll just change this to edit invoice viewer, which we have just created, okay. And for the edit invoice I'm just going to pass in this edited invoice, okay, and then set edit invoice, okay. So let's just pause on this, okay. So we can just have a look. So let me remove this one, okay. Okay, let me, okay, there is type issue here. So it can be null is what we see here, okay. So here I can just pass on this for now, okay. uh, let's do one thing, okay. So here let's go in here and I'm just going to here change the definition for now to be of type null as well, okay. Okay, fine, I'll just change back here itself. Let's try to so here we have the issue with the type, okay. And I mean, is it blocking us? Okay, for now let's just keep it this, okay. I'll just go to the output, okay, and let's try to see this. Okay, I just added the one invoice example, so you can just do that, okay, which I've pretty much showcased how to do it, okay. And here we expect the invoice to come, okay. So you can see now, okay, this is our latest updated the edit invoice viewer. So as of now, okay, we are just showcasing this, but we don't have this editing. But you can see here the category, okay, and the date, number, then the issuer, okay. So did we not change this title? Okay, so let's just check in here, invoice number, category. We did change, okay. Okay, okay, but at least we are seeing this data, so we'll come back to this. Okay, so now what I'll have to do is change this columns text first. Okay, so here wherever a little wherever we have this, the receipt, I'm just going to query the same. So for deleting this receipt, okay, I'm just going to replace this with the invoice. Okay, and here as well, so let me just replace this invoice. Okay, and for now I know there is a lot of work need to be done in this component, so I'm just going to leave this as it is for now. Let's come back to this later. So the edit the invoice viewer, so it's loading, so let's wait for it to load. So now we will focus on updating this invoice. All we have to do is first have the API route in place, which is going to help us the update the values that we will be trying to edit. Okay, so for that, okay, let's just go back, and I'm just going to have the API route in place for that. So inside this API, okay, inside this invoices, I'm just going to create in here this new folder called the update, and let's just create a route for that. Okay, so I can just take this whatever we have in here, and I'm just going to make tweaks to this accordingly. So let me just close this. So session, okay, then we'll get the ID, okay, then the JSON object. Okay, and here now in where we are trying to query to the receipt, we'll just query to the invoice. Okay, and here this is going to be the invoice number. Okay, so I'm just going to this one I'm just going to have this the same name, so which is the invoice number, then the date, okay, and then the category, okay, and time. I'm just going to remove this, and this one, this is going to be this from name, so I'm just going to change this to from name. Okay, and after this we are going to have this from address. Okay, so this one JSON object dot from address. Okay, then the to name and to address. Okay, so here I'm just going to name and then the to address. Okay, so JSON object dot to address. Okay, and then the currency, and finally total amount due. So here this currency, let's currency, and then the I can just replace this with the total amount due. Okay, and here we will just have the same total amount due. Okay, so this is the updation for our invoice. Okay, and if there is any error, we'll just catch that. Okay, and now here in the invoice item, okay, and I'm just going to here pass on this invoice ID. Okay, same thing again if there is any issue. So here instead of this receipt item, now it's going to be this invoice item. Okay, and here this is going to be this invoice ID. Okay, and then the description, and then the amount. Okay, so quantity, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and finally we will just have this the invoice updated text from this. Okay, and now here in the sheet invoice component. Okay, so let me just go here. Okay, So in here we'll try to use that the update invoice endpoint which we have just created. Okay, so here let me just use that. Okay, so for whenever we are trying to click on this, okay, here is the thing. So now instead of calling this update receipt, I'll be calling this update invoice. Okay, so all I have to do is first have this in place in our library folder where we are having all our client requests. So here I can just copy this. Okay, so here in place of this update receipt, so this is going to be update invoice, and here I'll have to change this endpoint, so this is going to be invoices. Okay, and here the param as well, I'm just going to change this to invoice. So let's just change this to invoice. Okay, we can rest it's going to remain same, so I can just go back here. Let's import this one. So here update invoice. Okay, and after this new invoice, so we are going to fetch this ID. Okay, and I'm just going to set this new invoice. Okay, and pass on to this edited invoice as well. Editing, I'm just going to set it to false, and updating I'm just going to set it to false, and this one it's going to be the invoices. Okay, so yeah, and we still see the type issue. So for this let's do one thing. Okay, for the editing part I still see some issue, so let's just try to see this one. So this is normal viewer. So now once I click on this edit, you can see now the invoice number, category, date. Okay, and the from section, then to. Okay, then items that we wanted to update. Okay, and other things, so it's going to be the same like we just did. Okay, so I can just change here to say Karthik 1. Okay, so click on this confirm, so it's going to help us update this name in the section. So and the API that we have just added to update the information for that, so let's wait for it to complete. So once it completes this, we'll be able to see the here the recipient. You can see here the name, change it from Karthik to Karthik 1. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. So we are able to update the name or update any fields for the invoice. Okay, yeah, so we added the editor for updating the invoice thing, and in the sheet and all, and endpoint to that. So this is looking good for me. Okay, so now the for the invoice section, the editing part is done. So now we'll have to focus on the same thing for card statements like we did for the invoices. Okay, as of now we don't have anything. So you see here we just have the content, so we'll have to replace this with the table and the components that we added for receipts and invoices. So let's just go and try to add for the card statements. So for the card statements, okay, let's just in the dashboard organize data. So here we don't have any, so let me just copy this column, and first let's just copy this one columns. Okay, so into this card statement section, so we will just make tweaks for this accordingly. Okay, so here we'll have to have the type for card statement first. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to a card statement. So this extraction ID, okay, and categories, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and then extraction file name, then the here the issuer name, so this is going to be of type string, and then the total amount due, so this from name, it's not going to be there, total amount due, and then the instead of this invoice number, this is going to be this credit card number, so it can be a string or null, so I'm just going to specify this. Then the credit card name. Okay, so here again this can be either string or null, so I'm just going to specify the same. Currency created at and date. Okay, this is going to be type for our card statement. And now the categories, I mean, let's just discard that for now. Okay, and this is, I'm just going to change this to this card statement. Okay, so first is the title. I'm just going to have this to be a card number, and here this is going to be, instead of this invoice number, this credit card number. Okay, and here as well I'm just going to change this to credit card number. Okay, fine. And here the thing that will be getting the value, it's going to be this credit card number. Okay, fine. And have this showcased in this way. Okay, fine. So after this thing, so category, I'm just going to remove this for now. So now instead of here from name, we'll have in this credit card name. Okay, so here this credit card. Okay, and instead of this issuer, okay, I'm just going to change this to card name. Okay, and here as well, let me just change this to credit card name. Okay, and this one as well to credit card name. Okay, so that is the thing. And after this, the issuer name, so I can just do one thing, so just copy this. Okay, so I have in here this one, so here I'm just going to replace this with the issuer name. Okay, so and the title, this is going to be the issuer. Okay, and so I'm just going to change this title to issuer. Okay, so yeah, this is the issuer name, and next is the date. So I don't think so there'll be any change in this. Okay, so date, I'm just going to leave this. Okay, and then the total amount due, and then the file name, then the created at. Okay, and then the actions part. Okay, for now let's just leave this as it is. Okay, and this one, it's going to be the sheet card statement. Okay, so here in the component section, we'll have to create these sheet card statement for that. Okay, so which we will, so for now I'm just going to leave this as it is. Okay, so at least we have these columns in place. Okay, so now concentrating on this page section, this one, let's just create the request first to get the data for that in the requests file. Okay, so like we created for getting receipts, getting invoices, data and all. So I'm just going to have in here for trying to get the card statements data. So I can just change this to statements data. Okay, and this is now instead of this receipt, so this is going to be the card statements. Okay, and I'll just change this querying on to the card statement. Okay, so and okay, so here I'll just change this one to the card statements. Okay, and here the average monthly expenses, I can instead of this any, I'll just mention in here this month number. Okay, and then the average which is going to be this number, and this is going to be of type array. So now the querying is on I'm just going to change this to card statements to make it as appropriate. Okay, card statements. Okay, and this one, it's going to be now from the table card statement. Okay, okay, so here I'll just change this one to the card statements dot average. Okay, and yeah, so here as well we'll have to change this one to this card statements. Okay, this one as well, so I'll just change this. Fine, so I can just remove this one now. Yeah, so that is the thing. Okay, and category distribution, so here the category distribution, let's just mention the return type. Okay, so here the category which is going to be string. Okay, and then the count. Okay, which is going to be type number, and then the percentage, the number. Okay, so now I mean, let's just undo this. So I will remove this. Okay, so let's just remove this query. So now here in this category distribution itself, first let's specify the return type that like we just I just removed above. So here this category which is of type string, and then the count, how many do we have, and then the percentage, this is going to be of type number. Okay, so now instead of trying to utilize this category counts which we just removed, I'm just going to query this this raw query. Okay, and inside this let's have the select query. Okay, so I can just select this t dot category. Okay, and count of this t dot category as count. Okay, and then the count of this t dot category. Okay,
multiplied by this percentage. Okay, and here inside this I'm just going to have in here one more select query, which is going to give me the count of from the card transaction. Okay, so this is going to be as a T. Okay, and okay, I'm just going to apply this inner join on this card statement. Okay, let's just give here alias as yes. Okay, on this T dot the card statement ID. So here matching to this s dot id. Okay, and here let's querying on this condition where this s dot user id is equals to the user id that we got for this. Okay, fine, and I can just now have the alias as percentage. Okay, and now after this from this card transaction. Okay, so I'm just going to give the alias for this to T. Okay, and have this join. Okay, so here on this card statement as yes. Okay, and on this T dot card statement ID. Okay, this s dot id. Okay, fine, so here this s dot this user id matching to this user id. So I'm just going to group by this category. Okay, I mean, am I doing it outside? Yeah, so that's the reason. So here let's just group by this category. Okay, so this is the query to get the category distribution, and then the highest total amount. So I can just query this card statement. Okay, so we're passing in this, and here this is going to be this total amount due. Okay, fine, and then most expensive category, again I'm just going to mention here this return type, which is going to be category string, along with this the total amount. Okay, so which is the number. Okay, and here we can just have the raw query like we did. So for now let's just take this. Okay, and just will make tweaks for that. Okay, so here let me just replace this. So here I'm just going to query this category. Okay, and now instead of this count, okay, so let's change this to sum. Okay, and sum on this T dot the amount as total amount. So I can just change this. Okay, and here I can just remove this completely, the inner query. So from this card transaction, okay, and I'm just going to join this card statement. Okay, on this id. Okay, and where this now instead of this, after this group by category, we are just going to apply this order by. Okay, this total amount. Okay, in the descending order. Okay, and I'm just going to apply this limit to be 1. Okay, fine, so this is the most expensive category, which is going to give us the value. And then the most recurrent transaction, so I can just change this to recurrent transaction. Okay, and here the return type is going to be the description, which is going to be of type string, and then the count. So here let's just have this type to be number. Okay, so I can just do the same thing like for the same. Let's just query the same. Okay,
So here the instead of this category, now it's going to be the description. Okay, so I'm just going to have this count this description, okay, as this count. Okay, so fine. And here this it's going to be now instead of this category, this description. Okay, and I'm just going to order by this count. Okay, and I'm just going to limit this one, so this is going to be this. Okay, and now here in the response, okay, this is going to be the card statements, then average monthly expenses. Okay, and category distribution, maybe here we can have this transformation, this category distribution. I'm just going to iterate through this the items that we got from the query that we applied above. And here I'm just going to pass on the category. So here this is going to be this item dot category. Okay, and then the percentage. Okay, so here let's just typecast this to float. Okay, and I'm just going to get this percentage to rounded to, let's say for now, 2 decimal. Okay, so here let's just have this I mean, what is the issue here? I mean, category distribution, that has to be this array. Okay, I think, yeah. Okay, fine. And now the I think this will not be an issue now. Okay, fine. So is total amount. Okay, so this is going to be this total amount due instead of this total. And then most expensive category. Okay, so again this one has to be this array. Okay, not the object. Okay, fine. And this one, it's going to be this total amount. Okay, so I can just change this to total amount. Okay, and then here most recurrent transaction. So this one it's going to be this most recurrent transaction. This is going to be the description. Again, this one again has to be this array. Okay, and here as well I'm just going to change this to transaction. Okay, and we can just change this to count. Okay, yeah, so this is the the query that we have added to get the card statements data for us. Okay, at least now we have this schema in place. Okay, and also you, if you want, you can just go ahead to your schema and make the params that we have for card transaction optional, and for card statement you can just make it as mandatory, so that you'll not miss this data to be collected from the user whenever he's trying to upload, and you will not see these values being missed while you're trying to query. Okay, fine. And yeah, now we have this request. Okay, so now let's just go to this page section, and here let's first make this to be asynchronous function. Okay, and here I'm just going to get this data. So await get card statements data. Okay, so here if you want, we can just console this data. Okay, so here I'll just try to check this. Okay, so let's just going in here to the inspect. Okay, so here let me try to refresh the page. Okay, and see if you're able to get the data. Okay, so it's loading, so I'm just going to wait this, and after this we can take the page from the invoices or receipt section and then make tweaks accordingly. Okay, I mean, it's taking time, so let's wait for it to load. Okay, I don't see any data. Okay, do we have any data in the card statement? Okay, and there are none. That is the reason. Okay, fine. So but once we had this, we are going to get it. Okay, so let's not worry about that. Okay, so for now, here I can just for now copy this whole thing. I mean, we'll just make change to that accordingly, and I'm just going to replace this the same. And now here, instead of this, I'm just going to make changes here accordingly. So card statements page. Okay, and here this is going to be now this get card statements data. Okay, and I'm just going to assure that this is not going to be empty. Okay, and we can just console that. Okay, and here yeah, this is going to be the thing. Okay, and now the main content, this title, it's going to be the card statements. Okay, so let me just add this. Okay, and then the overview. Okay, and if there is no data to display, then average monthly expenses. Okay, and here make sure that this is going to be, what is the issue here? Okay, full name is missing. Okay, okay, so as of now we're getting this data to be null, so that's why we see this issue. Okay, let's not worry about that. So now the overview, and then the average monthly expenses, then the category distribution, so it's going to be pretty much the same. Then the statistics, okay, is total amount. Okay, and then the most expensive category. Okay, and here the third one, instead of this issuer, this is going to be this transaction dot this transaction. Okay, okay, fine. And this data table, now the title that we'll be giving for this is the all card statements. Okay, and then I'll just change here to like no card statements extracted at. Okay, and here this is going to be the issuer name, the columns are here, and here this is going to be this data dot card statements. Okay, and this is going to be the card statement type. Okay, which we have in here, this in the column section. Okay, and here I'm just going to remove this in invoice, and here the get invoices too. Okay, fine. And here we can just apply in here, I mean, okay, yeah, so pretty much the card statements, I know there is a lot of type errors. Okay, we will take care. So if you just see now on this card statements, we have this overview, no data to display, and then all card statements which we don't have data at. Okay, so this is the card statements page. Okay, fine. And now next is having the sheet for our card statement. Okay, so in the component section, like we have the sheet for invoice and receipt. Okay, we can just I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and let's try to tweak changes for a card statement. Okay, So let me just rename this. Let's just rename this to card statement. Okay, fine. And now here instead of this receipt with items, so this is going to be the card statement with the transactions now. So I'm just going to change this to card statement with a transaction. Okay, fine. And here we'll just change this sheet receipt to sheet card statement. Okay, and this one has to be now the card statement from this Prisma, and this is going to be the card transaction array, and I'll just replace this with items with this transactions. Okay, and this is going to be okay, fine. And we'll have to change now, instead of this receipt, this is going to be the card statement. Okay, so this one as well. So let's just change this to set card statement, and here this one, it's going to be the about type, the card statement with transaction. Okay, and editing, updating will remain same, and then the PDF URL is PDF displayed. Okay, and this, instead of this edited receipt, so this is going to be this edited the card statement. Okay, and here this set edited card statement. Okay, and here as well, so let's just change this one to card statement with transactions, or we can just change this to plural transactions. Okay, yeah, fine. Now here fetching the card statement, so I'm just going to change this, which we have yet to add. Okay, I'll just add the same. Okay, so here let's just name this to be a fetch card statement, and here instead of receipts, we are going to create a new route for the card statements. Okay, so here, okay, and this is going to be pretty same. Okay, and for the instead of your receipt, I'm just going to change this to card statement. Okay, so here as well, I can just change this one to card statement. Okay, yeah, and now here in the use effect, so we'll have to replace this with the let's just change here to the fetch card statement. Okay, and here I'll just again, this one has to be the card statement. So here we can just update the same here as well. So I'm just going to change it to card statement. Okay, and here as well. Okay, card statement. Okay, so here as well, let me just change this to card statement, and now instead of setting this receipt, okay, uh, this is going to be this card statement. Okay, and this is going to be edited card statement. Okay, fine. So this is the change to the endpoint calling and the way we call in our use effect. Okay, and now the title of this sheet, this is going to be this card statement. Okay, and this one, instead of receipt, it's going to be this now the card statement. Okay, and first thing, the header, it's going to be the credit card. Okay, so I can just change here to credit card. Okay, so after this, okay, I'm just going to have the credit card number, name, and holder showcased. Okay, so right after let's do one thing here. let's just not have this text end. Okay, and let's just remove this categories. Okay, so let's just have this credit card number. Okay, if there is no, I'm just going to showcase here no number. Okay, let's do the same for the two more things, the credit card name and the holder name. Okay, so here let's have this to credit card name. Okay, so if there is no name, I'm just going to have in here the empty string. Okay, so here let's just give some space. Okay, and here as well I'm just going to give some space, and here in place of this credit card number, this is going to be this credit card holder. Okay, and I'm just going to change this to empty string. Fine. Yeah. So after this the date thing. Okay, so I mean I can just for now remove this div. Okay, let's just have, so here instead of this I'm just going to move this up. Okay, so here the date. Okay, so I'm just going to have in here this date, and let's just remove this time thing. Okay, and now instead of this receipt dot date, this is going to be the card statement dot date. Okay, fine. And yeah, after this the issuer. Okay, so I'm just going to have in here the issuer instead of this from. So after this the here let me just have this card statement dot this issuer name. Okay, and then the address of him. Okay, so I'll just have that address, I mean let's just have here let me just have right below this. Okay, so here if this category sorry the card statement, this issuer address is present, so we will just wrap this inside this p tag. Okay, so here in place of this issuer name, so this is going to be the issuer address. Okay, fine. And okay, so I can just remove this thing. Fine, so here after this I'll just have this the same thing now for the recipient. Okay, so we will just change this issuer to the recipient. Okay, and here this is going to be the I mean instead of this issuer name, this is going to be the recipient name. Okay, if not, I'm just going to have this to be unknown. Okay, and same thing here, if there is any recipient address, we are just going to showcase the same here. Okay, so here let's just showcase this recipient address. Okay, fine. And after that, okay, then the items, then the description. Okay, and then the category. Okay, so instead of this quantity, let's just for now change it to category, and then the amount. Okay, so after this the or in the overall the items, I'm just going to iterate to these items. Okay, and here instead of this item, this is going to be now the transactions. So we will get the item. Okay, so once we get that item, so here we'll have this description. Okay, and then the here no quantity exists, so I'm just going to change this to this item dot this category this character at 0. Okay, to let's now convert it to, let's say, the uppercase. Okay, and I'm just going to add in this item dot category. I mean, let's just slice this. Okay, this is what will be showcasing this. Okay, and this amount. Okay, and let's just make this to be optional. Okay, and I mean, if there is exist. Okay, if not, I'm just going to say here not applicable. Okay, so that is the items. Okay, so after that, okay, this subtotal I can just remove directly. We can go to the total amount. Okay, so let's just remove this subtotal, and here the total amount due. So I'm just going to change this title to total amount due, and here I can just showcase here the card statement dot this total amount due dot to fixed. Okay, and if you want, we can just have this currency above. Okay, fine. And now this editing. So if this is editing, okay, so here the card statement is not null again. So okay, so now we need to have this edit card statements viewer, which we don't have it. Okay, so I'm just going to for now pass on this edited card statement. Okay, and for this as well, let's just pass in this set edit edited card statements. Okay, fine. And then the button, okay, to cancel. Okay, and here this is going to be this one, which we are going to change this. Okay, so which we don't have it. Okay, so here let me, this is going to be set card statement. Okay, and this is going to be this set edited card statement. Okay, editing to false, updating to false. Okay, and here we will navigate to the card statements page. Okay, fine. And this is the confirm, and then after this, okay, so here this is going to be the card statement dot the extraction ID. Okay, for showcasing the PDF thing. And here instead of this receipt dot extraction ID, this is going to be this card statement dot extraction ID. Okay, and then button to delete. Okay, and here this one is going to be say edited card statement to this card statement. Okay, so I mean, we'll come back to this once we have this update endpoint, and also the component for viewing this card statement properties and editing them. Okay, so but roughly this is the sheet. Okay, so here as well, so this is going to be the card statement. Okay, and here instead of this edited receipt, I'll just have to pass in this edited card statements. For now, I'm just going to keep this functions as it is. We'll change this once I have that. Okay, and here let's just have this title to be thing. Okay, so we have this card statement in place, and as I said, we need an endpoint which is going to give me the detail for the card statements. Okay, so let's just create that. Okay, so here inside this API, I'm just going to create in here this new folder. Okay, so let's just name this to be card statements, and inside I'm just going to have here this route defined. So like we have for the things. Okay, I can just take this one. Okay, and try to use the same inside this card statements. Okay, so here instead of this receipt ID, so this is going to be now the card statement. ID. Okay, so search params, we are going to get this card statement ID. So I'm just going to replace this wherever we have this receipt ID. Okay, and here let's just now this one we are going to get this card statement. So let's query this on this card statement. Okay, and here this is going to be this card statement ID. Okay, and here this we are going to include this transactions. Okay, so that we'll get those transactions as well. And here now if there is no card statement, I'm just going to say that card statement was not found, something like that. No? Okay, fine. And here if everything went well, so we are just going to return this card statement from this. So we have this endpoint in place where we were trying to use inside our sheet card statement. Okay, and we have to make changes in this component still. Okay, so here in the sheet card statement, so we were consuming this endpoint, so this is there now. Okay, and also here we'll have to change a lot of things for updating and all, and we'll have to use this inside our the column section of our card statement when we will be trying to edit. Okay, so let's just add the editing card statement viewer. Okay, and also the route to update it, and then we will try to include this in our sheet card component, and also will make changes accordingly, and then we'll get done with this card statements additions required to complete this. Okay, so inside this dashboard for the organized data card statement. Okay, so I we do have here some issues with the types and all. Let's not worry about that. Okay, so here inside this, let's just create a new file. So this is going to be edit card statements viewer. Okay, so in here maybe I can just borrow the same from the other viewer. Okay, so which we just added. Okay, I'll just borrow this. Okay, and just will make tweaks in this. Okay, okay, so first thing in here we will have to have a type for the card transaction. Okay, so which will have this description, then the amount, and also the category. Okay, so here this is going to be let's say a string. I know there is a lot of nothing showcased without, because it was similar to the invoice receipts and all, so that's why I'm not showcasing each component whatever we have trying to add in the UI parallelly. I hope you'll understand this. Okay, yeah, fine. And here, and also I don't have big screen, that's the problem. Okay, fine. And here now, instead of this card statement, I mean invoice with items. Okay, this is going to be this uh, card statement with transactions. Okay, so this is going to be card statement. So I'm just going to import this, and here instead of this items, I guess the transactions, which is going to be this card transaction array. Okay, and then finally this edit card statement viewer props. Okay, so here card statement viewer props. Okay, and this is going to be the card statement with transactions. Okay, and here instead of this edit invoice, this is going to be this edit card statements. Okay, same thing here, edit card statement, and this is going to be the card statement. Okay, fine. So here I'll have to change this again. Okay, card statement viewer props. Okay, so this is going to be, so I can just remove this. Okay, So edit card statement, okay, set edit card statement, okay, and this item is open, that's going to remain same. So first thing is for the date, okay, so let's just close this, okay. Here first thing, where do we have the date? Okay, so here I can just take this. First we'll have the date, and then the issuer details, okay, name and address, and then the recipient name and address, okay, and then the credit card. Okay, this is going to be a pretty long change, okay. The order will just make this, so the date, okay. So and also let's just remove this whole div, okay. So wherever we have, so I just wanted to have here the standalone div. So first thing for the date, okay, so here I'm just going to leave everything as it is, except that we'll just change in here the editor invoice to card statement, okay, and this is going to be this edit card statement, okay, and this is going to be date, okay, and instead of this edit invoice, this is going to be the edit card statement, okay, fine. This is our first div for the the date, and same thing, I'm just going to have the issuer we can take this from thing, okay. So here let me just close this. So after this thing, I'm just going to change this one to issuer, okay, and the label, it's going to be same. The instead of this from name, I'm just going to change this to issuer, and this is going to be name, and the ID as well, I'm just going to change this to issuer name, okay, and here we'll have to change this to card statement, okay, and this one as well. So I'm just going to change this to edit card statement, and here in place of this from name, this is going to be the issuer name, okay, and here this is going to be this edit card statement dot this issuer name, okay, fine. And yeah, this is for issuer, okay, and then the address, okay, so here in place of this from address, this is going to be issuer address, okay. So here as well, I'm just going to change this, and in place of this edit invoice, we just have to change this to card statement, okay. So this one as well, this edit card statements. So here this is going to be this issuer address, okay. So here I'm just going to change this to edit card statement. This is going to be this issuer address, okay, fine. So this div was for the issuer, okay, and same thing, we'll have to do the same for recipient. So I'm just going to have this div for that, okay. So in here now, instead of this being the issuer, this is going to be this recipient, okay, then the name. So here I'm just going to change this issuer name to recipient name. So here recipient name, okay, and okay, so edit card statement, okay, and then this is going to be the recipient name, okay. So I'm just going to change this to recipient name, then the address, and this one also will need to change to recipient address, okay, fine. And here this issuer address has to be changed to this recipient address. Okay, so fine, so this is for recipient. Okay, after that we'll have to have for credit card. Okay, so I'm just going to copy the same. Okay, so in here instead of now the recipient, this is going to be this credit card. Okay, and here the name, I'll have to change this to credit card name. Okay, so here let me just change this to credit card name. Fine, so after this the holder, so instead of this address I'm just going to have this changed to holder, credit card holder. So this credit card holder. Okay, and the label I'm just going to change this to holder. Okay, fine, and even this ID I'll just copy this one, pass on to this, so this is going to be the ID. Okay, and now here instead of this recipient address, this is going to be this credit card holder. Okay, and here I'm just going to change this one as well to credit card holder. Okay, fine, so after this input I'm just going to have the div for, let's just have this divs. Okay, for two more fields, one is for number, and yeah, we'll just have for number now. Okay, so here let me just change this one to number and from the holder. Okay, so this one will change to number. Okay, the ID, it's going to be this number. Okay, so here this credit card holder will become number, and again I'm just going to show this value in this credit card number. Okay, so fine, so this div was for credit card, so I can just now have this closed. Okay, so after this we need to have the transactions. Okay, so for this transactions again, so let's take here, let's just close this. Where is the items? Okay, so I can just close whichever things we are in not need of. Okay, this main div, and I'll just close this complete div. Okay, remove that. Okay, so now this is for the transactions. Okay, so we will just make changes accordingly for this, and here in place of this items I'm just going to have this transactions in place. Okay, and here this is going to be now edit the card statement. Okay, so here this, instead of this edit invoice, is going to be card statement. Okay, and here edit card statement dot this is going to be now the transactions. Okay, and here this name I'm just going to give here the empty string, and the category it's going to be empty string, and the amount it's going to be 0. Okay, so this is the new addition. Okay, and here I'll just change in here the description to add a transaction. Okay, fine, and then the thing to toggle thing. Okay, and the content now, so we will just use this edit card statement dot transactions. Okay, and we'll just iterate through that transactions. Okay, and get the item. Okay, and pass on here in place of wherever I just let's just have this item. Like, we can just replace this with the transaction, or to make it more convenience. Okay, so whatever. Okay, convenient. Okay, fine, and then the description, and now here instead of this on change, okay, so let's just name this to be transactions, okay, and this is going to be this edit card statement dot transactions, okay, instead of this items. So here now this new transactions, okay, this index description will be set, okay, and then updating here edit this card statements. So I'm just going to edit this card statements and the transaction. So here in place of this items transaction, so here I'm just going to have this new transactions added, okay, and yeah, and after this the label for the category, okay, and then the amount, and then the so we need to add that label for that, okay. So for that I'm just going to make this width to occupy 2/3, okay, and this width to occupy the 3/5, okay, because I'm just going to have two divs of the same kind, okay, one for category and one for amount, okay. So first let's make changes to this first thing. So the label, now this is going to be the category, okay, okay. So here uh, on change, maybe we can just take this, so here let's just have this transactions, okay, and then instead of setting this description, this has to be the amount now, okay, and we just have to typecast this to float, okay. So I can just do that, okay, and then yeah, it's going to be pretty much same, so I can just remove these things, okay, yeah. So this will help us change the instead of this it's going to be category, okay, and here I can just have this. The thing is now in place of this category, it won't be input, we'll have this select component. So here where is the select component, so I can just use that, okay. We don't have in here, so let's try to get it from the other viewer. So I can just go here, select, I can just query the same, yeah, I'll just take this, okay, the whole this select part, okay. Let's go back to this card statements viewer, and where is that category, yeah. So here completely I'm just going to replace this with the select thing, okay, and here on value change, maybe I'll just copy this again, okay. So here on value change, we'll have to set this everything here, new transactions, okay, and this is going to be the category now. So here I'm just going to pass on this value for this, and then we are just going to update these transactions, okay, and this default value, this is going to be this this item dot category, okay, fine, and then the trigger, okay, select category, and then now this is going to be this card statement schema, okay, yep, and then this is going to be properties dot the transactions, okay. So here transactions, okay, then the items, okay, and then this properties, then the category dot enum, okay. So yep, and then I'm just going to pass on to this select items component. Okay, so this is the thing for select category, selecting the category. Okay, then let's go on to this amount. Okay, so here this amount, okay, on change thing, I'll just take this. Okay, so we will just update the thing to the amount now. So here instead of this description, this is going to be amount, and we'll just have to typecast this to float. Okay, yeah, yeah, pretty much I think everything will remain same. So that is the amount. Okay, fine. So finally, after this in the button thing, again I can just copy here the same thing. Okay, on click new transactions. Okay, and I'm just going to splice one from this, okay, this index, and I can just remove this thing. Okay, and then we'll just update these new transactions. Okay, that is to just delete. Okay, so this is the transactions showcasing. Okay, and then the currency part. Okay, so here this currency, this one, all we have to do is edit this, instead of this invoice, this is going to be a card statement, and then I'm just going to have this card statement, then currency, it's going to remain the same. So I'm just going to change this to card statement. Okay, fine. And then the total amount due. Okay, so we can just have this again, this one I'll just have to change this to card statement. Okay, and now here in place of this invoice, I'll just have to change this to card statement, and here this has to be this total amount due in the camel case. Okay, that is the value. And finally this is going to be this edit card statement or total amount due. Okay, so yeah, overall I mean this is the the edit card statement viewer component. Okay, so yeah, now we have this component in place. Okay, and we can just integrate this inside the sheet where we were trying to refer. But before even that, we need to have this endpoint to update it like we have for the others. Okay, so let's just go to this API section. Okay, so in this card statements, I'm just going to create in here new folder for update. Okay, and let's just create a route for that. Okay, so let's just take a borrow from one of these sections. So I'm just going to take this one. Let's just take the receipts one. Okay, so here I'm just going to make changes accordingly. So first thing, this is going to be JSON object. Okay, if there is no JSON, we are just going to be here first. Here this is going, we are going to query on card statement table. Okay, and here the data, first thing is the credit card name. So credit card name, so I'm just going to have this JSON object dot this credit card name. Okay, and then the credit card holder, so again this is going to be this credit card holder. Okay, then the credit card number, so JSON object this credit card number. Okay, fine. And then the so I can just remove this number. Okay, and let's just add this issuer name. So here this is going to be this issuer name. Okay, then the issuer address. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly add this issuer address, and then the recipient name, so JSON object dot recipient name. Okay, and then the recipient address. Okay, so recipient address. Okay, and I can just remove this category. Okay, and the date, it's going to be the same. Okay, and then the time, I'm just going to remove this time. Okay, and here yeah, and from everything all we'll have is let's just remove after this date the currency. Okay, so here this is just going to be this JSON object dot currency, and then finally this total amount due. Okay, so I'm just going to typecast this thing whatever we receive here in this total amount due of this JSON object. Okay, so fine, and if not found, okay, I'm just going to change here this, like, card statement not created. Okay, something like that. Okay, something like bad data that we received. And now here the card transaction, so I'm just going to change this to transactions. Okay, so here instead of this receipt ID, so this is going to be this card statement ID. Okay, and I can just say here could not delete this card statement items if we have not found that. Okay, and after this the card transaction in place of this receipt items. Okay, so here let's just iterate through this transactions. Okay, and get this transaction. Okay, then here this is going to be the card statement ID, so JSON object ID, and then description. Okay, then the the category. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this as the, like, item dot the category. Okay, fine, and then I can just say here, like, could not create this card statement items. Okay, so here I can just say here, like, card statement updated. Okay, so this is the endpoint to update our card statement. Okay, and we'll have to consume this inside our client requests. Okay, so inside this library folder here, so I'll just take this. Okay, make changes accordingly. So now this is going to be this update card statement, and here instead of this invoice, I'm just going to change this to card statement. Okay, so here let's just change this to card statements. Okay, fine, and here as well let's just change this to card statement. Okay, and yeah, this is going to be same. Now here in the sheet card statement. Okay, so where in the our component section here, the place where we were, I'll have to make a lot of changes. So first thing is, instead of this update receipt, this is going to be now the update the card statement. Okay, and also here we can just change this to we can just change this value. Okay, to be to not confuse ourselves, and here I'll just import this card statements. Okay, so here we'll just have to pass on this. Okay, set verified. Okay, so I'm just going to set edited card statement. Okay, I can just have this passed on to this. Okay, and I can just remove this receipts viewer now. Okay, I mean yeah yep, and this receipts viewer is no longer needed, and also the receipt items and everything, the categories. Okay, and also the update receipt, because we added this update card statement. Okay, fine, so we added this, and also now I think we should be in a good thing. So let's just try to see the UI. Okay, so now we don't have any. So what I'm going to do, let's in the, you can see the data as of now for card statement is null. I can just showcase you that. Okay, so let's wait for it to we are not printing that, but we don't have any. So I'm just going to add one item for this card statements, and then we'll see that the changes that we made in action. So pretty much these are the changes for the card statements that we did. Okay, there might be some type issues or those things, so we can just take care. Here in this page, if there is some issues, we can just take care of this. Okay, fine. I think there is some type issue which we will take care. Okay, but these are the core things. We just added the edit card things. I'll just add one example, and then we'll have a look at that in the UI part. Okay, so I just added the again one example for the card statements. Okay, and we'll just have a showcase. Okay, and there were a few issues. Okay, so there is some issue with the query that I have written, and also the type error handling. So minor changes, you can just have a have a look at that. And the major thing here is, okay, so if I just showcase you, so this is the card statements part. Okay, I just added one of the examples, and we are trying to get this values and everything. So here when I'm trying to see this here we are receiving an error because I'm referring it to the sheet invoice. So here in place of that I will have to change this to sheet the card statement. Okay, so now we will be able to see that. Okay, so let's try to check the same. Okay, so here I'm just going to see this one. Yeah, you can see now this is the credit card. Okay, I know there is some issue with the way that I'm trying to showcase, but you can just go ahead and make changes. Okay, but you understood the gist of how we can add these things like a date. Okay, and then issuer. Okay, and issuer, the address and all, recipient, items and all. And if you want to edit, okay, so again so here we are seeing an issue again in the card statements viewer. Okay, let's just there are some values that I'm so let's just go to this card statements viewer. Okay, so here so we are trying to pass some values to the things, but we don't see that from the thing. So for that to handle, for now I'm just going to set those values to be empty if there is no value of that kind. Okay, so here I was seeing this as the issue, so I'm just going to change this. Maybe we will see the same for the other properties, I guess, but I will take care of that. But for now I'm just going to do it in this way. Okay, let's just try to console what is the value that we are trying to get here. Okay, so here I just wanted to see that. Okay, so let me try to open this. there is some type issues, that's for sure. Okay, so when I click on this edit, okay, let's see what is the values that I got. Okay, I mean, we just have to change that. It is the issuer name, okay, and issuer address and all those stuff, but we were trying to refer it in the wrong way. So here, that is the reason. So this is going to be issuer name, okay, and this value, I mean there is a lot of issues with this thing. We can just change this accordingly. So if you just see now, others things as well, so just make sure the return type that you're getting and the values that you're trying to parse is the same. Okay, so same, I think this is going to be recipient name, recipient address, and also while editing also make sure that the value that you're passing is correct. So we'll make changes this one, so uh, not right away, which I will change eventually. Okay, so here this is going to be now this recipient name, okay, and also this is going to be this recipient address, okay, and I mean the other values as well I didn't observe, we will just check it now. Okay, so let me just clear this. Okay, the credit card name as well, I think that is also in the camel case, I guess. Okay, yeah, credit card name and all everything. So here I will just change this to credit card name, okay, and here as well. So I'm just going to change this. The holder, okay, and this is going to be number. Okay, so let's try to check it one last time. Okay, hopefully we shouldn't see any issues. If there is any, again we'll have to correct that. And again, the way we are trying to update the properties, there is some correction need to be done, so please make that. Okay, so yeah, you can see now this is the the edit section. Okay, so the date, issuer, recipient, credit card, and the transactions. Okay, I don't know why this call level is not working, so I can just change. I just wanted to here on change, you see here there is an issue because for the recipient name I was just updating, so for now I'll just change one of the things, and you just adjust that accordingly. Okay, so here recipient name, we are trying to update this name which is unpresent, so we'll have to update this, recipient name, then only the value that we'll be trying to update will be populating in the input field. Okay, so now, okay, I just wanted to show this one edit so you can see now, so I can just change now. Okay, so let's just see that. Okay, so I'm just trying to update this theme. Okay, and let's see, I know the UI part is not looking good. Okay, we will just make that. Okay, and you can see here this is updated in our DB and also reflected in this viewer part. Okay, so yeah, so now the showcasing of this card statements in the table, and then the overview graphs, and also the showing the viewer for particular ID and then editing the particular ID is done pretty good shape. I know there is some issues. Okay, let's quickly correct the same here, the address as well. So this is going to be whatever the name we were referring to, we'll just have to change this to recipient address wherever we're trying to add this. Okay, and this one also, this is going to be this one. Okay, I mean there is again issue with this. Okay, for now I'm just going to leave this. Okay, this is not how we are supposed to update this credit card, because we're not receiving in the object, we're receiving a separate property. So you'll have to change this. Okay, but the thing that I wanted to showcase is like we have all things in place now for the organized data, receipts, invoices and card statements. Though there are known bugs, known issues in each of the component, and the way that the scrollable is not working, and the updates properties has to be changed, and other things, there are things that will take care, but not right away. Eventually I will just change that. So for all the organized data, I see they're in a good shape, and they're in at least decent way to for us to have a look at. Now I just wanted to go and try to add the layout for settings, where we'll provide some of the options to the user, where he can configure some of the settings that will be applied to whole part of our application, and also choose the model that he wanted to, and those things and all. Okay, that configuration will happen in the settings page. So I just wanted to quickly jump onto that and showcase you how we can let the user configure the values that wanted to be used across all application. Okay, so let's just go back, okay, and try to create the settings page and see that in action. Okay,
so here we are in the settings page. So since we'll be taking some inputs from the user, we would definitely need a form. So first let me install the base form from this JSON. Okay, so I'm just going to install this form. So once we have this form, I'm just going to create here the new file. Let's say since it's related to the user preferences, I would like to name that as preferences form. Okay, so here let me just create here the preferences form. Okay, so this is where we'll define the schema of the form, and do some validation, and then take the inputs from the user. Okay, so you'll understand eventually. So first I wanted to define this form schema. Okay, so this form schema is nothing but the fields that will be collecting from the user. Okay, so I'll just import this from the jar. Okay, so let me just import from this jar. Okay, fine. So here we'll just try to create the object out of this. Okay, so here this object, it's going to have first a model for our classification. So I'm just going to name it as classification model. So this is going to be of type string. So I'm just going to specify here the required error. So here we are going to say something like please select a model. So like this we will need it for the extraction. Okay, so here again this is going to be of type string. Okay, so here this again I'm just going to give the same error, so which is the please select a model if in case user has not selected. Next comes this analysis of model. Okay, so here again let's make this of type a string, so required error, so same thing. So here let's just specify here please select a model. So after this to just enable one shot for each of the category that we are handling, that is for receipt, invoices and card statement. So I'm just going to name something like enable receipts, let's say one shot. Okay, so here this is going to be a boolean type. Okay, so let me just give the type to be boolean. So same thing for the invoices, so enable invoices one shot. Okay, so again this is going to be boolean. And finally this card statements. Okay, so this is also, it's going to be a boolean. Okay, so now the schema that we want for our form is ready. So let's try to create a form out of the schema. Okay, so let me just name this function as preferences form, which makes sense. Okay, so this is going to receive the preferences as the props. Okay, so I can this is going to be of type the preferences. Okay, of the above let's say the preferences. Okay, so again this one let's do one thing. So since users preferences has to be saved in the DB, so we need to have a way to save this preferences. So first I just wanted to go to the schema of ours. Okay, and then create a separate table to hold on this preferences that user is selecting. Okay, so that we can just keep track of user selections. Okay, so here I'm just going to create in here this model for preferences. So this will have this id which is of type string. So this is going to be unique primary key for this table, so I'm just going to generate uniquely. Okay, and then the user id, preferences of which user id, so again this has to be unique. Okay, then the so all of the value, so which is the classification model, and then the extraction model, I mean whatever we have configured in our schema, then the analysis model. So again this is going to be of type string, then the receipt example extraction id. So I'm just going to store this values. Okay, example extraction id. Okay, so this is, I'm just going to make this as optional. Okay, so same thing for invoice or the example extraction id. Okay, so again this is going to be string optional. Okay, and then finally this card statement. Okay, so here this is going to be again this extraction id. Okay, again I'm just going to make this as optional, and finally the created at. Okay, so again this is going to be straightforward, the date time. Okay, so default I'm just going to put in the now time. Okay, and then the updated at. Okay, so here this is going to be updated at. Okay, and finally the relation to our user table. Okay, so here user, I'm just going to add in the relation fields that will be mapping is the user id, which references the id of the table. And okay, on delete I'm just going to cascade this as well. So we'll have to mention that inside our user table. Okay, so okay, so here right next here I'm just going to mention this preferences. Okay, so which is going to be this preferences. Okay, I mean yeah, so this is our schema. So I can just try to migrate this. Okay, so give here something like added preferences model. Okay, okay, there is here the spelling mistake, so I'm just going to correct that. Okay, so this is going to create the table for us, and also I'm just going to generate the client with the updated schema. Okay, fine. So now we have the table created. So let's just go back to the here you know how to check the table again. So just to start your Prisma studio, and then have a look at the table created. Okay, so I'm not going to go into those details again, so because I have already showcased the multiple times. Okay, so this is going to be preferences. Okay, so I can just now import this from our Prisma client. Okay, so here preferences from the Prisma client. Okay, so here let me just import this. Okay, so let me just this is not going to be default export. Okay, so for now it's going to show in the same way because we'll have to restart, so not worry about that. Okay, so now once we have this props, so here first let's prepare this form object. So I'm just going to use this react hook form use form. Okay, so here this type it's going to be about the form schema which we have defined. Okay, so here in this let's give the resolve let's attach this resolver. Okay, so the resolver, okay, I'll have to close this. Okay, yep. So here resolver, I'm just going to attach here the job resolver and then attach the form schema for this. Okay, and here this default values. So default values for classification model, I'm just going to give whatever we have in this table of this classification model. Okay, so fine, and then the other models. Okay, so the extraction model, so again this is going to be the preferences dot this extraction model value, and then whatever we have existing preferences of the user in our DB store, we are just going to keep that as the default values for the preferences. Okay, then the enable receipts one shot. Okay, so again this it's going to depend upon this receipt example this extraction ID. Okay, and then the for enabling invoice for the invoices, again this one we'll just have to attach this invoice example extraction ID. Okay, and finally the for the card statements one shot. Okay, so I'm just going to again attach the same like we did for the above two examples, which is the example extraction ID. So okay, so now we have this form object ready. Okay, so next is let's just try to define a submit handler. So I'm just going to write some commit. Okay, so that it will be a better reference for us. Okay, so here this is going to be the submit handler, so let's just name this to be on submit. Okay, so this is going to receive all the values of the form. Okay, so this is going to be of the form schema. Okay, so I'm just going to mention that. So for now let's just toast it. Okay, so I can just use the toast component. Okay, and then for now I'm just going to showcase whatever the values that we receive from the form. Okay, so here this title, I'm just going to give it as like you submitted the following values. Okay, so those values will try to show in the description. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this pre tag. Okay, so let's just have margin at the top. Okay, and width let's just set you can just change whatever the value you want. So I'm just going to give this styling for now. Okay, and background let's just give the Slate background. Okay, and the padding of 4 in all directions, and inside this code tag I'm just going to use this stringified values showcased. Okay, so here let's just just stringify whatever the values we receive. Okay, so I'm just going to yeah, fine. So this is how like we'll try to showcase whatever the user has entered in the form. Okay, fine. So now the important part, the UI part, that is where we'll be collecting our the choices of the users. Okay, so let's wrap everything inside this table. So I'm just going to add in some border for this, and let's give some color for this, let's say slate. Okay, and let's make this rounded large and padding of 4 in all directions. So in this first, I'm just going to wrap everything inside this form component. Okay, so here and attach the above form. Okay, and inside this first the header. Okay, so let's just give here the header font bold. Okay, and then I'm just going to give here the slate color to the text. Okay, and size of the text, it's going to be large. So here the title, I'm just going to give here something like select the language model. Okay, fine. So after this I'm just going to give some brief description inside this p tag. Okay, so for this let's just give the slate color for the text as well, so but lighter slate color. So here I can just give some a brief description, something like you can choose between this multiple let's say language models for each step of the let's say the process which is the data extraction process. Okay, so yeah, that is the brief description. Fine. So now after this we'll have the actual form. So here I'm just going to use this form. Okay, and I'm just going to attach in here this on submit function which we have just written above. So this is going to be on submit function. Okay, and here let's just have some margin at the top 4. Okay, and first is for the text classification. Okay, so this is the field for that. So I'm just going to wrap everything inside this, and control, let's just attach this form dot control, and name of this I'm just going to give here this the classification model. Okay, and then the render part. Okay, so here let's just get the field destructure this field value. Okay, so inside this we'll have this form item. Okay, so and this also I'm just going to have some margin at the top. Okay, so here the label I'm just going to have the label of, let's say, the text classification, because that is the step that we are trying to handle. So after this form label, we are going to have the component which is going to be select component, because we are going to provide the multiple options to the user. So he has to select one out of those options that will be providing in this select options. Okay, so here on value change. Okay, so I'm just going to call this on change function. Okay, so which is going to be, I'm just going to give here mention the type so that we don't see any type issues. Okay, fine. And then the default value, this is going to be the field value that whatever the user is trying to select. Okay, so now inside this select, okay, I'm just going to wrap this select trigger and select content inside this form control. Okay, so here inside this just the trigger we can wrap it. Okay, so here the trigger component. Okay, so I'm just going to give in here width of, let's say, a 200 pixel for this, and inside this the value, so I can just use this select value component. Okay, the placeholder let's just give here as select a model. Okay, so yeah, so this is the triggering point for the form. Okay, so right after this I'll just have this select content component. So inside this we will have the models list. Okay, so as of now, so I can just wrap inside this select group. Okay, so here the select label, so which is going to be the model, so I can just give here the label as models. Okay, and the item, so here the actual value that we want the user to select. Okay, so here this value I'm just going to give in here this turbo 3.5 turbo model name. Okay, so here let's just give the value as that same as the above value. So this is the first model. Okay, So same thing, so I can just copy this and provide one more option. So here let's provide the 16k context length model. Okay, fine. So yeah, so this is one of the two of the models that user can select out of it. Okay, so right after this select, okay, so I can just have some form description. So let's just wrap this inside this, and also I'm just going to give some styling for this. That is, let's just color this text to be let's say a 500, and also the I want text to be as small as possible, so I'll apply just extra small, and width of let's say 4/5 of the width. So inside this, let's just wrap inside this balancer. Okay, so I can just give here what is this about. So I can just say this model classifies the let's say the text, okay, into the let's say the three main categories. So you can just mention whatever you feel makes sense to the end user. Okay, so here available, okay, in the application. Okay, and I can just say like this task is handled very something like very well by most models. Okay, so this is the text, okay, that we can provide. So right after this, okay, so in the span you can just provide your recommended model that you want the user to select. Okay, so just providing a better recommendation from your hand. Okay, so here I can just style this having the text size to be extra small. Okay, and let's have some margin at the top so that there will be some space, and width let's make it as 3/5, and display let's just give inline block. Okay, so inside this I can just give here this recommended. Okay, so here again here I'll just give here the model name. So here let's just improve this font type medium. Okay, so here I'm just going to give in here the model name, so which is going to be 3.5 turbo 16k context length model. Okay, yeah, so finally after this description, okay, so we can just have here this form message. So if there is any issues will be showcased here. Okay, and then I'm just going to close this field. So okay, so this is the field for our the first text classification. So same way we need to have for data extraction and the other step, okay, analysis step. So I can just take this and then we'll make tweaks accordingly. So here this is going to be the extraction model, so I'm just going to rename this extraction model. Okay, and this title, so let's just change this to be data extraction. Okay, so most of the things it's going to be the same, so except that the description. Okay, so we can just change here the description, something like this model is organizing the data from the let's say text following I'm just going to give some brief description of this type. Okay, following the schema of the chosen, let's say, the category. Okay, so I can just say here this models with a larger context window. Okay, or better suited, I'm just going to give here better suited for the task if the provided documents are long and complex. Okay, so I'm just going to give here the whatever the information that we wanted to showcase it to the user of this step. Okay, fine. So and here as well to recommended, I'm just going to leave that as it is, and it's going to be pretty much same. Okay, that is for data extraction, and after this this is for analysis. Okay, so we'll just change same like we did for the above step. So here instead of this classification model, so this is going to be now the analysis model. So the title also I'm just going to change this to analysis. Okay, fine. And so rest of the things it's going to be pretty much same except this the description. So I can just say here this model analyzes, okay, let's say the extracted data, okay, to find let's say to find some errors, okay, by the comparing it to the schema, okay, and the original text. So I'm just going to give here something like that. Okay, so here I can just say like this task should be handled by the let's say most capable models out there, okay, something like that. Okay, models to ensure that we best results are captured. Okay, so I can just write the same thing. So here this best results, and reduce the any inaccuracies or errors we are trying to see. So I'm just going to mention here the inaccuracies. Okay, fine. So this is the description, and then the recommendations we can go for GPT-4. Okay, so but we can use any models for trying it out. Okay, it all depends upon the models available at your developer account. Okay, and the did you enable billing it or not. Okay, it all depends on your choices. Okay, fine. So yeah, so now we have all the three field items or form items that we want in place. So after this step, okay, now it's time for providing the toggling option to enable one-shot learning for each of the category that we are providing. Okay, so here I'm just going to wrap this inside this div. So let's just have this margin top. Okay, and here the title for this is going to be one shot learning. So I'm just going to mention the same. Okay, so let's just give here the slate color for the text. Okay, and size of that I want it to be larger. Okay, so here let's just give here this title as one shot learning. Okay, and again right below this let's have some brief description about this. Okay, so let's just give here the slate a lighter slate color to the text. Okay, so I can just say here you can define an existing let's say the data extraction as example for the next extractions of the same category. Okay, so I'm just going to give here the brief of that this step. Okay, fine. So after this let's add more helper info. Okay, so again I'm just going to wrap this inside this p tag. Okay, so again light to slate color now. So let's make this to be as extra small as possible. Let's have some margin at the top, and width I'm just going to give here 3/5 of the width. Fine. So let's just wrap inside this balancer. So I'm just going to give here something like this feature can let's just say like greatly improve the accuracy of the models. Okay, I'm just going to say if your documents or something like similar. Okay, so to achieve better accuracy if same kind of documents are being uploaded. So that is the gist of this. Okay, so fine. So right after this, now the fields for each of the things. So right below this I'm just going to have in here the form field. So let's just attach this form dot this control. Okay, and then the name of this form field. So this is going to be this enable receipt one shot. Okay, fine. And then the render here I'm just going to destructure this field value. Okay, and inside this we'll have this form item. So here let's just make this to be flex, okay, and I'm just going to have gap of 2, and let's just center the items, okay, and let's have some margin at the top. So here the form item, so let's just wrap everything inside this form control. So here we'll need this switch component, okay, so I'm just going to use the same, okay, and let's have some negative margin bottom, okay, and the checked value, so this is going to be nothing but this field dot value, okay. Then on checked change, so I'm just going to call this callback function, which is the field dot on change, okay, and I'm just going to apply this area read only, okay, fine. So this is going to be okay. What is the issue? Okay, yeah, fine. So yeah, so that this is a switch, okay, so right below this form control I'm just going to have this label, okay. So here let's just have this label. So here I'm just going to give here this as enable for receipts, okay, fine. And this is going to be the form field for receipts, okay. I can just copy this and use it for the rest of the sections, okay. So right below this let's just have it for the invoices now. So I'll just change this receipts to invoices, okay. And here let's just change this for invoices, okay. And also here let's just mention here this styling to be something like inline block on display, okay, fine. And lastly it is for the card statements, okay. So I can just change this receipts to card statement, okay. So fine. And here in place of receipts I'm just going to change this to card statements, okay. So this has to be card statements, fine. So now almost whatever we need we have in place, okay. So right after this I'm just going to have in here this button, so for saving, okay. So let's just give here width of 40, okay, and some margin top, okay. And this type it's going to be this submit, okay, fine. So here the text of this button I'm just going to give in here as the preferences, okay. So this is the form almost. So we see some issue here, okay, that's fine from the Prisma client. So now we have preferences form in place. So what we can do, go to our settings page, okay. So whatever we have in here, the here let me just change this to div, okay. And let's apply this height to occupy full height, okay. And then here whatever I have, okay, so I'm just going to change more margin, okay. And let's change now to accommodate our the form preferences form, okay. Make this display to be flex and direction to be column, okay. And also I'm just going to apply this flex grow, and let's have the space in y direction 10, okay. And if it's a bigger screen, okay, I just want less space, so let's say some 6, okay, fine. So right after this, okay, let's have everything wrapped inside this div, okay. First for the header, okay, so I'll just move this header into this div. So let's just style this header. So that is, I just wanted the font size to be 2 times extra large, and also font type to be no bold, so that it looks elegant, and color of the text as well. So let's just change it to slate color, and let's have some margin at the bottom, fine. So now here the actual title of this section, so I'm just going to say here something like data extraction preferences, something for now, okay. So okay, yeah, so once we have these preferences, so right below this I can just accommodate the preferences form. Okay, so all we have to do is pass in this preferences. Okay, so to pass in the preferences, we'll have to make this first of all the asynchronous function, and then try to get these preferences from the preferences table. So for that to happen, so let's try to write one of the util requests like we used to write in this request section. So let me just go to this library section. So in the request, so I can just try to write the same thing for getting the user preferences. So let's just write in here this asynchronous function. So I'm just going to name this as something like get user preferences. So in here obviously this is going to be pretty much same. So let's first try to get the session. So here, okay, so I'm just going to pass in these options. Okay, so I can just if you want, I can just take it from here. If this so this is going to be standard in all our requests. Okay, so if a session is not found, so we're just going to say that you are unauthenticated, something like that. Okay, now here the preferences. So this is going to be a simple query. So here I can just get this preferences. Okay, so here I'm just going to query based on this user ID. Okay, so let's just pass in this user ID. Okay, so once we have this preferences, so if there is no preferences, okay, so I can just throw this error, something like failed to fetch data. Okay, so let's just return preferences if we have. Okay, fine. And also already we are here, I just wanted to do this inside our seed script. Okay, so here right below this, okay, let me just add in here the preferences. Okay, so I just wanted to create in here this the classification model. Okay, so I just wanted to apply this GPT 3.5 turbo. If you want, you can go for 16K. Okay, then the extraction model, so that we'll have always the record for particular user in preferences table. Okay, so here 3.5 again I'm just going to give for everything for now turbo. Okay, then the analysis model. So here as well, let me just go for turbo model. Okay, so this is the seed data. Okay, so now we have this request in place. Don't worry about this type issues. Okay, uh, so let's just go to our settings page. Okay, so in here I'm just going to now get that preferences by just calling this function, so which is nothing but this get user preferences. Okay, so this is going to give me the preferences, so I can just pass on to this preferences form component. Okay, so now we have this form. Okay, so right after this, let's just have in here this div. So basically this again to delete account if the user wanted to exit from this application, that configuration will reside here. Okay, so here let me just make this text size to be 2 times extra large and font type to be bold. Okay, and text let's just give here slate color. Let's have some margin at the bottom. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to give in here this title as account. So here again in this div I'm just going to have the option like, let's say, delete account. Okay, and then the button which is going to delete the account, something like that. Okay, so here let's just have the border for this div. Okay, and I'm just going to give here red color indicating that this is like irreversible action, something like that. and let's just have this padding of 4 in all directions. Okay, so again I'm just going to have in here header for that. So let's just have in this font bold. Okay, and the text color, let's just give here slate color. Okay, and text size to be large. Okay, so here I'm just going to have in here this delete account as the text in this header. Okay, and then in the p tag I'm just going to give some brief description that something like this will be irreversible action, something like that. Okay, so here let's just give here this slate color for this text. Now here I'm just going to say here like this action will something like permanently delete your account. Okay, and I'm just going to say here like all the data associated with it, something like that. Okay, fine. And right below this we'll have the button which is going to perform the above action. So I can just have this variant, the destructive variant. Okay, and some let's say some margin top. Okay, and also let's just have this width set to 40. Okay, and the text of this button, it's going to be this delete. Okay, so here this delete account. So now the settings page almost is in pretty good shape. So now we have the thing. Okay, so let's try to have a look. Okay, so we should see this. Okay, so let me try to navigate here. Okay, so all we have to do is go to this settings section. Okay, so maybe we might encounter issue getting the data from preferences table. So in that case all we have to do is try to restart the application so that we'll have the updated schemas. Okay, so let's wait. Okay, so it's loading. So it's trying to compile. Okay, so it's trying to compile. Sometimes it takes time, so again you can just restart your application. Okay, did I not mention the client at the top? Okay, yeah, so here in this preferences form, let's just make this as the client component. Okay, so yep, let's try to reload again. So okay, yeah, so as I told you, so there is again you'll have to restart this. So try to restart this. So I'm going to do that same.